in quite shortly. Labas rytas, good morning everyone. I hope that you slept well and are ready for a next busy and interesting day. So welcome to the second day of the conference, The Power of the Powerless, Experiences of Freedom and Solidarity in Central and Eastern Europe. So we had a nice day yesterday, a very intense one. I was enjoying it a lot, as I shared with someone that it was a real intellectual feast. I hope we will be feasting today as well. I really recommend you all who is available to stay till the end. We will have wine and punk music at the end, so please stay with us and enjoy all the day. And I would like to invite the keynote speaker for today, Una Bergmanė. She is a Latvian historian and Academy Researcher Fellow at the University of Helsinki Alexandria Institute, specializing in the Soviet collapse, Baltic independence, movement and Cold War international relationships. She earned her PhD in history from Science for Paris, and held fellowship at institutions including Yale University, Cornell University, and the London School of Economics. Una is an author of the acclaimed monograph, Politics of Uncertainty, the United States, the Baltic Question, and the Collapse of the Soviet Union, which was published by Oxford University Press in 2023. The book examines the triangular relationship between Washington, Moscow, and the Baltic independent movements during the perestroika years. We had that book presented here this June. So it was a real pleasure, and I'm sure we will have a real intellectual pleasure at the moment. And please, Una, the floor is yours. And you have 60 minutes, and you can use it as you want. If you will leave some time for questions and discussions, we will use it. And if no, then no. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. This is a conference about solidarity, so I really appreciate the act of solidarity that you are here at 8:30 in the morning. So thank you for that. Today I will talk about invisibility and solidarity, and about how solidarity and invisibility interplayed with the Soviet imperial order. I will mostly be speaking about the Soviet Union and the Baltic countries, and also I will mention Crimean Tatars quite a lot, because initially my research, the book that was mentioned, was on the Baltic countries, and recently I have done some research on Crimean Tatars in the late 80s. And I will speak about the Soviet Union in general, but I think that what I'm going to discuss is also very relevant to Central and Eastern Europe and Central Eastern European experiences during the Cold War. So here on the slides, we have some manifestations of solidarity. You can see the Baltic Way in Riga. So I think you all know it was the human chain from Tallinn to Riga to Vilnius to commemorate the 50 years in 1989 since the signature of Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that divided Baltic countries and Finland and Poland and Romania, Bessarabia in zones of influence between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany. And on the upper part of the slide, you can see another photo. These are the three leaders of the Baltic independence movements. You have Dainius Ivans, the leader of Latvian Tautas Fronte, the Popular Front of Latvia. You have Vytautas Landsbergis, the leader of Sajūdis, the independence movement of Lithuania, and then Edgars Savisaar, the leader of Rahvarine, the Popular Front of Estonia. Oh, yes. Here you have another picture that I will explain briefly. This is from also 1989 protests in Riga. And I really like this photo because today there is often an argument that this perception of the Soviet Union as an empire, or discussions about Soviet Union as a colonial empire, are our perceptions that we try to impose upon the past. And here you can see people at the time actually having this argument that Soviets were imperialists in the Baltic countries and that the Baltic states are not Russian colonies. So I have argued before in the book that was mentioned that the main limitation, the main tension at the heart of the Perestroika project was the tension between two forces. On one hand, the empowerment of marginalized groups through democratic reforms. And on the other hand, the fundamental inability or unwillingness of the Soviet state and the Soviet society, and mostly Russian-speaking society in the Soviet Union, to confront and dismantle the imperial and colonial structures that were oppressing those same people who were then empowered by perestroika reforms and democratization led by Mikhail Gorbachev. To understand this tension better, I want to focus today on two concepts: the invisibility and solidarity. And the central question that I'm going to ask today is, how did invisibility and denial sustain the Soviet imperial order? And how did solidarity begin to undo this Soviet imperial system? So, invisibility in this context I will talk about is as a social construct that guides the public's attention away from certain groups. It happens everywhere, but in this context I will speak about the Soviet Union. And then also I will see how it became an imperial tool of oppression. Solidarity, as we know, has many definitions, and a disclaimer: solidarity did not have only this function in the Soviet Union that I'm going to describe today, but I will focus on one specific function that solidarity had during the Soviet collapse. It was this transformative force that did break through the invisibility, granting recognition, and then challenging by consequence the empire. I would like to start with a little story. On May 25, 1989, it was one of the first sessions of the Congress of People's Deputies. Congress of People's Deputies was the super parliament that was elected in the spring of 1989 in the Soviet Union. It was a new institution in the Soviet Union created by perestroika reforms. It was elected in semi-free elections. And it was the opening session in 1989 on May 25. And just after the opening speech by the chairman of the Central Election Committee, something unplanned happened. A Latvian doctor of Russian descent, elected from Riga, Vilen Solpežņikovs, he took the floor uninvited. He just came to the podium and asked the assembly to rise and to observe a minute of silence for the victims of the April 9 crackdown in Tbilisi, in Georgia. It was a brief act. It can be easily overlooked in the complicated history of perestroika, but it was a profoundly meaningful and subversive gesture. What Tolpezhnikovs did was not only a manifestation of solidarity with Georgian victims, but it was also an act of subversion, because the Congress of People's Deputies, including Mikhail Gorbachev and the leadership of the Soviet Union, had no other choice in that situation than to stand up and observe this minute of silence for Georgians. It was also a confrontation of one of the central pillars of the Soviet imperial system. He was confronting the invisibilization of suffering and the silencing, the invisibilization of suffering that was an integral part of the Soviet system, and especially the silencing of the suffering that was inflicted on national grounds. So let's now first dwell in a bit more into this idea of the role that silence and invisibility and denial played in the Soviet system, and then I will turn to the second part, which will be about the solidarity. Denial is an important concept in the scholarship of settler colonialism. In the Soviet case, I think there is a good argument to say that not all the time and always, but in many places and often, the Soviet Union acted as a settler colonial empire. We can think about Crimean Tatars. We can also think about Central Asia and the history of that part of the Soviet Union, and probably other places. The scholars of settler colonialism write that denial is not just a side effect of domination. It is the very foundation of settler colonial domination. Because it allows members of the dominant culture, the settler colonial, in the settler colonial system, to examine their surroundings and view no evidence of colonization. So this is a way to normalize the violence inflicted in order to sustain the settler colonial system. We can clearly see this most basic denial in the case of Crimean Tatars. They were deported from their homeland through the ethnic cleansing operation of 1944, and then they were not only denied the right to return to Crimea until 1990, but also their memory and culture was completely erased from Crimea. Also, then people who were the settlers who came after the destruction of Crimean Tatar culture and presence in Crimea, the people who arrived and settled in Crimea, they could look around and see no memories and no evidence of the previously existing indigenous people in this part of the Soviet Union. But at the same time, as I said, the Soviet Union was not a settler colonial empire all the time, everywhere in the Soviet territory, but it was an empire all the time in the whole territory of the Soviet Union. And I think that the practice of denial can be applied not just to the settler colonial situations, but to imperial situations in the Soviet case in general. As Central Asian scholars Botakovska Sakebova and Erika Marat has written, the Russian imperial innocence, the myth, the narrative of Russian imperial innocence, was an important part of the Soviet imperial dynamics. The Russian imperial innocence is the narrative according to which Russia has never been an empire, Soviet Union has never been an empire. And it was built using different narratives that I think we all know very well. The story of Russia as the victim of the West, the Soviet Union as the fighter against Western imperialism and, again, a victim of the West. The stories of the great Russian people who brought civilization and modernization to the brotherly nations, and the whole narrative about the friendship of people in the Soviet Union. This notion, the refusal to see the empire as an empire, was not only a very powerful propaganda tool for the Soviet Union, especially in the so-called Third World, but it also became a key component of Soviet and Russian identity, and it is until this day. As Anna Winnington, who is an American scholar, has written, this imperial innocence also took the form of a privileged inability to recognize hierarchy. a blindness to the fact that the Soviet Union was structured around the dominance of Russian language, culture, and political power. So all in all, Soviet Union was an empire that denied being one. And that had serious consequences for the people in the Soviet Union who, in the context, as I said, of perestroika and Gorbachev's reforms, gained some ability to contest the existing power relations, the asymmetric power relations between their republics or their communities and the imperial center. But at the same time, this criticism was almost impossible because the denial of the imperial nature of the Soviet Union was so profound. The Soviet Union was also an absent-minded empire. Here you see Mikhail Gorbachev visiting Vilnius in January or February 1990, just before March, when Lithuania proclaimed a restoration of independence. And this trip was a shock to Gorbachev, because until then he hadn't realized how serious the situation in Lithuania was and how serious Lithuanians were about the restoration of the independence and the desire to leave the Soviet Union. And we could ask, how can this be? And that the leader of the Soviet Union would not fully understand that one of the republics was about to leave the Soviet Union. If we read the transcripts of Politburo discussions, you actually see that some of his advisors were warning him about this. But there was some sort of a delusion in Gorbachev's circles about the Baltic countries, and it came from a profound lack of knowledge and understanding, not only about the Baltic countries, Baltic history, Baltic people, and so on and so forth, but also about other parts of the Soviet Union. There was no understanding, no expertise in these so-called nationalities, non-Russian citizens of the Soviet Union. I borrowed this idea of absent-minded empire from the book of a British scholar, The Absent-Minded Imperialists, which was published already many years ago, in which he argues that in 19th century Britain, for the British society, even though the empire was extremely important for the British power, but then for the British society, for those who were living in the metropole, in reality, the idea of the colonies, the other parts of the empire, was not at all very present in the everyday life, in the discussions, in the culture, in the society. And I think it was quite similar to some extent for the Soviet Union. Despite the official rhetoric of the Soviet Union as a multinational state, Moscow and the European part of Russia was largely indifferent to the lives, problems, and aspirations of the non-Russian republics. The Union was imagined first and foremost as a Russian state, built on the implicit assumption that the Soviet Union consisted of Russians and then the so-called nationalities. In practice, the Soviet state, even though there was the idea and discourse of multinational state, it was forged around the Russian language since the 30s, the time of Stalin. The initial project was probably different, but since the time of Stalin, there was no attempt to somehow hide that Russians are the first among the so-called equals, and that the Russian language, culture, and historical narratives were the ones around which the state, the Soviet Union, the Soviet identity was forged. The other languages and cultures were supposed to be these manageable identities, which had a certain place in the hierarchy of nationalities in the Soviet Union, this imperial hierarchy. But there was a persistent notion that we can still find in parts of Western media or even academic writing that the Soviet Union was first and foremost a Russian state. It was not just a foreign misunderstanding. It was also a self-perception that existed in the Soviet Union. And so, under Gorbachev, the imperial center remained profoundly unaware or unwilling to be aware of the realities, grievances, and injustices experienced beyond the European core of Russia. And I think there was a general, obviously, understanding of economic challenges, social challenges that existed everywhere in the Soviet Union. But there was no understanding of specificities or the ways how these general problems echoed in these local societies, and what kind of impact these general problems could have in specific historical contexts. And I think that was also the mistake in the case of the Baltic countries, because the historical context of the Baltic countries, where there was a generation that still remembered independence, it was not at all taken into the account. And so then the possibility that for the Baltic countries to the solution of Soviet economic problems or social challenges or environmental problems, that in the Baltic countries the solution could be not more reforms of the Soviet Union but independence, it was very lately understood in Gorbachev's circles, or the seriousness of the independence aspirations. We can't say also that the Soviet press or the Soviet elites were completely unaware that there was a problem in the non-Russian parts of the Soviet Union, that there was discontent, that there were grievances, that there was mobilization. But if we look at the Soviet press, which I have done quite a lot over the past year, if you look at the central press and how the central press was writing about the situation in non-Russian parts of the Soviet Union, we see certain narratives that didn't really help the Soviet elites to understand what was happening in the rest of the Soviet Union. So during perestroika, it became a common practice in the Soviet central press to categorize different non-Russian mobilization and conflict situations under the same overarching label of national question. National question was everything bad that was happening with non-Russian nationalities. Regardless of the specific root causes of these different mobilizations, so here you see, for example, in these images, 1986 protests, which are completely overlooked even today in Western scholarship about the Soviet Union, 1986 protests in Kazakhstan. Then you see different situation, different mobilization in Tbilisi in Georgia in 1989. And these are just two examples of many different mobilizations, which each of them had causes rooted both in the local context and also responding to the general problems of the Soviet Union. So the wording used to provide examples of nationality problems was often very vague, conflating the diverse forms of mobilization, treating fundamentally different movements as part of a single phenomenon, nationalism. As I said, everything bad that was happening in non-Russian parts of the Soviet Union was nationalism, and you really see how striking the difference is that the Russian mobilizations that happened at the time were much less often called nationalism. They were seen as rather social, as responses to objectively problematic situations. So, for example, we see the non-violent Crimean Tatar protests were put in the same group as ethnic clashes in Nagorno-Karabakh. Crimean Tatar demands for autonomy were somehow treated as same thing as Baltic claims for independence. The Crimean Tatar aspirations to return to their historical homeland, Crimea, were somehow put together with Kazakh protests that you can see in the pictures against the imposition of new Secretary General by Moscow, somebody who had never lived before and worked in Kazakhstan. And also in the Kazakh case, this mobilization was immediately treated as Kazakh nationalism because the person who was supposed to become the new Secretary General was Russian. But the problem was much less for Kazakhs that he was a Russian. The problem was that he was somebody who has not lived and who didn't have experience of Kazakhstan before becoming the leader of Kazakhstan. So, but all these details, all these nuances, they were very, very rarely discussed in the central press. And even in cases where people observing these situations acknowledge that objectively there are flaws in the Soviet system, and that these flaws are the root causes of these different mobilizations. These movements were almost never framed in a positive light. They were never, or very rarely, framed as legitimate attempts to redress past injustices. They were instead framed negatively as these manifestations of nationalism. And we see how mobilization grounded in national identity was seen as these unexpected extremes, manifestations of something that was supposed to be solved. As you know, that Gorbachev, in one of his books published during Perestroika, published in English language for international audience, he claimed that the national question is solved in the Soviet Union. And so if the question was solved, then there was really no place for grievances based in national identities, even though discrimination and problems on national grounds did exist. Another narrative that was not helping the Soviet elites to deal with the social challenges in the Soviet Union was the narrative of the common good. So it was a powerful tool, again, of invisibilization, invisibility. During Perestroika, the argument of the common good and the interests of all people and the interests of our multinational state, it was argued that these, the common good interests of the multinational state, interests of all the people, should take precedent over the egoistic, selfish national demands. And it was a widely circulated narrative. And so, for example, in the Crimean, the case, probably one of the most extreme cases of Crimean Tatars who were violently discriminated on national grounds, their demands to rectify past injustices and to be allowed to come back to Crimea, they were dismissed as this nationalistic, egoistic demand which was harming the common interests of the Soviet people who needed Crimea as a place of vacation and resort for the health of the working people. And these narratives dominated both in public debates and also in Kremlin's domestic and international communications. You see in the Baltic case very often Gorbachev arguing and Western powers being very receptive of the idea that the Baltic countries are egoistic with their desires for independence because their selfish desire for independence is harming Perestroika and the common good of the Soviet Union. And on one hand, this position had a moral appeal because it resonated with those inside, outside Soviet borders who feared the ethnic fragmentation and the possibility of ethnic conflict in the Soviet Union. But at the same time, these narratives created a pattern where demands to end social suffering inflicted on national grounds were dismissed because groups articulating them had no other choice than to mobilize on national grounds. If Crimean Tatars wanted to go back and live in Crimea, there was no other way how to mobilize than in this group of people who were all affected by this type of discrimination. And as the discrimination was done on national grounds, the mobilization happened on national grounds. As noted by Anna Winnington, the American historian I already mentioned, the Soviet emphasis on friendship and equality often masked social hierarchies, which then afforded considerable advantages to Russian or Russian language. But if invisibility was the pillar of the Soviet imperial system, then solidarity was, to some extent, the force that started to dismantle the Soviet imperial system. It was, to some extent, the antidote to denial. And to frame this shift, I will turn to Alex Honneth's theory of recognition. Honneth reminds us that social conflicts are not only about material redistribution, but also about struggles for recognition. Struggles by individuals and groups to have their dignity, their experiences and suffering seen and validated within the moral order of their society. And that was obviously something that was not happening in the Soviet Union. In the moral order of the Soviet state, the suffering of Crimean Tatars or Chechens or Ukrainians, especially if we think about the discussions about the past and history and the desire of these different groups, different nationalities, to see their past sufferings being acknowledged at the highest level of the Soviet state, it was very often a very long and hard process to kind of push the Soviet government towards this recognition. But it also was valid for all kinds of social and economic problems that different republics were facing in the late 80s. So recognition for Hanet is not only merely a moral gesture, it is a precondition of self-realization and social freedom. And so this then also shows the suffering, the importance of the suffering that comes from the lack of recognition, that there are limited possibilities of self-realization and social freedom. When recognition is withheld, people experience what he calls moral injury, so an injury to one's very standing as a person within a shared moral world and society. So this observation allows us to approach the collapse of the Soviet Union from a new angle, not simply as an institutional, economic, and geopolitical disintegration, but also as a profound moral and social transformation. So in this context, solidarity becomes a practice through which recognition of people's suffering inflicted on national grounds, which has been long suppressed by imperial hierarchies, it can re-enter the public sphere through recognition by other groups in similar situation. So solidarity then is a process through which different groups choose to see and acknowledge the suffering of others and to validate their grievances and endorse their struggles. And at the same time, while this is happening, there is a forging of new ideas about the world and the place of the collective selves in this world. So, when Vilen Stolpežnikovs rose uninvited to Congress of People's Deputies to demand this minute of silence that I mentioned, when in August 1989, I don't know if I have a picture, yes I have, so when in August 1989, Ukrainians in Kharkiv demonstrated in solidarity with the Baltic Way, carrying a banner that you see here, there is no free Ukraine without free Baltic countries. When Sajudis congratulated the new Polish Prime Minister Tadeusz Mazowiecki with the words, "Your victory is also our victory." When in January 1991, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, in one specific case, demonstrated in Lviv, Tbilisi, Chisinau, and Moscow against Soviet violence in Vilnius and Riga. When Sajudis provided offices, telephones, and printing facilities to Belarusian opposition groups, when the Latvian Popular Front hosted the founding Congress of the People's Democratic League of Ukraine and later Conference on Ukrainian Statehood, and when in January, not 1991, but 1990, which is quite interesting, hundreds, even thousands of Latvians sent telegrams to Sajudis ahead of Gorbachev's visit to Lithuania, expressing their solidarity with Lithuanian independence movement. Here you see one example from the archives in Vilnius. It says, Lithuanian brothers and sisters, we support your fight for independence. And it's signed Leksdinių family, so one random family who decided to send a telegram. It was, of course, an organized campaign by Latvian independence movement, but if you read these letters, it's interesting how many just random people, families, individuals, peoples in workplaces decided this is something that is important for them to do and send these very short messages to the main office of Sajudis. So when these and many other acts of solidarity took place in the Soviet Union among mostly peripheral non-Russian republics, but also in many cases between Russian Democrats and non-Russian movements. So when these acts took place, they articulated what Hanet would call reciprocal recognition, interactions that forge a new moral fabric, new understanding of what matters and what doesn't matter, new standards of what we should pay attention to and what is important, And it then forged this new moral fabric, which became incompatible with the existence of the Soviet state at some point. But then this solidarity as recognition, as I said, this is not the only function that solidarity had. It was also a political strategy for the Baltic independence movements. It was also something that established some form of power relations and so on and so forth. But in this context that we are talking about today, it had this role of granting recognition to the other. But it also was a transformative force. A transformative relationship that did transform not only the political landscape, but also the actors themselves, those who were engaged in these acts of solidarity. We already know how the creation of the Popular Front in the Baltic, if we think about these transformations through solidarity, how the creation of Popular Fronts in the Baltic countries inspired similar movements across the Soviet Union, how Estonia's declaration of sovereignty was replicated by other republics, how after the Baltic Way linked Tallinn, Riga, and Vilnius, Ukrainians formed their own human chain from Lviv to Kiev, and how the Baltic barricades later inspired Russian resistance during the August 1991 coup. So we see how solidarity transforms the political landscape and how it also transforms the ideas of what is possible and what is doable. We know more about the impact of Baltic actions that the Baltic actions had on other actors and how the Baltic activists were trying to reach out to the other movements in the Soviet Union, because the Baltic side has been studied more by many people, but especially by Nils Muizhnieks, who has written exactly on this topic, but that was about like 20, 30 years ago. We also know about the impact that democratic revolutions in Eastern Europe had on the Baltic states, on Ukraine and on Moldova, because this question has been studied by Mark Kramer, the American historian. But at the same time, as scholars have observed and discussed, variations of solidarity can travel more than in one direction. And these mutual influences, they go in more than one direction. They build complex webs of mutuality and reciprocity. And the mutuality and reciprocity is the one element, according to researchers who have worked on this, that the mutuality and reciprocity is this one element that distinguishes solidarity from charity. And so I would really envision an ambitious research agenda that examines the solidarity-driven cross-border connections and investigate this multinational history of the Soviet collapse. And that would move beyond this traditional framework of the changes coming from the West, Eastern Europeans being influenced by what they saw in the West, Eastern European revolutions influencing the Baltic countries, and then the Baltic countries having an impact on the rest of the Soviet Union. In turn, we could think about the impact that, for example, the movement of Crimean Tatars, which to some extent was the longest and most organized challenge to the Soviet state starting from the 60s, the impact that they had on dissidents, let's say, in the Baltic countries, or the importance of solidarity manifestations in January 1991 when the Baltic countries needed the solidarity of the rest of the Soviet Union, and when, as I said, there were strong mobilizations in Ukraine, in Moldova, in Georgia, in Moscow, in St. Petersburg. And here, for example, we see a very interesting page from a Kyrgyz newspaper from 1990 when Kyrgyz activists visited Ukraine to discuss democracy and future of the Soviet Union and future of Kyrgyzstan and Ukraine. So this is the hope that I have for my own research, but also larger research agenda about these different connections and discussions about solidarity and these transnational networks. I would like to finish about like small, brief reflections about today's situation. What I discussed, what I was telling about today is obviously highly relevant today in the Baltic states, as well as across much of Central Europe. We have stood in solidarity with Ukraine since 2014 and especially since 2022. We have witnessed and we have acknowledged the Ukrainian struggle, the heroic struggle, but also the suffering and the destruction. We have tried to keep the Ukrainian suffering and struggle visible. The governments have done it in international forums. Many of us have done it in our own ways, through our research or through the conferences and the writings and everything that we do. And this ongoing experience has, I think, been profoundly transformative for our states and our societies, often in ways that we are only beginning to comprehend and that we will understand only years from now. And yet today, as I think many people have mentioned already in this conference, we see also both external and internal forces that seek to undermine and destroy this emerging moral fabric of solidarity. In the Baltic case, these voices are still quite quiet, but we can see them slowly emerging on the margins of the political spectrum. In other countries, they are more prominent. And so the question that I ask myself, what is to be done in the situation, how to address them? And I didn't really have, and I still don't have a very clear answer, but I think the quote from Vaclav Havel, which was used also quite a lot in this conference, to live in truth, as an answer to all kinds of oppressions and challenges, then there could be also the idea of living in solidarity as this personal or societal way of addressing both internal and external attempts to challenge and to destroy the idea of connections and solidarities across the national borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Una, for a really wonderful. Thank you, Una, for a wonderful presentation for your paper. I believe it was very insightful, and you broadened our geography from just the Baltic countries, from Czechia to different perspectives, and that was really insightful. As you mentioned at the end of your paper that you are working on a broader project, but I believe we all can think about topics we can work on, because this area is not researched. So thank you so much, and we have some time for questions, comments, and we need another microphone if it's possible to get it. So far, please raise your hands and present yourself, and my colleague will come to you at the...
Okay, I have two short questions. One is connected with the policy of erasing the Tatar tradition from Crimea. So I would like to ask how it happened. For instance, let's say in case of architecture, the houses have been destroyed. What happened to Bakhchiserai? It was closed, or museum. The second short question is on Gorbachev advisors. Who was the person who advised not to come to Lithuania, if you remember? And the third question is, can we discuss the question of the influence of emigres from Baltic states to the United States and Western Europe and their impact on the process of transformation and the preparatory, let's say, on social level for the revolution?
Thank you very much. Those are very good questions. So about the Crimean Tatars, so not all Crimean Tatar houses and architecture was destroyed. Some of them were to kind of build sea resorts and all kinds of infrastructure that, because Crimea was it already was, and it was transformed even more into tourist destination and health resort. But also there is a way, I think, how to preserve or still use the houses of a certain population without having any connection with the memory and culture. People, in order to understand the connection between architecture and a specific culture, there needs to be some sort of basic idea and basic knowledge. And if that knowledge disappears, for example, the street names were changed, Crimean Tatars were removed from the list of nationalities of the Soviet Union. Of course, in the history of Crimea, that people would learn, even people living in Crimea, that the Crimean presence was not mentioned and that they are the indigenous people. So when the memory and the culture disappears, the architecture, even some of it remained, it wasn't able to tell the story of the people because the story was not known. The other question, I maybe didn't explain the story very well. So Gorbachev came to Vilnius in January or February, I don't remember, 1990. But that was a trip that was done too late. He should have come, he came a bit earlier in '88 to Estonia and Latvia. And at that time, he completely misunderstood the situation. He thought that everything is doing well. He went back to the Soviet, to Moscow and discussed at the Politburo that everything is fine in the Baltic countries. He had advisors actually who were, so he had two types of advisors. The liberal circle, who was actually quite sympathetic to the Baltic countries, like Alexander Yakovlev or Chernayev, and who were advising him that actually he should give a large autonomy to the Baltic countries as soon as possible before this escalates to demands for independence. But then on the other hand, there were the conservative advisors who were telling Gorbachev that he should just go in the Baltic countries and use force and impose direct presidential rule, which they actually tried to do in January 1991. So Gorbachev was caught between these two types of very different advice, what to do about the Baltic countries. But as much as I have read the memoirs of these advisors or the discussions at the Politburo, even those who were sympathetic to the Baltic countries, they had quite limited understanding of the Baltic, of the Baltic history or situation or aspirations. Probably Alexander Yakovlev was the most insightful, and he was, after his trip to Latvia in 1988, he was trying to say that there are objective problems, that this is not nationalism, that there are objective problems about which Latvians are upset. But he was somehow dismissed as being fooled by the local nationalists. And so his advice was not really taken into account. And diaspora played a very important role. The connections with diaspora played an important role in lobbying for Baltic independence in the US. They had very good connections in the American Congress. It was a time when Congress was actually, it was a Republican president and the Republicans had majority in the Congress, and still at that time in the US, the Republicans were able to criticize their own Republican president and putting pressure on Bush to be more involved in the Baltic situation. And then, of course, the connections between diaspora and the independence movements, which is the beginning was not that easy thing to establish. the diaspora was also suspicious at the beginning. What these Soviet citizens are doing, can we trust them? They are going to use the Soviet institutions to proclaim independence. Is that acceptable? But yeah, these connections were very important. Also thinking about all kinds of ideas about what to do with economy, what to do about the future, how to, is it possible to declare new states? Or should the Baltic countries, which was done at the end, declare the restoration of the republics that existed in the 20s and the 30s?
Karel, thank you, Una, for a very nice lecture. I have two questions. One is from kind of comparative imperialism. So, and feel free to dismiss it if it's kind of beyond your expertise. So, but you already mentioned when you drew a parallel between this British imperialism and Soviet imperialism, and about ignorance towards peripheries. And I'm sure there is many other like common things which kind of imperial powers are sharing. But if you could pinpoint any other specifics of Soviet imperialism, either whether kind of the kind of central power point of view, the way this kind of imperial power was being wielded and maintained, you know, throughout the time, or as well from the like bottom-up perspective, the way the imperial structure was started dismantle, and this kind of changes in a social fabric, as you kind of explain it, was becoming incompatible with Soviet Union or with this imperial ideology, which was holding the imperial together. And then my second question is going to this kind of social fabric changes, which and maybe it's because I'm not a historian, and maybe it's a stupid question. So so feel free actually not to dismiss it as well. But I was wondering because when imperial powers are falling apart, there are usually certain points where they are looking for the way how to kind of keep things together. So, and you just mentioned that at some point it just became incompatible. The changes, nationalism as a new kind of, you know, solidarity of these representations. So was there any point in either in the kind of late perestroika period or anywhere later or around 1990 where actually Soviets and I mean the government came with a doable plan how to actually keep it together, given the fact that I'm sure they must have been aware. I mean, there was a lot of this ignorance and this absent-mindedness, as it been kind of labeled, but I'm sure they were aware what's going on, and you as well mentioned it. So were there any serious plans for kind of keeping it, sustaining the empire together, and was it actually realistic? And so this is a question from kind of counterfactual history. So I'm sorry for that, but if you
it's a good question. So there were attempts to somehow preserve the Soviet Union. The realization that the Soviet Union actually is falling apart, that these are just not like isolated cases of ethnic tensions or separatism, but there is like a bigger problem. That understanding came quite late, and I think that the Soviet leadership tried to fully understand how serious everything was around the Lithuanian Declaration of Independence, which was March 1990. And the first reaction, how to keep the Union together, was kind of this desperate act to make it impossible to leave it. So after the Lithuanian Declaration, there is this meeting at the Politburo, which either Yakovlev or Chernayev later wrote that it turned into a shouting match between Shevardnadze, who was more sympathetic to Lithuanians, and more hardline members of the Politburo. And in that meeting, the answer to the problem that Lithuania posed to the Soviet Union was to basically establish a legislation, because the Soviet constitution did allow to leave the Soviet Union, but there was no practical way, no legislation about how it can be done. And the first answer, how to keep Soviet Union together, was to adopt legislation that made leaving the Soviet Union almost impossible. It was such a complicated, long process in which the final decision was actually in Moscow that it would be very hard to do. That's why also Lithuanians said that, well, they don't want to do it, and the Soviet Union insisted that they should do it, as all the other, like Estonians, Latvians also later. So that was the first kind of desperate attempt. And then later in 1991, well, it started already in 1990, the Soviet, Gorbachev and the Soviet leadership, they came up with a new union treaty that would give the republics more autonomy, more leverage, more say in the union affairs. And it was a plan that almost worked. And it's very ironic that the plan didn't work. The plan actually had the potential not to keep the Baltic countries in the Soviet Union. Also, probably Georgia and Armenia were too determined to leave the Soviet Union. But there were other republics, Central Asia, Ukraine, who were willing to sign the new Union Treaty. But because the new Union Treaty gave republics more power, the conservatives in the Soviet Union were very much against it. And so that was one of the reasons, probably the main reason, why they staged a coup d'etat in August to prevent the signature of the Union Treaty. And so they wanted to save the Soviet Union from more powerful republics, but as we know, the coup d'etat, the failed coup d'etat, was one of the factors that then completely destabilized the Soviet Union. And even after the coup, there were attempts. I think that the particularity of the Soviet imperialism was exactly what I was trying to discuss, that it was never articulated, it was never acknowledged. The French and the British, they were proud of having an empire, and the Soviet Union made a very explicit point all the time, everywhere, that this is not an empire. I think that also the Soviet particularity is that it was supposed to be a project of emancipation. In some places, emancipation of women. In some cases, well, emancipation of the working class. And the empires very rarely come with these emancipatory projects. There is always the idea of civilizational mission and modernization. Emancipation, I think, probably it's less common. And I think this is also what has been quite something that, so this emancipatory part of the Soviet project has been something that has been used by both Soviet leadership and also by scholars and researchers to somehow argue that it wasn't an empire because there was this part of the Soviet project. But then if we put this in a bigger picture and we think about how the Soviet system, with both its violence and destruction and the ideas of emancipation, how it was imposed upon different societies to replace the local customs, local cultures, local ways of life. And in that case, we very clearly see not just imperial, but also colonial pattern, because the colonization comes with the idea that we know better than you, and we will replace your culture, your way of life, your political system with what is brought by us, which is this higher civilizational project than what you have in your countries.
So, Una, thank you once again for your wonderful presentation, insightful. I believe we can give you a round of applause. And we wish you luck with your research, and we will be looking forward for the results of it. And now I would like to invite Associated Professor Luboš Švec for the next fourth panel. which is Baltic and Central European Bridges after 1989. Professor Švec will be the moderator of this panel, and once again, I encourage everyone who doesn't understand Lithuanian to take headphones. I believe there will be bilingual panel, so presenters, moderators as well, please use headphones. As yesterday, 20 minutes for presentation, and the rest time is for the discussion and questions, answer session. So,
dear colleagues, it's a pleasure for me to open our morning section concerning building bridges, Baltic and Central European bridges after 1989. We have 4 presentations on our program list. The first is presentation of Viktorija Jonkutė from the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore in Vilnius. Floor is yours.
Tai labas rytas, dėkoju organizatoriam ir moderatoriai už pristatymą ir galimybę čia būti ir pristatyti savo tyrimus ir taip pat jums visiems susirinkusiems nuo pat ankstyvo ryto. Ir esu parengusi skaidrės, nežinau, ar pavyks ar įsikelti pačiai, ar suspėjo organizatoriai, nes tik vakar vėlai vakare nusinčiau. Yra. Tai, ką šiandien pristatysiu, yra daugiausiai paremta mano tyrimais, darytais rengiant disertaciją, o po to ir monografiją, ir taip pat remiuosi savo kolegos baltisto Vigmanto Butkaus tyrimais. Ir kol kas ekrane dar nesimato, bent jau jums turbūt, kaip suprantu. Gal kas nors... Taip. Ačiū. Taip, tai... Bet kalbėjimą norėčiau pradėti nuo to, atsakydama į klausimą, kodėl kultūrinė spauda ir kodėl atgimimas. Ir pirmiausiai dėl to, kad po Gorbačiovo perestroikos prasidėjo, pavadinkim, spaudos aukso amžius. Ir tuomet spaudą užplūdo cenzūros iki tol drausti tekstai ir archyvinė medžiaga, iškilo nauji autoriai. Ir tuometiniuose periodikos leidiniuose galima pastebėti tą ryškų istorinio diskurso pokytį bei naują intensyvios saviraiškos ir raiškos bangą. Be to, 1990 metais Lietuvoje ir Latvijoje priimti spaudos ir kitų masinės informacijos priemonių įstatymai sudarė sąlygas formuotis ir naujai spaudos kultūrai ir plėtotis terpiai, kurioje grynintos naujausios, aktualiausios to meto idėjos. Taigi, to meto kultūrinė spauda yra fenomenalus, autentiškas ir charakteringas pereinamojo laikotarpio reiškinys, sykiu nuomonių formuotojas ir vykusių permainų veiksnys. Joje atsispindėjo kintančio laikmečio dinamika, tautinės, kultūrinės, savimonės pokyčiai ir identiteto daugybiškumas. Ir būdama aktyvia socialinė medija, intelektualų tribūna, kultūrinė spauda turėjo didelę reikšmę ir poveikį ne tik literatūriniams procesams, bet ir visuomeniniams kultūros raidos procesams. Ir taip pat vyko ne tik kokybinių, bet ir kiekybinių spaudos pokyčių. Iki 2091 metų jos tiražai buvo pasiekę 100 000 egzempliorių ir turėjo itin didelę paklausą. Tai skaitytojų buvo ir dar daugiau. Atskirai minėtini ir sovietmečių rašytojų sąjungos leisti, pradėti leisti, cenzūros prižiūrėti, bet didelį poveikį permainoms darė literatūriniai leidiniai. Tai savaitraštis Literatūra ir Menas bei mėnraštis Pergalė arba vėliau nuo 1991 metų persivadinęs Metais. Ir taip pat latvių analogiški arba labai panašus savo pobūdžių leidiniai, tai yra Literatūra un Moksla ir Karoks. Ir vėliau situacija ėmė keistisi, kaip vienas lietuvių vertėjas Arvydas Valionis tuo metu pastebėjo. Negaliu nutylėti skaudaus fakto, 2091 metai pirmieji, kai Lietuva atskirta nuo Latvijos ir Estijos literatūrinio bei kultūrinio gyvenimo. To nebuvo net sovietinės valdžios metais. Net Mažvydo bibliotekos lentynos tuščios. Jokios iniciatyvos, jokios politinės nuovokos, kur mes einame, kada Lietuvoje atsiras bent vienas spaudos kioskas, kur bus prekiaujama Baltijos ir kaimininių šalių spauda. Atgimimo laikotarpiu viešojoje erdvėje naujai aktualizuotas regioninis, geopolitinis, geokultūrinis Baltijos modelis, plėtotas trišalis politinis ir kultūrinis bendradarbiavimas. Paskelbus nepriklausomybę, imta ieškoti naujų Lietuvos, Latvijos ir Estijos bendrumo formų, turėjusi pakeisti sovietmečių primestą Pabaltijos sampratą. Ir prie to daug prisidėjo 1991 metais įkurta Baltijos asamblėja ir iki tol vykę pasiruošiamieji procesai, diskusijos, susitikimai. Sykiu atsigręžta ir į tarpukario Baltijos vienybės idėjas ir tapatybės modelius. Ir kultūrinė spauda palaikė šias iniciatyvas, pristatydama skaitytojams kultūrinę Baltijos erdvę ir literatūrinį lauką. Pradėta plačiai bendradarbiauti su Estijos rašytojais, spaudoje publikuoti jų kūrybos vertimai, interviu, įvairūs pasisakymai ir kito žanro tekstai. Pergalėje atsirado skiltis Palei Baltiją, Karogė Baltijos erdvėje. Ir iki 1989 metų Latvių šiame žurnale šios tematikos tekstai publikuoti rubrikoje Brolių šeimoje, kaip tuo metu buvo įprasta, kartu su informacija apie kitas sovietinės respublikas, o nuo 1990 metų vietoj jos atsirado Pasaulio naujienų skiltis Užsienyje. Literatūroje ir mene ankstesnė literatūrinė rubrika iš broliškų tautų literatūrų keitė skiltis Kaimynai ar Svetur. Ir vėliau latvių kūryba publikuota daugiausia originaliosios kūrybos, tai yra daugiausia poezijos ir prozos tekstų skiltise. Ir nors bendrumo apraiškų būta tiek dabar, tiek esama, būtų tiek tada, tiek esama ir dabar, tačiau tenka sutikti su estų literatūrologė, komparatyvistė Aneli Michelev idėja, kad Baltijos atminties samprata išties problematiška. Ir iliustruodama estų poezijos pavyzdžiais, jį yra parodžiusi, kad Baltijos atmintis yra nevienalytis ir kintantis reiškinys, nes jos kultūrinė erdvė apima skirtingas semiotinės sistemas, kurios viena vertus yra dialogiškos, kita vertus kuria kultūrinės atminties ir kultūrinės erdvės heterogeniškumą. Ir aš pati daugiausia tyrinėjau lietuvių ir latvių atmintį, arba baltiškąją, baltų atmintį, kuri būtent dažniausiai remiasi etnolingvistiniu, etnokultūriniu pagrindu ir yra būtent dėl šio jų bendrumo paranku tyrinėti, o dramatiškomis aplinkybėmis šios dvi tautos, šios dvi valstybės visuomet palaikė dar glaudesnius ryšius nei įprastai. Ir atgimimo laikotarpiu atkurtos lietuvių ir latvių vienybės draugijos, intensyvinti literatūriniai abiejų tautų ryšiai, kultūriniai mainai, moksliniuose, kultūriniuose renginiuose svarstyta lietuvių ir latvių vienybės idėja, prisiminta baltų kultūros istorija, skatintas giminiškos baltų kalbos mokymasis ir kitokio pobūdžio bendradarbiavimas. Ir kaip matote iš proginių viršelių šių tautų vienybės iniciatyvų ir proginių tekstų, Latvijoje ypač ir išeivijoje ypač padaugėjo paskelbus Lietuvos nepriklausomybę ir po 1991 metų sausio 13-osios įvykių. Tuomet organizuoti ir lietuvių palaikymo mitingai, kitos solidarumo akcijos, blokados metu rinktos aukos brolių tautai. Kaip tik matote latviškos literatūros ir mokslos lietuvišką viršelį. Ir Švedijoje gimusio latvių poeto Jūrio Kronbego šią progą parašytą eilėraštį Lietuva 1990 kovas, kuriame nepriklausomybė lyginama ir apibūdinama kaip pernelyg ankstyvas, neatsiklausus žiemos atėjęs pavasaris. Ir kaip ir įprasta atgimimo kultūroje, politiniai įvykiai perteikti gamtiniais vaizdiniais, tokiais kaip krituliai, lietus ar debesis. Ir tenka pasakyti, kad Lietuvoje tokių solidarumo iniciatyvų ir Latvijoje skirtų tekstų būtų gerokai mažiau. Ir tolesnėje pranešimo dalyje aptarsiu keletą jų. Konstruojant baltiškumą, dažniausiai, kaip ir įprasta ir galima ir nuspėjama, dažniausiai apeliuota į jausminę plotmę. O Baltijos šalių bendrumas neretai perteiktas metaforiškais kraujo širdies vaizdiniais. Pavyzdžiui, literatūra un moksla 1980 metais gegužę išspausdino latvių poeto visuomenės veikėjo politiko Jano Peterio kalbą pasakytą Baltijos asamblėjos suvažiavime. Joje Baltijos šalis metaforiškai įvardytos kaip tos pačios kraujotakos tautos. Išraiškinga ir širdies metafora autoriaus perpasakotoje Baltijos atsiradimo legendoje. Esą, tuomet, kai Dievas kūrė Baltiją, jos viduryje patalpino Latviją. Todėl ši yra Baltijos širdis. Tragiškiausia yra tai, kad dėl įsivyščiusios ekonominės hipertrofijos širdis gali pavirsti pleištu. Jei Latvija plyš, tuomet visą Baltiją ištiks infarktas. Ir kiek racionalesnis, nuosaikesnis estų rašytojas Janas Krosas kvietė ieškoti naujo emocinio turinio ir naujų organizacinių formų, o estų ir lietuvių santykius apibendrino taip, kaip sąlyginio artumo, įtampa, įdomaus skirtumo ir jaukaus panašumo santykis tarp Estijos ir Lietuvos. Draug su Latvija, kuri šiaip ar taip yra tarp mūsų, palankiai nuteikia tikram tarpusavio bendradarbiavimui, teigia minėtas autorius. Ir Baltija dažniausiai apibrėžta apibendrintai geografiniais, geopolitiniais regiono kultūros istorijos veiksniais, nenurodančiais konkrečių išskirtinių jos ypatumų, kaip migruojamas kraštas, hybridiškas tarpininkas tarp Europos vakarų ir rytų, germanų ir slavų kultūrų, kaip daugiatautė ir daugiakultūrė žemė, kurioje vokiečių, lenkų, švedų, rusų tautos šimtmečiais darė įtaką vietinių tautų kultūroms. Latvijoje atskirai dar pabrėžtas 18 amžiaus pabaigoje, 19 amžiaus pradžioje, vyraujant vokiečiams susiformavęs jos kultūros matmuo. Taip pat prisimintas ir vienas tarpukario Baltijos valstybių idėjos puoselėtojų Oskaras Milašius, netgi kalbėta apie Baltijos ir Šiaurės valstybių sąjungą. Čia kaip tik matote iliustraciją iš 90-ųjų metų spaudos. O Panevėžyje įkurta Baltoskandijos akademija. Jai vadovavęs baltistas literatūrologas Silvestras Gaižiūnas taip pat be visų darbų tyrinėjo baltiškosius skandinavų literatūros kontekstus. Minėtinas ir kultūrologės Birutės Masioninės indėlis. Atgimimo metu bene labiausiai išryškėjo Baltijos kaip tragiškųjų karų, sovietmečio, emigracijos patirčių, laisvės kovų suvienito regiono reikšmė. Tai įrodė ir Baltijos kelias, taip pat ir nepriklausomų valstybių paskelbimas, paliudija, kad Baltijos valstybių, vadintų brolių baltijiečių, išbandymai ir iššūkiai yra bendri. Reikia tiek daug metų pragyventi tremtyje, sugerti į save visų 3 Baltijos tautų sopolius, sykiu neprarasti jų reikšmės, žvelgti į tai, ieškant platesnių sąsajų ir kontekstų. Taip, estų rašytojo Vasko išeivijos patirtį yra apibūdinęs latvių poetas Maris Čeklais. Ir Kronbergas 1988 metais Latvių literatūroje ir mene publikavo Baltijos sąjūdžiams skirtą eilėraštį Dainuojanti revoliucija, kurioje Baltijos šalis tarsi tie akmenį tašantis lašai. Ir vis dėlto pratašantis ir įveikiantis baimės. Ir atgimimo laikotarpiu fragmentiškai būta ir daugiau individualesnių Baltijos atminties konstravimo atvejų, jos samprata poetinėmis vizijomis savo kūryboje plėtojo rašytojai, svarstė ir literatūrologai, istorikai. Kaip vienas entuziastingesnių vienybės propaguotojų ir panbalstistų minėtinas Latvės ir Esto šeimoje gimęs, su lietuvių rašytojais ryšius palaikęs poetas, kritikas, literatūrologas, savotiškas Baltijos šalių kultūrinis diplomatas Ivaras Ivaskas. Nors didžiąją dalį gyvenimo autorius praleido Amerikoje, jis visą laiką aktualizavo Baltijos kultūrą, savo biografiją ir kūrybą liudijo 3 Baltijos valstybių bendrumą. Viena jūra, viena tauta, viena literatūra buvo vienas iš jo kultūrinės veiklos ir gyvenimo išeivijoje principų, vienodai skambantis lietuvių ir latvių kalbomis. O interviu lietuvių žurnale Nemunas yra sakęs, kad aš netgi laikau save labiau baltų, o ne estų poetu. Ir kaip tik Latvijos spaudoje publikuotos ištraukos ir kelios dalis iš jo vieno žymiausių eilėraščių ciklo Baltijos elegijos. Tai tarsi simbolinė autoriaus kelionė į Baltijos įtakę, ieškant vaikystės prisiminimų ir praėjusio laiko. Autoriai žodžiai sakant, renkant atminties dovanas. Šio rašytojo kūrybinė ir profesinė veikla būtent yra išraiškingas literatūros, individualios atminties ir istorijos sąveikos pavyzdys. Ir elegijas galima skaityti kaip poetinės istorinės vizijas, kuriuose įamžinti Baltijos kraštovaizdžio fragmentai, žmonių ir tautų likimai. Neišvengiama apmastyti ir bendresnės dramatiškas 20 amžiaus Europos patirtis, kaip holokaustą, gulagą ir emigraciją. Pavyzdžiui, pirmoji elegijų dalis parašyta po Černobylio katastrofos. Matau, kad neturiu galimybės laiko įsiplėtoti apie tai, tai pereisiu prie kitų pavyzdžių. Ir neatsitiktinai Ivaskas dedikavo pirmąją elegijų seriją Česlavui Milošui, išvertusiam ją į lenkų kalbą, nes Milošas nes autoriai tiek bendravo tarpusavį ir jos jungia panašiai migracijos patirtis. Ir Ivasko poezijoje galima aptikti ir Milošo kūrybos atgarsių, kaip ir pabrėžiamas taip pat kalbinis skirtumas ir istorinės patirties panašumai. Ir atgimimo laikotarpiu lietuvių latvių istorinių paralelių ir baltiškos atminties refleksijos kultūrinėje periodikoje taip pat buvo gana fragmentiškos, tačiau literatūrinio lauko dalyviai baltų vienybės idėją palaikė itin aktyviai. Viešojoje erdvėje broliškumo, seseriškumo kreipiniai, populiarių rašytojų parafrazės, pavyzdžiui, latvių Janio Rainio eilėraščio eilutės "Mėlieji broliai artimiausi šiame pasaulyje" buvo virtę simboliniais, ritualiniais renginių ir tekstų elementais. Ir taip konstruotas jausminis artimumo pojūtis, sykiu pabrėžtas iš praeities kylantis bendrumas ir giminystė. Jos reikėtų skirti nuo sovietinės propagandinės tautų draugystės ir brolystės ideologijos. 20 amžiaus pabaigoje baltiškumo ir broliškumo samprata rėmėsi ne tik istoriniais, etnolingvistiniais, etnokultūriniais bendrumais, bet ir gyvąją atmintimi ir bendrystę kūrusiais asmeniniais ryšiais, profesinė, kūrybinė patirtimi. Ir latvių spaudoje galima išskirti tokias dažnesnės latvistinių, baltistinių tekstų tematikas, tai atgimimo aktualijos, baltų vienybės idėjos, literatūrinis kultūrinis paveldas, renginių pristatymai, anonsai, taip pat bendra baltų tautų raida ir kalbų istorija. Atskiras dėmesys skiriamas pasienio ar kitų konkrečių su kaimininė šalimis susijusių vietovių istorijai. Taip pat pristatoma šiuolaikinė literatūra, jos autoriai, leidiniai ir senoji baltų kultūra ar proistorija. Ir taip pat buvo atgimimo savotiškas tradicinės etnokultūros baltų paveldo atgimimas, tai vieni rinkosi tradicinį rekonstrukcinį metodą ir tiesiog naujai aktualizavo etnokultūrinį baltų paveldą ir autorius, kaip pavyzdžiui, latvių garsesnių Kriščianio Bareno dainų rinkinius ar lietuvių Algirdo Juliaus Greimo, Norberto Vėliaus ar Marijos Gimbutienės darbus. Kiti rinkosi kūrybišką interpretavimo būdą, ypač tai atsiskleidė poetiniuose, literatūriniuose tekstuose. Ir kalbant apie baltų atmintį, būtina paminėti latvių rašytoją, vadinusi save panbaltistu Peterį Bruverį, kuriam buvo panbaltistinė programa ir buvo ir kūrybinė programa, ir vidinis imperatyvas. Žinomiausias deklaracinis jo tekstas "Pirmiausia, esam baltai", publikuotas abiejų tautų spaudoje. Taip pat šis motyvas pastebimas ir poetiniuose tekstuose. Tai šiame pranešime pavyko pristatyti tik tai kelis fragmentus ir kelis tekstus atspindinčius baltų ir Baltijos atmintį. Akivaizdu, kad atminties vaizdinys vis dar labai fragmentiškas, tačiau vis tiek pastebima autorių įvairovė ir kūrybinės, poetinės interpretacijos. Ir tikiu, kad išsamesnis ir atskiras tyrimas atskleistų dar daugiau Baltijos ir baltų atminties panašumo ir skirtumo. Tai dėkoju uždėmesi.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I realize just now, after your presentation, the difference, contrast to Central European nations. Central European nations have never reached such level of solidarity and cooperation in policy and in politics and also in culture. So, let's go on. The second presentation, Juozas Banionis from the Genocide and Resistance Research Center of Lithuania. Topic, Baltic freedom movements in the West at the crossroads of the 1980s and 1990s. You have the floor.
Taip, gerbiami kolegos, taip pat pabandysiu paieškoti irgi savo iliustraciją. Gal čia man kas ir padėtų, kad tai būtų greičiau. Pirmiausia, norėčiau padėkoti plenarinio posėdžio pranešėjai, kolegijai Bergmaniai, kuri kalbėjo labai apibendrinančiai ir labai įdomiai, pateikė visą kontekstą. Mano pranešimas bus toks iliustratyvus, parodantis Baltijos šalių išeivių emigracijoje solidarumą. Turiu parengęs visai akademiniai valandai, tačiau teks pateikti tik fragmentus, nes tai turiu įtilpti 20 minučių, todėl pranešimas bus, kaip ir kolegė prieš mane kalbėjusi, pasižymės fragmentiškumu. Kaip žinia, 3 Baltijos tautos turėjo savo susivienijimus, įvairius kultūrinius, latviai, lietuviai, estai, tačiau jau net nuo 5-ojo dešimtmečio, kai naujoji emigracija, turiu omeny dipukų tauta, dipukų visa karta ėmė kurti organizacijas, jie negalėjo neapsieiti be politinės veiklos. Ir žymiai skambesnis jų žodis turėjo būti jiems susivienijus. Taigi pats pirmasis susivienijimas, kuris 1961 metais iškilo, tai buvo Jungtinis Amerikos Baltų komitetas. Ir aš pradėsiu bent jau 1986 metus, tas laikmetis, kai jau turime Sovietų Sąjungoje laisvėjimo procesą, kai jau Gorbačiovas valdžioje. Taigi šitas komitetas, mano įvardintas, jau švenčia 25-metį. Ir jo veikla buvo nukreipta Jungtinės tautas, Jungtinės Amerikos valstijose. Ir tikslas buvo, kad jų dėka amerikiečių visuomeniai būtų skleidžiama žinia apie tragišką rytinės Baltijos tautų likimą ir jų siekiamą tikslą atstatyti savo valstybingumą. Ši organizacija Jungtinių Amerikos valstijų kongrese 1986 metais jų dėka, reiškia, birželio 14 yra paskelbiama Baltijos laisvės diena. Ir būtent komitetui atstovavo Amerikos lietuvių taryba. Ši organizacija susikūrusi iškart faktiškai Amerikos lietuviams, bet tiems seniesiems, tai senai emigracijai, reaguojant į įvykius Lietuvoje 1940 metais, kai Lietuva netenka valstybingumo, kai ji inkorporuojama į Sovietų sąjungą. Ir būtent šitame baltiečių susivienijime atstovauja Amerikos lietuvių taryba ir 2 tokie aktyvūs nariai, daktaras Juhanas Valaitis, Justinas Genys, būtent dėjo visas pastangas, kad ši organizacija, Baltų komitetas, atliktų labai svarbius Lietuvai tame tarpe uždavinius. Jų siekis buvo ne vien tai, kad būtų tos senosios emigracijos mintyse dėstoma šita problema, bet jie pirmiausia žiūrėjo į jaunimą ir kviesdavo jaunuosius stažuotojus į būtent Jungtinį Amerikos baltų komitetą su sąlyga, kad šitie jaunieji stažuotojai turėtų atitikti tautinius reikalavimus. Štai kokie tie reikalavimai: mokėti savo tautos ir anglų kalbą, būtų studijavę politinius mokslus, žurnalistiką, toliau žinotų Pabaltį ir Sovietų sąjungą, jos istoriją ir išmanytų tarptautinius santykius. Tuo pačiu, reiškia, Jungtinis Amerikos baltų komitetas įgydavo, tokią profesionalios veiklos žymę. Dabar kitas būtų susivienijimas, kurio emblemos taip ir nepavyko man surasti, ir jos beje ir nebuvo tokios bendros, tačiau čia matome 3 tautų, 3 emigrantų svarbiausių organizacijų, lietuvių, latvių, estų, būtent įkurtoji 1972 metais Pasaulio baltų santalka. Ši organizacija iš lietuvių pusės atstovaujama pasaulio lietuvių bendruomenės, atitinkamos organizacijos vienijančius latvius, estus, reiškia susivienija į pasaulio baltų santalką, ir jų tikslas jau veikti ne vien Jungtinėse Amerikos valstijose, bet ir globaliai. Veikti globaliai. Ir viena iš tokių didžiausių jos veiklos apraiškų, štai mano nagrinėjimo laikotarpiu, būtų 1986 metais Vienoje. Būtent Vienoje vyko Helsinkio akto pasirašyto 1975 metais peržvalgos konferencija. Ir šitos organizacijos, būtent pasaulio baltų santalkos dėka, buvo surinkta Vienoje nemaža bendrų baltiečių renginių. Štai aš dabar pabandysiu tai jau perskaityti. Pirmiausia, buvo signatarėms, Helsinkio akto signatarėms įteiktas bendras Baltijos šalių memorandumas. Jame nušviesta padėtis Baltijos kraštuose. Ir štai jau spalio 30-86 metai pastebi šitą memorandumą austrų laikraštis Die Presse, ir jis cituoja, rašo: memorandumo autoriai reikalauja atstatyti Estijos, Latvijos ir Lietuvos nepriklausomybę, remdamiesi 7 straipsniu. O Helsinkio aktų 7 straipsnis teigia žmogaus laisvės, tame tarpe minties, sąžinės, religijos. Tai čia jau buvo naujoji tokia imta kryptis, būtent panaudojant Helsinkio aktą, jame numatytus straipsnius ir juos panaudoti keliant Lietuvos, Latvijos, Estijos valstybių laisvės klausimą. Kitas bendras baltiečių vienijimosi požymis, tai būtent buvo tuo metu, kai vyko Vienoje konferencija, buvo įsteigta bendra būstinė, bendras informacijos centras, kuris turėjo teikti besidomintiems Baltijos kraštais įvairią informaciją. Beveik mėnesį tas centras veikė nuo 86 metų spalio 28 iki lapkričio 23 ir teikė informaciją būtent apie lietuvių, latvių, estų tautų padėtį, jų siekius. Dar kitų paliudijimų reikėtų paminėti baltiečių susivienijimų Vienoje. Tai būtent konferencija, kuri vyko Konkordo klube. Joje be jau minėto Baltijos susivienijimo baltų santalkos dalyvavo ir vyriausiojo Lietuvos išlaisvinimo komiteto pirmininkas daktaras Kazys Bobelis. Dalyvavo pasaulio estų tarybos pirmininkas Lembicavė ir pasaulio laisvųjų Latvių federacijos vicepirmininkas Linart Luksas. juos pastebėjo, jų kalbas pastebėjo ir pagerbė savo apsilankimu tuometinis Švedijos ministro pirmininko pavaduotojas Peras Almaras. Na ir štai pastarasis pažymėjo labai tokį svarbų dalyką, kad Baltijos šalių bylos kėlimas turi būti remiamas. Ir štai kas labai svarbus momentas, štai cituoju, tyla niekada nepadeda aukai, buvo išreikšta, nes tas mandagus tylėjimas, turėjimas omeny iš tuometinės, reiškia, oficialių vakarų valdžios sluoksnių, jis nepadeda būtent Baltijos reikalų. Vadinasi, reiškia, dar priduria, vėl mano paminėtas Peras Almarkas, cituoju, tylėti vadinasi sutikti, kad Hitlerio Stalino 39 metų sandėris yra svarbesnis už 1975 metų Helsinkio aktą. Štai koks sulyginimas. Jeigu mes priimam domėn, kad aktas yra Helsinkio aktas deklaruojantis laisvės ir tautų apsisprendimo galimybę, tai turi būti, matyt, daromos išvados ir būtent dėl minėto gėdingojo pakto. Tai va. Dabar kitą reikalą dar reikėtų pasakyti apraišką vieną, tai būtent lapkričio 4-osios surengta Vienos centre baltiečių demonstracija. Lietuviai, latviai, estai bendroje eisenoje žygiavo nuo operos rūmų iki Šventojo Stepono aikštės. Ir čia iš lietuvių pusės bent 200 lietuvių dalyvavo pasipuošę tautiniais rūbais, tai ir buvo pagrindinai gimnazistai iš vasario 16-osios gimnazijos Hütenfelde, kuri veikia vakarų Vokietijoje. Ir nešamuose plakatuose anglų, vokiečių kalbomis atspindėti pagrindiniai Baltijos tautų siekiai. Štai kokie. Kodėl Helsinkio susitarimai negalioja Pabaltijai? Toliau. Demokratinio laisvo apsisprendimo Estijai, Latvijai, Lietuvai. Šalin Hitlerio Stalino paktas. Šalin sovietų kolonijinė valdžia. Ir štai pasiekus Stepono aikštę, turbūt daugelis yra buvęs Vienoje, įsivaizduojate tą aikštę ir šalia, kas yra Šventojo Stepono katedra. Toje katedroje įvyksta ekumeninės pamaldos ir jas atnašavo estų išeivių arkivyskupas Vemas ir vėlgi buvo priminta jose apie lietuvių, latvių, estų tautas pasilgusias laisvės. Visą šį įspūdingą renginį liudijusi bendrą baltiečių likimą ir jų bendrus siekius stebėjo ne tik vakarų, bet ir Rytų Europos, įskaitant Sovietų sąjungos žiniasklaidos atstovus. Ir vienaip ar kitaip tai buvo atspindėta. Dar viena organizacija verta dėmesio, tai sukurta jaunosios generacijos, jaunosios kartos, būtent Baltijos apeliacija jungtinėms tautoms. Ir jinai 1987 metais vasario 3, štai kovo 13, jinai jau veikia ne tik Jungtinėse Amerikos valstijos, nors jos pagrindinis tikslas buvo rengti demonstracijas tuomet, kai jungtinėse tautose vyksta generalinės asamblėjos pranešimai, štai kaip nesenai dabar čia ir vyko, kaip jeigu stebėjote politinius įvykius, tai jie tuo metu stengdavosi demonstracijas priešais jungtinių tautų, reiškia, būtent pastatą rengti. Tai jie nukreipė 87 metais jau žvilgsnį ir į Europą, ir Ženevoje, kuomet vyksta Helsinkio akto peržiūra, jų principų laikymosi peržiūra, lietuvių, latvių, estų delegacija čia susitinka net su 43 kraštų delegacijomis ir įteikė atitinkamus memorandumus ir pranešimus apie Baltijos šalių padėtį ir apie žmogaus teisių pažeidimus. Taigi Batūno dėka buvo priminta vakarams dar kartą apie Baltijos šalių žmonių lūkesčius, apie jų padėtį. Dar viena bendra apraiška tai yra Amerikos Baltijos Laisvės lyga. Na, jie irgi čia atstovaujama jau jaunosios kartos, einama dar giliau, nusprendžiama, kad šita lyga turėtų, reiškia, samdyti oficialius, samdyti žmonės profesionalus ir teisinių kelių bandyti įtakoti, kad parodyti pasauliui, kaip yra pažeidžiamos Baltijos šalių teisės ir siekti Lietuvos, Latvijos, Estijos išlaisvinimo. Ir kaip žinia, jau štai 87 metais įvyksta Vilniuje pirmoji tokia laisvės apraiška, disidentai prie Mickevičiaus paminklo suorganizuoja Molotovo-Ribentropo pakto pasmerkimą. Ir šiuo, reiškia, aktu būtent Amerikos pasaulio baltų santalka pirmiausia atkreipia dėmesį ir paskleidžia pasauliui žinią apie tai, kad yra apraiškos pačioje tėvynėje, kad pačioje tėvynėje žmonės reiškia protestą. Ir dar kas labai svarbu, atkreipia dėmesį Europos parlamento. Čia viena iš pirmųjų tokių būtų apraiškų, kad po 83 metų tokių apraiškų būtų, kad Europos parlamentas pareiškimą paskelbė, kad Sovietų sąjunga turėtų būtent Rusijos spalio revoliucijos 70 progą paleisti baltiečių politinius ir religinius kalinius. Va, tai čia tokia tarsi ir tiesioginė įtaka bendro solidarumo ir tam tikri pasiekimai. Dabar labai svarbu šitas laikotarpis 87-8 metai, kad iš Jungtinių Amerikos valstijų, arba galima sakyti, galbūt greta, arba bent jau iniciatyvą ypatingai ima rodyti ir Europą. Pereina tie svertai Lietuvos, Latvijos ir Estijos laisvinimo svertai į Europą. Europoje tuo pačiu tada imame organizuoti, šitie susivienimai organizuoja Europoje tam tikrus renginius. Štai pasaulio baltų santalka Londone sušaukė bendrą konferenciją. Ir čia iškelia, reiškia, svarbiausius baltiečiams uždavinius ir numato tam tikrą programą. Toliau 88 metais vėl Europos parlamentas atkreipė dėmesį į Baltijos šalių padėtį ir štai jame primenama Sovietų sąjungai, kad ši valstybė be jokių skrupulų yra, reiškia, prijungusi prievartą nepriklausomas valstybės Lietuva, Latvija, Estija ir turinti šitą klausimą spręsti. Dabar ateina jau sąjūdžio metai, atitinkamai liaudies frontų metai ir vėlgi išeivijai tik tai suteikia naujų impulsų veikti. Ir kaip žinia, sėkmingi rinkimai, čia irgi buvo kalbėta, į liaudies suvažiavimą, liaudies deputatų suvažiavimą. Ir Maskvoje pavyksta tame suvažiavime, reiškia, pasiekti, kad Molotovo-Ribentropo paktas buvo pasmerktas. Tačiau tą bando sveikinti ir sukurtoje Europos parlamente intergrupė, Otto von Habsburgas ypatingai, reiškia, pavadovavo. Bet štai labai įdomiai tuometinis mūsų žinomas poetas Justinas Marcinkevičius, kuris buvo liaudies deputatas, kaip sureagavo, kad liaudies deputatai, reiškia, priėmė pasmerkinti aktą, bet jis sako, nėra ko čia dėkoti. Už ką? Ir toliau tame pareiškime nieko nekalbama apie to pakto pasiekimų likvidavimą. Štai kaip gražiai suformuluota būsimoji veiklos programa. Neužtenka pasmerkti, reikia ir veikti, kad jie būtų panaikinti. Kaip matot, aš galėčiau dar ilgai ir ilgai duoti, taip, suprantu. Baigdamas norėčiau pasakyti, kad štai Baltijos šalių Laisvės dienos paskelbimo aktas 89 metais, jau čia Bušo padarytas, bet pirmasis tai Reigenas. Ir, kaip matot, bendrusios demonstracijos jos padarė savo. Organizacijos valstybingumą atkūrus valstybėms faktiškai jos išnyko. Liko tik tai jungtinis baltiečių komitetas, kuris ir toliau turėjo tikslus kokius. Lietuvai, Latvijai, Estijai buvo svarbu įstoti į NATO. Tas komitetas būdi iki šioliai, būdi Lietuvos, Latvijos ir Estijos Laisvės sargyboje. Ir čia nesenai vasarą, kaip tik atvykę buvo iš to komiteto Mažeikienė, ponia, jinai iš Biržiškų giminės, tą paliudijo, kad veiklos nenutraukė baltiečiai iki šiolei Jungtinėse Amerikos valstybėse. Taigi, solidarumas labai svarbus, baltiečių solidarumas labai svarbus ginklas išsaugant mūsų trijų kraštų laisvę.
Thank you very much for your presentation, stressing cooperation of Baltic exile, cultural and political activities in exile. The third topic is the politics of self, peripheral perestroikas in Estonia and Lithuania. Juhan Saharov from Tartu University.
No, I haven't.
It's a new one.
Yeah. To start, please. Hello, everyone. I would like to start my presentation today also with Vaclavui Havel, because when I saw the quote in the conference brochure, it immediately started to kind of relate with my own research, and I explain why. Vaclavui Havel, in his essay "Power of the Powerless," explains that the potential for communication, as he says, exists in hidden sphere of truth, especially in the post-totalitarian society. As he says, it's explosive. It has this explosive potential. And just before perestroika, one Tartu scientist, semiotician, Yuri Lotman, published his essay on semiosphere, where he claims that it is the empire's peripheries where the potential of new information, communication, he says that it's the potential for semiotic explosions. Claiming that it is, well, not so much in the center, but especially in these frontiers, in the peripheries, where the different cultures meet, where the semiotic explosions are possible. And my third idea is coming from Benedict Anderson, who also explains how kind of the early nationalism starts not in the centers, but especially in the colonies, in the peripheries. For example, Creole nationalism in Latin America, or also in Indonesia, in the Dutch Empire. So the puzzle here is exactly like why periphery and how it played out. Can we talk also that it happened during Perestroika in Soviet Empire? Because we can say that Soviet Empire, Soviet Union, although, like Una told us, Soviet kind of self-conscious wasn't kind of advertising the concept of empire. But still, if we look at not only the map but also the history, we know that the Soviet Union was multi-ethnic federation full of like hundreds of languages, not only Russian, but so many languages, peripheries, and so that's why I hope that this concept of peripheral perestroika and semiotic explosions, it's useful also with the Soviet Union. And coming back to Havel and Prague, 1 year before Velvet Revolution, there were already slogans in Tallinn, on the Tallinn streets, and in our song festival ground. But what's different with the Czechoslovakian slogan is that Nežit ve lži, so living in truth, try to live without lies, or also svoboda, freedom. These are really like big concepts and moral ones as well. Although if we look at the slogans and the concepts in Tallinn, we don't see freedom first, independence. We see different kind of slogans, so when I looked more closely into this, I started to see that actually these slogans, these ideas, come not from traditional political vocabulary, but from the expert sphere, from the Soviet own homegrown kind of expertise, from the experts. Not in the Communist Party, but in the universities. So it's not only existential revolution, as Havel explains it, that Charter 77 and kind of mentality of the people, but it's not only a structural revolution, as maybe Thedas Kochpol has explained. Also not kind of entangled revolution, as we can say, the Helsinki groups and popular fronts. But it's also conceptual. So I borrow this term from Archie Brown, a Sovietologist, who already in 1989 called perestroika as a conceptual revolution from above. And he explained that it was a new vocabulary that Gorbachev used. And why it was revolutionary was that it helped you open space for new political activity, much more radical politicians. I manipulated this language, and not only manipulated, but in the peripheries, it took new forms. And well, our Brown's example is first how it was de-ideologized. So the socialist pluralism, socialist legal state, socialist sovereignty. So by the 1989, the socialist was removed, and it was expanded to just political pluralism, to multi-party system, legal state, and sovereignty. So my argument is that Archie Brown concept is actually very useful here. But what he doesn't see, and I think it's also with some, well, it's quite common in the scholarship, is that there were two conceptual revolutions. First one was from above, from the center. So, like I said, pluralism, legal state, хозяйственный расчет, the economic self-sufficiency. But what happened in the periphery, in the Baltic states, especially first in the Estonia, was that these concepts were changed and innovated, and they kind of came back to kind of to haunt Gorbachev. So it was a kind of circulation of concepts. So if we look at expert languages, as I call it, and concepts in the Estonian SSR, first there were no, it wasn't dissidents and it wasn't nationalists, but there were people from universities, from the think tanks, from the plan committee, who started in, just before the perestroika, who started to kind of use this expert language in political sense. So we could say that they migrated from the expert sphere to the political sphere, and here are the examples where what was used. And of course, it's the context we have to keep in mind is also that, well, it's something what happened also in 60s. Slava Gerovic from has historian of science and computing has explained us what happened in the 60s in the Soviet Union was that, as he calls it, the newspeak, the Stalinist newspeak, was replaced with a cyberspeak, kind of the new mediating language between scholars and politicians. And also, what I like here is that Gerovic says that cyberspeak served as a mediating language, a creole of sorts for this interdisciplinary trade, which reminds me exactly like Lotman and Anderson, who also says that, well, it is a kind of hybrid form of different spheres and cultures where the semiotic explosions happen. And of course, Gorbachev was very much, he believed in the 60s and the idea that, well, idea that the human-faced socialism is possible, but the other thing what he believed was that science will help us, science will save us. And Gorbachev's one of the most important advisors, Alexander Yakovlev, also writes in his memoirs that it was an illusion was created, that what needs to be done is to gather as full as reliable information as possible, analyze it strictly scientifically, and then act in a corresponding way. And he says that then the honest and reasonable policy will be formed. This was an illusion which I shared. So I think it also explains, especially the early perestroika discourse. So it was full of modern science, kind of global expert concepts. Here is Gorbachev with his not advisor, but a colleague, Tatiana Zaslavskaya from Novosibirsk University, and which is interesting that Zaslavskaya in her memoirs writes that she was actually writing speeches to Gorbachev. It was 86, 87 when Zaslavskaya. So we could say that experts provided a vocabulary to the politicians, to the Gorbachev as well, and so that's why we see why in Gorbachev's speeches we have concepts like feedback, self-regulation. So from the cybernetics and from the sociology as well. So this kind of alliance between politicians and scientists emerged. And it wasn't only in the Soviet Union. It was, you could say that it was everywhere in the Eastern Europe. It was in Hungary in '87. Fordulat the reform, this kind of reform package for the Hungary. It was in Estonia. It was in Czechoslovakia. Of course, Miloš Zeman and Walter Komarek. They were also advising the party, advising the government. So the really big belief, like Yakovlev says, this kind of illusion that science can help us to come out of this crisis. And in Estonia, so the example before I reached to Lithuania, in Estonia, it started, like I said, also around the circles of experts. Here are two of them, Lembit Valt and Edgar Savisaar, young Edgar Savisaar. Edgar Savisaar was later prime minister and very influential politician in the Popular Front movement. But first, he was scholar and an expert. He started his career in Moscow studying global problems and future scenarios. And his supervisor was man from the 60s, who was a scholar in 60s, from a Šeštisiatniki generation, Lembit Valt. And when Savisaar changed his career, coming from the scholarly sphere to the political sphere, arriving to planning committee, then he used these concepts, kind of borrowing them from the scholarly sphere, and he initiated a contest for future scenarios in '87. In '87, so the idea was that how we can forecast new alternative future scenarios for Estonian economic sectors. So totally, if we look at from the archive, these meetings and the language they use, they don't use kind of socialist concept, but strictly economic, and also from the future studies. So that's why it's important, I think, to look at this expert concept. So the contest in spring 1987 about the future scenarios, we could say that it was successful because in the August, Savisaar and some others, 4 men, they based on this contest, they said, okay, now we have to make another step. We have to publicize all these good ideas that we got from the contest, and they publish now a proposal which calls to transform Estonian Republic to full economic self-management. So this is the famous article, and then also the conception, the project, which was then worked out about with 100 scientists. And the idea of the proposal was that we don't. It's also about this economy, of course. It's because for Gorbachev, it was very important, and so the idea of the proposal is that Estonia has to become independent, but financially, like independent enterprise. But which was, I think, the most peculiar with this proposal wasn't. Yes, there was very radical ideas and something unheard in the Soviet Republic. But what they also used was the language, because the term self-management. Now I'm talking about the Soviet meaning, the Soviet concept. It comes not from the samopravlение, but from hofrasshot. Hofrasshot, which is a shorter version of хозяйственный расчет, which means that it's economic self-sufficiency, cost accounting. And so what what Savisaar does is that they expand using also the Estonian translation already from the 1941. They used the translation to kind of form a totally new concept, kind of hybrid concept, which doesn't exist in Moscow or in Leningrad or in other republics, but it only exists in Estonia. So this is the Respublikanski hofrasshot, Republican self-management. And the concept of self and with self-management, because in Estonian it was isemajandamine, ise means self. What was its influence also in other republics? We just published an article with my colleague Justinas Dementavičius, where we kind of try to compare these languages of perestroika, how it was in Estonia and how it was in Lithuania. So there it's like a more detailed story is there, but like maybe in May 1988. Estonian proposal was also published in Lithuanian press, and you see that it's a kind of expert magazine, yeah, Science and Life, which is not this kind of big newspaper, but experts as well. And Estonian economists, they also went to Vilnius, Michal Bronstein, Ivar Raig. They met also with Kazimiera Bronskiene, and Bronskiene has said later that it was this first meeting with Bronstein and Raig where she got the idea also to test this idea of economic self-management, later economic sovereignty in Lithuania. Yes. So we have, of course, this kind of self concepts in Eastern Europe. We have it also in like Petra Uhl had in Czechoslovakia, this kind of social self-management, but we can say that it had its own version in Baltic states. And my last slide is that actually it also was in Lithuanian word persid varkimas, which is not just reordering as Gorbachev's perestroika, but it was self-reordering. So idea that Lithuanian Communist Party with their own perestroika is kind of much more independent agent. Okay, thank you.
very interesting for me, this presentation showing transformation, activization of expert, and of course language of experts after domination of ideology, communist ideology during reign of, in perestroika terms, Zastoj, Brezhnev times. And now the last presentation about approach of a look from Lithuania at the dilemma of Czechs and Slovaks over the fate of Czechoslovakia in 1992 Velvet Divorce. Dalia Bukelevičiūtė from the Faculty of History of Vilnius University. Dalia, you have the floor.
Taip, laba diena visiems susirinkusiems, malonu. Ir šiandien per keletą minučių, kurias turime, pabandysime pažvelgti į trumpą, atrodo, istorijos atkarpą, tačiau pakankamai sudėtingą ir komplikuotą istorijos atkarpą nuo 1990 iki 1993 metų. Taigi 1990 metų kovą, kuomet Lietuva paskelbė nepriklausomybę, Čekoslovakijoje jau kurį laiką buvo jaučiama laisvės dvasia po 1989 metų lapkritį įvykusios aksominės revoliucijos ir disidento bei dramaturgo Vaclavo Havelo išrinkimo prezidentu. Šį trumpą laikotarpį nuo 90 metų balandžio iki 92 metų pabaigos šalies oficialus pavadinimas buvo Čekijos ir Slovakijos federacinė respublika, kuri vėliau suskilo į dvi atskiras respublikas, Čekijos respublika ir Slovakijos respublika. Tačiau šį sudėtingą pavadinimą, tai yra Čekijos ir Slovakijos federacinė respublika, trumpinsime į žodžiu Čekoslovakija šio pranešimo metu. Taigi 1990 metų kovą, kuomet Lietuva paskelbė nepriklausomybę, po 4 dienų Vytautas Landsbergis kreipėsi į Vaclavą Havelą, prašydamas pripažinimo, informuodamas apie tai, kad Lietuva atkūrė savo nepriklausomybę. Gegužės mėnesį Vytautas Landsbergis išvyksta pirmojo vizito ir pradeda megztis pirmieji santykiai tarp Lietuvos politikų ir Čekoslovakijos politikų jau tokiame politinėme lygmenyje. Kas yra svarbu, tai yra visas tas laikotarpis, kuomet Čekoslovakija diskutuos arba spręs esminį klausimą būti kartu ar atskirai, tai yra savo vidaus problematiką spręs, tai yra čekų ir slovakų sugyvenimo vienoje valstybėje klausimą. Tuo pačiu metu vyks paraleliai kitas procesas, tai yra Čekoslovakija ir Lietuva, Čekija ir Lietuva, Slovakija ir Lietuva ieškos santykių ir tuo pačiu metu bus atnaujinti diplomatiniai santykiai ir pradės bendradarbiauti ne tik parlamentai tarpusavyje, ne tik parlamentų nariai, bet taip pat aktyviai pradės bendradarbiauti ir užsienio reikalų ministerijos. Tai mes šituos du procesus turime vienu metu. Ir jau 90 metų rugsėjo mėnesį, kuomet Lietuvos premjerė Kazimiera Pronskienė nuvyko į Prahą ir į Bratislavą tikėdamasi atnaujinti ekonominius santykius, artimesnius ekonominius santykius, pirmą kartą Pronskienės buvo paklausta, ar galima būtų palyginti Lietuvos atsiskyrimą nuo Sovietų Sąjungos su Slovakijos atsiskyrimu nuo Čekoslovakijos arba noro atsiskirti. Ir Prunskienė, gana taip diplomatiškai laikėsi diplomatinės pozicijos ir teigia, kad situacija yra tikrai labai skirtinga ir Slovakijos atveju kalbame apie atsiskyrimą nuo federacijos, tuo tarpu Lietuvos atveju kalbama apie atsiskyrimą nuo Sovietų Sąjungos. Sakydama citata, manau, kad problemos čia yra mažesnės ir mažiau sudėtingos. Taip pat 90-ųjų metų rudenį vyksta ir kiti procesai, tai yra Lietuvos aukščiausioji taryba ir užsienio reikalų ministerija iškristalizuoja siekį arba suformuoja siekį svarbiausiose Europos sostinėse įsteigti taip vadinamuosius informacinius biurus, kurie rinktų, analizuotų ir teiktų informaciją Lietuvai. Taip pat be abejo, kad jų nariai susitiktų su įvairiais asmenimis. Ir Praha buvo viena iš tų sostinių, kurioje buvo norėta turėti informacinį biurą. Ir 1990 m. lapkričio pradžioje Lietuvos delegacija Čekoslovakijos užsienio reikalų ministerijoje buvo pasitikta su iškabintomis vėliavomis, tačiau dėrybos pačios nebuvo lengvos ir daugiau buvo kalbėta apie istorinius ryšius, apie istorinę praeitį, o ne apie realiai tai, kaip turės veikti informaciniai biurai. Čekai dėrybų metu pasakė, arba jų delegacijos pozicija buvo, jog jiems reikia apsidrausti nuo galimų Sovietų Sąjungos protestų. Yra akivaizdu, kad Lietuva neturėjo tuomet asmens, kurį būtų galėjusi paskirti informacinio biuro vadovu. Buvo galvojama apie Almio Grybausko, apie kurį jau nekartą kalbėjome, kandidatūrą. Tačiau archyviniai dokumentai vis tik atskleidžia, kad dėl Almio Grybausko kaip galimo kandidato tikrai išsiskyrė Lietuvos parlamento ir užsienio reikalų ministerijos nuomonės. Taigi galima sakyti, kad Praha netapo ta sostinė, iš kurios Lietuva galėtų gauti patikimą informaciją ir tiesiogiai atstovauti savo interesus. 91 metais infobiurai buvo įkurti šiaurės šalyse ir mes turime puikius pranešimus iš Dariaus Čekuolio, iš šiaurės šalių, tuo tarpu informacijos iš Prahos klausimų vis tik Lietuvoje buvo jaučiamas tam tikras vakumas. Kuomet įvyko 91 metų sausio įvykiai, Čekoslovakijos ir čekų ir slovakų visuomenė tikrai nebuvo, tikrai aktyviai sutiko šiuos įvykius ir sulaukė Lietuvos tiek aukščiausi vadovai, tiek visuomenė daug paramos, tačiau ilgainiui santykiai iššalo ir toksai jau 91 metų pradžioje buvo jaučiamas šaltukas. O spaudoje, kaip matote, buvo dažnai naudojamas šveiko motyvas, taip bent jau ieškant šiokių tokių analogijų tarp dviejų valstybių. Ir situacija dramatiškai pakinta po Maskvos pučo, kuomet dvi valstybės, tai yra Lietuva ir Čekoslovakija, stengiasi atnaujinti diplomatinius santykius, ieško bendrų sąlyčio taškų. Čia aktyviai veikia be jokios abejonės ir Latvijos ir Estijos diplomatai, ir Čekoslovakijos vyriausybė nusprendžia atnaujinti diplomatinius santykius arba užmegzti diplomatinius santykius su visomis valstybėmis kartu 91 metų rugpjūčio 29 dieną, o Taline rugsėjo 9 dieną yra pasirašomas susitarimas dėl santykių atnaujinimo. Atnaujinus diplomatinius santykius, Lietuvos užsienio reikalų ministerijos pozicija buvo tokia, jog Čekoslovakijoje Lietuva turi turėti ambasadą ir būti atstovaujama ambasadų lygiu. Tuo tarpu, kai mes kalbame apie diplomatinių santykių atnaujinimą, pačioje Čekoslovakijoje arba Čekoslovakijos vidaus politikoje pradeda ryškėti takoskyra dėl valstybės ateities. Ir 91 metų rugsėjo 24 dieną Vaclavas Havelas parlamente, tai yra Čekoslovakijos parlamente, kalbėjo apie dvi galimybės – apie bendrą federacinę valstybę arba apie būtinybę teisinių ir kultūringų kelių išsiskirti į dvi valstybės. Į šios pokyčius sureagavo iš esmės vienintelis Lietuvos dienraštis Atgimimas, cituodamas Havelo įžvalgas, jog, po kokių galbūt 10 metų galėtų atsirasti 2 valstybės. Tuo tarpu Slovakijos premjeras Janas Černogurskis laikėsi pozicijos, jog 2 valstybės galėtų atsirasti žemėlapyje maždaug iki 2000 metų. Leidinyje, tai yra atgimime, buvo klausima, ar galima laukti, kad vietoj 1918 metais įkurtos Čekoslovakijos atsiras 2 savarankiškos valstybės. 92 metų pradžioje buvo apsikeista oficialiais diplomatais ir Lietuva su Čekoslovakija apsikeitė diplomatais. Į Lietuvą atvyksta vasario mėnesį Čekoslovakijos ambasadorius Jurai Nemeš, o į Lietuvą Edvardas Borisovas yra skiriamas laikinuoju patikėtiniu Čekijoje. Kuomet susitinka abu diplomatai tarpusavėje, jau jie kalba apie tai, kad piliečių formas kyla į 2 dalis ir kad piliečių formas pačioje Čekoslovakijoje praranda įtaką. Kai viešai visuomenėse, čekų ir slovakų visuomenėse 92 metų pradžioje pradedama svarstyti valstybės ateities klausimas, gyventi vienoje valstybėje ar gyventi atskirose šalyse, vis tik galime konstatuoti, kad Lietuvos visuomenė apie tai galėjo sužinoti labai nedaug, nes Lietuvos spauda iš esmės nerašė apie šitos įvykius arba rašė labai mažai, nes Lietuva neturėjo tuo laikotarpiu savo korespondentų. Ir plačiau apie nuotaikas galėjo iš esmės sužinoti tik tai tie, kurie aktyviau klausėsi Laisvosios Europos radijo tarnybų transliacijų. Taigi 1992 metų birželį įvyksta rinkimai, kurie iš esmės pakeičia visą situaciją. Birželio 5-6 dieną įvykusių rinkimų metu laimė arba pergalę švenčia ODS Čekijoje, tai yra Demokratinė piliečių partija, vadovaujama Klauso, ir Slovakijoje opozicinis judėjimas už Demokratinę Slovakiją, vadovaujamas Vladimiro Mečaro. Ir šių rinkimų rezultatus vienas svarbiausių Lietuvos dienraščių Lietuvos rytas sutinka su antrašte vieningos Čekoslovakijos padėtis po rinkimų dar neaiškesnė, pabrėždamas, jog Klauso partija pasisako už protingą federaciją, tačiau nėra aišku iki galo, kas slypi po šiais žodžiais. Po šių rinkimų įvyksta 4 susitikimai tarp Vaclavo Klauso ir Mečaro. Ir paskutinis susitikimas įvykęs birželio 19 dieną, trunka 12 valandų, po kurio yra konstatuojama, kad abiejų partijų konstitucinės idėjos yra nesuderinamos ir pirmenybė yra teikiama 2 nepriklausomoms respublikoms. Taip pat Liepos 3 dieną pritrūksta 20 balsų ir Havelas nebuvo išrinktas šalies prezidentu. Lietuvos spauda, reaguodama į šios įvykius, parašo: jau dabar aišku, kad pasitraukus Havelui iš politinės scenos gerokai pasparties šios valstybės kilimas į 2 savarankiškus vienetus, tai yra į Čekiją ir Slovakiją. Įdomu yra tai, kad Havelas, suvokdamas galimus artėjančio balsavimo rezultatus, maždaug likus savaitį iki pasitraukimo parašo laišką Vytautui Landsbergiui, kuriuo padėkoja Landsbergiui už bendradarbiavimą, kuris visada buvo draugiškas ir truputį neoficialus, tikėdamasis, kad ateityje galbūt šiems politikams pavyks bendradarbiauti kituose formatuose. Taigi čia tai, kaip reaguoja lietuviška spauda. Liepos mėnesį, 92 metų Liepos mėnesį, yra informuojama ministerija ir kitos Prahoje veikiančios ambasados, kad yra atidaroma Lietuvos ambasada, ir Borisovas susitinka per mėnesį, pusantro mėnesio su daugiau nei 18 šalių ambasadoriais rezidavusiais Prahoje, ir vienas pagrindinių klausimų, kuris ir buvo aptartas, tai buvo aptartas būtent Čekoslovakijos kilimas. Borisovas laikėsi labai atsargios pozicijos, kalbėdamas su užsienio diplomatais, sakydamas, kad greičiausiai bus surengtas referendumas ir dar labai ilgas kelias yra iki išsiskyrimo ir buvo tikrai kaip politikas, pradedantis politikas tuomet labai atsargus kalbėdamas apie Čekoslovakijos skilimą. Na, o vis tik Šveicarijos ambasadorius gana iškalbingai pasako, jog humanistinės idėjos, kuriomis remiasi Havelo pozicija, yra labai gražios, tačiau yra labai mažai pritaikomos šioje Europos dalyje ir sunkiai įgyvendinamos Europoje apskritai. Taigi mes šių susitikimų, beveik 18 susitikimų metu, matome skirtingas pozicijas, bet Borisovas iš esmės buvo labai atsargus kalbėdamas apie galimą išsiskyrimą. Situacija vystytėsi gana greitai ir Liepos 17 dieną Slovakijos nacionalinė taryba priėmė deklaraciją dėl Respublikos suvereniteto, o Liepos 20 dieną prezidentas Havelas atsistatydino iš pareigų. Taigi visą likusį laikotarpį Čekoslovakija neturėjo prezidento. Ir čia jau yra tas laikotarpis, kuomet labai aktyviai įsijungia Lietuvos užsienio reikalų ministerija ir Lietuvos užsienio reikalų ministerija pradeda nuolat sekti įvykius Čekoslovakijoje ir Lietuva gauna tiesiog tokias kas keletą savaičių išvadas, apybraižas apie tai, kas vyksta Čekijoje tuo metu. 92 metų spalio 20 dieną, kai jau aiškėjo situacija, kad valstybės tikrai išsiskirs, spalio 20 dieną į Prahą nuvyksta Lietuvos delegacija, kuri tarėsi su Čekoslovakija dėl bevizio režimo. Ir tuo pačiu kalbama ir dėl bevizio režimos pasirašoma sutartis, bet tuo pačiu yra aptariami ir čekų lūkesčiai bei slovakų lūkesčiai. Kuomet susitinka Lietuvos atstovas su Čekijos, Prahoje susitinka su Čekijos atstovais, jie teigia, jog Čekijos santykiai su Slovakija turi būti abiejų suverenių valstybių bendradarbiavimo pagrindų ir neturėtų būti tarp šalių jokių unijinių ryšių, neturėtų būti jokių bendrų organų. Ir tas glaudus bendradarbiavimas tarp abiejų šalių yra labiau siejamas su ekonomika ir prekyba, nei su gynyba bei karinė sritimi. Taip pat Čekija patikino, kad Čekijos užsienio reikalų ministerijos atstovai patikino, kad po išsiskyrimo Čekija bus suinteresuota turėti Lietuvoje ambasadą. Spalio 21 dieną Lietuvos delegacija viešėjo Bratislavoje ir susitiko jau su Slovakijos užsienio reikalų ministerija ir atstovais. Ir šio susitikimo metu buvo kalbama apie tai, kad Slovakija laiko Lietuvą vieną iš savo neutralių partnerių, tai yra neišsako griežtos kažkokios tai pozicijos Lietuvos atžvilgių. Tačiau kas buvo pasakyta arba leista suprasti tarp eilučių, tai yra tai, kad Slovakija taip pat norėtų būti atstovaujama Lietuvoje ir norėtų, kad Lietuva būtų atstovaujama Bratislavoje. Tačiau Slovakija yra nepriimtina, jeigu Lietuva svarstytų galimą atstovavimą iš Prahos. Tai šita galimybė buvo visiškai atmesta ir teigta, jog Slovakijos valstybei tai nebūtų malonu. Lapkričio 25 dieną Čekoslovakijos parlamentas priėmė konstitucinę pataisą dėl federacijos padalinimo į dvi nepriklausomas valstybės ir nuo sausio 1 žemėlapyje, kaip žinome, atsirado dvi nepriklausomos valstybės ir vienas iš žinomų Lietuvos politologų, apžvalgininkų, Česlovas Iškauskas pabrėžė, jog negalima Čekoslovakijos išsiskyrimo lyginti su išdraskyta Jugoslavija, nei su pabirusia Sovietų sąjunga. Tačiau Lietuvos žiniasklaida apgailestavo, kad Čekoslovakija netapo antrąją Šveicariją ir kad įtampa bei kaltinimai tarp čekų ir slovakų niekur nedingo. Taigi 92 metų pabaiga buvo iš esmės laikotarpis, kai pasauliui reikėjo susitaikyti su istoriniu faktu, kad kelio atgal nebėra. kad kelio atgal nebėra ir 93 metų sausio 5 dieną Lietuvos Respublikos Seimas priima 2 atskiras rezoliucijas, tai yra viena rezoliucija dėl santykių su Čekijos Respublika, o kita rezoliucija dėl santykių su Slovakijos Respublika. Lietuvos parlamentas konstatuoja, jog Čekijos Respublika, Slovakijos Respublika perima visus Čekijos ir Slovakijos federacinės Respublikos tarptautinių sutarčių įsipareigojimus. Taigi galime konstatuoti, kad Lietuvos politikai iki ambasadų atidarimo iš esmės gaudavo labai tokias tik pavienės ir chaotiškas žinias apie čekų ir slovakų interesus. Tai yra, kodėl čekai ir kodėl slovakai nori atsiskirti, kokie yra motyvai ir kodėl negalima išlaikyti valstybės vientisumo. Vėliau, kuomet jau pradėjo aktyviai veikti ambasados, situacija pakinta. Įvykiai buvo stebimi, bet irgi informacijos daugiau gavo tik oficialieji asmenys, tai yra parlamento nariai ir ministerijų nariai. Na, o visuomenė vis tik nuolat išgyveno tam tikrą vakumą ir daugiausiai informacijos visuomeniai buvo pateikiama remintis vakarų šalių informacijos šaltiniais. O tuo tarpu pati Lietuvos visuomenė, kaip žinote, irgi neskyrė pakankamai daug dėmesio įvykiams Čekoslovakijoje, nes buvo paskendusi ir visame spektre savų problemų, tai yra nuo Sovietų Sąjungos kariuomenės išvedimo iki lito įvedimo, nuo sąjūdžio skilimo iki renkimusi naujiems rinkimams, kurie vyko 92 metais. Taigi Lietuva buvo savo problemų lauke ir liko tik pasyvęs stebėtoja, kalbant apie Čekoslovakijos įvykius. Na ir matote iškalbingą karikatūrą, ar ne, kuri teigia, kad vieni dievai tai žino, kaip atstatyti šitą girią. Taigi tiek Čekoslovakija, tiek Čekija, tiek Slovakija, tiek Lietuva turėjo naujai atstatyti savo santykius ir savo valstybės. Ir matote, parašyta Lietuva yra pačioje. Taigi tokioje situacijoje buvome 93 metų pradžioje. Ačiū labai.
Thank you very much, Dalia, for your presentation. Now it's time for discussion. Could I ask you for coming here to take part in the discussion? For colleagues. The first question.
Thank you everyone for interesting presentations. I have a couple of short questions for Juhan. So I think this is very interesting, this parallel you drew. How does the language of science and cybernetic has been used in favor of trying to tackle communist regime problems. It reminded me a lot what was going on in 60s in Czechoslovakia, and then it's repeated later on. So it's more like in late 80s after perestroika as well, kicked off. And so my question would be, because there always this kind of scientific language was kind of encountering this the wall of the censorship, and they were kind of trying to get somehow through, and as well it depended how tough the censorship was, and how rigid, because in 60s the censorship was abolished in Czechoslovakia, but only for a few months. And that was a very productive month. It was actually in March 1968. So there was 5 or 6, 5 months of real freedom. But after censorship was reinstalled, that as well harmed the scientific discourse and media discourse. And it again took at least another good 10 years or more to So yeah, that would be my question, how it was kind of with censorship and with the official policy of Kremlin, or do those who kind of felt like we need to control this discourse. Okay, and the second question is, when you mentioned that Mikhail Gorbachev was very much in favor of 60s, and you as well, I think you used this word like socialism, human face, which most people don't know, but this slogan was forged by one of the a direct scientific brain actually behind reform in 60s. His name was Radovan Richta, and that as well became very kind of a famous slogan in Czechoslovakia. And I didn't know that what actually was the reception of this slogan beyond Czechoslovakia. And so if you can dwell a little bit more on it, or if you came across any information how this kind of, you know, socialism with human face was actually received in Soviet Union or in some post-Soviet countries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I will start with the second question, because Gorbachev was a very good friend with Zdeněk Mlýnar also, yeah? Yeah, sorry. And yes, and so Gorbachev knew Czech discourse very well, and Radovan Richta's theory was very popular in Estonia, because one of the leaders of the Popular Front, Marju Lauristin, was a sociologist, and even in her memoirs and in her books, she remembers Radovan Richta's ideas in 60s, how so it was important, and so it was possible to read it in the 60s. Of course, they had to go to Moscow to the special funds, so they read Czech literature, but also American literature, American sociology. And what's also interesting is that what happened with Perestroika was that not just the censors. It's not so much about the censorship, but it was the scientific kind of communication, scientific circle of ideas. It happened all the time in 70s and in 80s as well, but it wasn't public. So now when the Gorbachev, yeah, you could say actually that, well, when the rules of censorship, in a way that censorship allowed from 86 onwards to use this vocabulary, this 60s vocabulary, then the scientists they didn't have to invent the vocabulary again, but they used the 60s vocabulary. Yes, and human-faced socialism, it was more, it wasn't so popular as a concept in Estonia. But yeah, Gorbachev had his own concepts, because you know, the reform and the Prague Spring, it was considered as taboo in Soviet Union. So even Gorbachev couldn't use it. So that's why he created this perestroika vocabulary with the new concepts.
If I can join, academics, scientists from the Institute of Economy of Soviet Academy of Sciences in Moscow prepared detailed analysis of Czechoslovak reforms of the Prague Spring in 1968, prepared for Mikhail Gorbachev. The document, this analysis, is still kept in Gorbachev fund, in the archives of Gorbachev fund in Moscow. But I'm not sure, I don't know if Savisaar was ever of this analysis. Hardly.
You know, Savisaar's intellectual background is different. It's not about sociology, but it's about future studies and global studies, global problems.
It was analyzes economic, political, maybe culture analysis of Czechoslovak reforms. Some positive aspects and also negative aspects of the Prague Spring.
Thank you.
Just very quick one. So is this analysis made available at the moment or not?
I don't think so. Yeah, theoretically, you can go to Moscow, yeah, and study it. Gorbachev Foundation was very friendly to foreign researchers. I did my research there for several years. Yeah, it was contrast to other Soviet archives, but now without illusions.
Aš turiu klausimą Viktorijai, tik nežinau, kaip man klausti, lietuviškai ir angliškai. Gerai, lietuviškai. Aš turbūt 2 klausimus turiu, man labai patiko jūsų pranešimas ir tokie gal ir smalsumo ir tikrai gal galėtumėt pakomentuoti. Minėjote, kad po 91 metų buvo savotiška duobė tame bendravime, bendradarbiavime, bet paskui jisai pradėjo, kaip sakyti, tvarkytis. Tai ar buvo kažkokių realių susitikimų, bendrų veiklų, ar tai vis dėlto tik tai toje cyber erdvėje, apie kurią minėjo kitas pranešėjas, toj virtualioj, intelektualioj erdvėje, ar buvo realių susitikimų veiklų, tai būtų vienas, ir kokią matytume vienos ir kitos diasporos įtekmę, žodžiu, formuojant tą Baltijos bendrą kažkokį identitetą, atmintį, tai tokie 2 klausimai.
Tikriausiai girdisi, ačiū už klausimus. Pirmas, dėl tų duobių ir bendravimo ir bendrų tapatybių paieškų. Tai pirmiausiai tada atsirado tiesiog naujos valstybės, tai jos turėjo begalę, kad ir kaip paradoksaliai skambėtų, atgavus nepriklausomybę vidinių duobių ir krizių. Ir apsivertimo ir transformacijos nuoskaudų, lūkesčių neįsipildymo, ekonominio, socialinio nuovargio, praradimų ir panašiai, kai euforija ir revoliucija tarsi nusileido žemyn. Tai pirmiausiai jos turėjo kiekviena iš jų spręsti savo vidinės problemas, tiek kalbant apie spaudą, spaudos situaciją ir turėjo iš valstybinės paramos ar centruotos paramos ieškoti būdų pereiti į kapitalizmą, į rinką. Ir taip dalis tiesiog leidinių, pavyzdžiui, iš viso bankrutavo, nustojo eiti ar keliasdešimt kartų sumažino tiražus. Redaktoriai, autoriai, rašytojai keitė savo profesijas ir specialybės. Tai tas buvimas ir dar žiūrėjimas į kaimynų lauką atrodė dar toliau ir bent kurį laiką turbūt buvo per sudėtingas. Tik tokiais atvejais, kai buvo organizuojami forumai, bendri susitikimai, Baltijos asamblėje ir tiek moralinės, socialinės, kultūrinės, tiek ekonominės galimybės naujos atsirado. Bet vis dėlto tas povirsmio efektas buvo dar kurį laiką apibūdinamas krizės būsenomis ir krizės terminais. Tai to bendrumo dėja ir mažėjo. Bet viena vertus jis būtent ir buvo toks sutelktinis kaip reakcija į tokią kraštutinę ribą, į kažkokią tai pačią sunkiausią galbūt iš išorės situaciją. Ir tada, kai tai pagerėjo, kai priešas ar išoriniai veiksniai susilpnėjo, tai natūralu, kad ta kliūtis sumažėjo. O diasporos aš atskirai tyrinėjau mažai, bet be abejo jinai buvo svarbi ir tiek kultūriniai spaudai, nes jį greta archyvinių dokumentų, memuarų, atsiminimų atsirado taip pat pirmą kartą spaudoje ir kai kurie žmonės pirmą kartą sužinojo apie išeivius. Ar, sakykime, lietuvių atveju Bernardo Brazdžionio sugrįžimas į Lietuvą, tai jis buvo palydimas kaip kažkoks mesijas ir žmonės nešioja ant rankų ir iš karto išpirko 1000 tiražų rinktinę. Ir yra kaip tik ir filme tai įamžinta. Tai čia toks tik tai vienas pavyzdys, bet net ir tarpusavio kolega, kaip pristatė tas išeivijos veikimo formas, sutelkimo formas, tiek iki nepriklausomybės jos buvo svarbios, tiek jos išliko ir po to. Ir kita vertus, ne tiek kaip pagalba, bet galbūt kaip kitokio požiūrio galimybės siūlymas, nes jie vis tiek, jie turėjo ir kitą atmintį arba kitokią atminties versiją, jie turėjo kitokį požiūrį ir, sakykime, kaip Tomos Venclovos atvejais, jis tarsi kartais buvo švelnioje opozicijoje arba siūlės galimybę žiūrėti kitaip. Tai tuo požiūriu kaip dinamikos veiksnys, kaip naujų idėjų veiksnys ir kaip provokacija kartais, tai buvo labai svarbus. Bet kita vertus, ta riba turbūt tiek tada, tiek dabar yra nepanaikinama tarp tų, kurie yra čia ir tie, kurie yra išeivijoje, nepaisant žodžių, nepaisant darbų, aš sakyčiau taip. O šiaip reikėtų atskirai tarp patyrinėti. Dėkui.
Thank you very much for the wonderful panel. It was very interesting, and I also have a question to Viktorija. So it really resonated, like I really enjoyed the presentation, really resonated with, I think, what I was also thinking about. And it made me think about that there was a Soviet central journal which was called The Friendship of People, and it was supposed to publish the translation of the non-Russian languages of the Soviet Union. And then during Perestroika, writers of these non-Russian languages started to complain that actually this journal has been completely useless, and somebody wrote that it should be renamed The Common Grave because nobody is reading it. And that also the question was why it is also for the other nationalities and not for Russians, that why they have like a special journal if they are integral part of the Soviet culture. And so then your presentation kind of showed this response, well, in this case between Latvia and Lithuania, that there was a space created in the local journals for the information about the culture of the other. But I had two kind of smaller specific questions. One, I was just wondering, do you know how come that these two central journals of Latvian and Lithuanian culture, art and literature, that they had the same name? How come? And the other question was, do you have, maybe I missed it in your presentation, do you have any like numbers of how often these like cross-cultural references were made? And is there like a difference that there would be more in Latvian case about Lithuania or Lithuanian case about Latvia or something like that?
Now I'm not sure how should I answer in Lithuanian, in Latvian, in English. English, yeah? Or Latvian. I would could answer wider in Lithuanian, but if the translator would help us, it would be. Tai dėl pavadinimo paprašiau pasakyti, nes tiesą sakant nesudomėjusi, bet kita vertus abu du leidiniai ir žurnalai, ypač tie pagrindiniai leidžiami rašytojų sąjungų, jie turėjo tą patį prototipą, pavyzdžiui, kaip mėnraštis, kaip visose sovietinėse respublikose. Jie įtakos paskirties prasme iki nepriklausomybės, jie turėjo tokį pat prototipą. Tai dalinai tie panašumai atėjo iš ten, o konkrečiai literatūra ir menas, tai vis dėlto tiek redaktoriai, tiek autoriai, aš manau, ir matė, ir bendravo. Ir reikėtų pasižiūrėti čia jau archyvuose nuo sovietinių laikų, kaip tai atsitiko, nes konkrečiai redaktoriai lyg ir neturėjo, sakykime, tokių latvistinių ar priešingai vienas kito nebuvo, kad tik baltistas, latvistas. Tai neturėjo tos intencijos, kad tiesiog kurti tokį patį, bet ir kita vertus, tai tiesiog yra universalus gal ir pavadinimas, menas, sakykime, tai tikrai įeinantis ir apimantis. O antras klausimas, gal galite priminti trumpai tiesiog užuominą.
Yeah, the second one was, do you have any numbers of how often these like cross-Baltic references appeared, or like was there...
Supratau, ačiū. Ačiū, kad priminėt. Tai pirmiausiai visada po kokių nors pokyčių įvykių, kaip sakykime, sausio 13-osios, tai buvo iš karto, po sausio 13-osios iš karto tie patys įvykiai laukė, pavyzdžiui, Rygoje, ko nebuvo Taline. Tai iš karto tiek visuomenė reagavo, ėjo į tūkstantinius mitingus, tiek buvo leidžiami iš karto spaudoje straipsniai, specialūs barikadiniai numeriai ir eilėraščiai ir panašiai. Tai čia vienas tokia reakcija į tos istorinius įvykius ir politinės aktualijas. Daug buvo tokių proginių atminties tekstų, kai tiesiog ar jubiliejus, ar kažkoks organizacijos įsikūrimas, ar atsiradęs naujas vertimas, ar naujas tekstas. Tai periodiškumą nebent kažkaip įrėmino labiau skiltis ir rubrikos, kad, sakykime, kas antrame puslapyje, kas antrame numerė turi atsirasti Baltijos erdvės skiltis ar panašiai, ir tekstai buvo ruošiami. Bet vėliau jie praktiškai visiškai išnyko ir tiesiog atsirado kaip tiesiog originalioji proza ir, sakykime, Latvijos proza ar atvirkščiai. Bet kokiu atveju Latvijos spaudoje daug daugiau dėmesio arba tokių individualesnių tekstų buvo skirta Lietuvai negu lietuviškai apie Latviją. Tai ačiū labai už klausimus.
I have a question for Dalia. Could you contextualize, compared to perhaps the other Visegrad countries or other Central Eastern European countries, the timeline of Lithuania seeking diplomatic recognition? So you mentioned that Czechoslovakia is first, but is this happening simultaneously with Poland and Hungary or other states?
Taip, tai čia yra tokia takoskyra 90-aisiais metais, kai Lietuvos užsienio reikalų ministerija ir aukščiausioji taryba, parlamentas, iš esmės dvi institucijos, kurios net tarpusavį diskutuoja dėl užsienio politikos, kuri aktyviau iš jų vykdo užsienio politiką, ir išsikristalizuoja tokia Europos atžvilgių orientacija į Skandinavijos šalis ir į Vidurio Europos šalis. Vidurio Europos šalis, Višehradų ypač grupės, buvo suprasta, kad labai turi skirtingas pozicijas, labai skiriasi jų laikysena. Tai Lietuvos Lenkijos santykiai čia jau yra nuo seno santykiai ir plus Lietuva turėjo labai daug problemų su Lenkų tautinė mažuma tuo laikotarpiu. Tai Lietuvos Lenkijos santykiai buvo apskritai atskiras klausimas, atskira problema, kadangi čia yra ir kaimyninės valstybės, ir istoriniai ryšiai. Tai su Lenkija be abejo buvo stengiamasi labai palaikyti artimus ryšius, bet tarp Lietuvos ir Lenkijos tikrai tas buvo pleištas, kai ir Sovietų sąjunga norėjo palaikyti įtampą tarp dviejų valstybių ir visų struktūrų veikla, čia dar po atgimimo ir panašiai, ir piliečių neapsisprendimas, ir tas tautinės mažumos klausimo išnaudojimas. Buvo orientuojamasi, tai Lenkija apskritai sudarė tokią išimtį kaip ir Baltijos valstybės iš esmės išimti sudarė, taip ir Lenkija, tik kitais pjūviais. Buvo tikimasi daug artimesnės paramos iš Čekoslovakijos ir daug greitesnio, galbūt net ir pripažinimo, tačiau Čekoslovakija išlaikė tą tokį atstumą arba šaltuką, kalbant apie santykius su Lietuva. Ir nežiūrint į tai, kad Vaclavas Havelas su Landsbergiu palaikė pakankamai gerus ryšius, buvo užmezgę ryšius, tačiau to tokio aktyvaus politinio bendradarbiavimo tikrai neįvyksta. Ir tas vyksta labai laipsniškai ir irgi, Sovietų Sąjungos klausimas, tai yra kaip Višegrado šalis palaikys santykius su Sovietų Sąjunga, jeigu pripažins Lietuvą vienu ar kitu aspektu. Ir taip pat tuo laikotarpiu panašų santykiai buvo ir su Vengrija, gana Lietuva palaikė neblogus santykius su Vengrija, ypač tarp disidentų, kultūrinėje plotmėje, tačiau Lietuva turėjo labai diversifikuoti savo politiką kiekvienos iš šitų valstybių atžvilgių. Su kiekviena labai atskirai, tuo tarpu su Skandinavijos valstybėmis pavyko labiau, kadangi Skandinavijos valstybės turėjo bendras nuostatas, turėjo Šiaurės tarybą, organizacijas bendras, jį buvo suinteresuoti turėti Lietuvos atstovus, visose jose veikė pagrindinėse sostinėse informaciniai biurai ir su Skandinavijos šalimis pavyko greičiau vystyti santykius ir procesus negu su Vidurio Europos valstybėmis.
Maybe just shortly, because I'm Polish, so Poland recognized the independence of Lithuania on 26th of August, so few days earlier than Czechoslovakia. And as far as I know, and I know because I'm working on Polish foreign policy exactly in this period after the peaceful revolution in Poland, also earlier in a consultation with the United States, Poland was inviting Lithuanian diplomats to different meetings, giving visa to them, for instance, to the meetings of Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe. It was an initiative of Krzysztof Skubiszewski, and next consulted with Americans if the Poles can do it. At the time, the Soviet Union is the only, is still the recognized state, and Lithuania has not special rights in international organizations as Ukraine and Belarus used to have. So, thank you.
Natūralu, kad iš Lietuvos politikų buvo tikimasi pripažinimo, jeigu ne iš karto po kovo 11-osios, tai 90-aisiais arba 90-ųjų pradžioje po sausio 13 įvykių, tai kaip elgėsi Islandijos pirmasis tas žingsnis. Tuo tarpu tai, ką jūs ir minite, tai, kas įvyksta po pučo, tai po Maskvos pučo viena paskui kitą valstybės 10 dienų bėgyje pripažįsta didžioji dalis valstybių Lietuvą. Tai čia visiškai kitas kontekstas, bet Lietuvos politikai turėjo tą tikėjimą, kad kas bus pirmoji valstybė arba kas galėtų pripažinti susiklošius politiniam situacijom, pasikeitus politiniai situacijai, kuomet įvyksta pučas, tas pripažinimas vyksta labai greitai. Per dieną net kelios valstybės pareiškia apie pripažinimą. Tai jau čia dabar, kuri pirma, kuri antra valstybė jau nebebuvo taip svarbu, kiek tai buvo svarbu pripažinimas iki Maskvos pučo.
Ir aš dar turiu klausimą gerbiamam Juozui. Jūs mes turbūt visi puikiai žinome, kad lietuvių diaspora ir kitų baltiečių diasporos yra labai stiprios Šiaurės Amerikoje. Jūs apie tai kalbėjot savo pranešime ir tos organizacijos tenai kūrėsi. Minėjote ir iniciatyvas Europoje, o man labai smalsu, kaip kitose žemynuose, nes ar Australija, ar Pietų Amerika, ar jūsų tyrimai rodo kažkokius tai duomenis. Ačiū.
Ačiū labai kolegijai už klausimą. Iš tiesų, dar viena iš tokių aktyvesnių diasporų buvo Australijoje. Ir jie atliko labai vienu momentu svarbų vaidmenį. Čia maždaug 1974-1972 metais, kai atėjo į valdžią Australijoje liberalioji grupė, ėmė ir atšaukė Baltijos šalių reiškia, okupaciją, pripažino faktiškai okupaciją, nes atšaukė būtent Baltijos šalių neteisėtą okupacijos pripažinimą. Tai išėjo, kad tas, ką laikosi vakarų šalis, turiu omeny Jungtinės Amerikos valstijos, Vatikanas, konkrečiai Didžioji Britanija, kur buvo išlikusios Lietuvos, aš manau, ir Latvijos, Estijos atstovybės, Australijoje šis klausimas pakibo ore. Ir tuo momentu vėlgi pasireiškia labai aktyvus visų baltiečių jungimasis, solidarus jungimasis protestavimui. Ir tikrai po atitinkamų akcijų vėlgi pavyko, kad šitas klausimas būtų atšauktas ir vėlgi Australija liko prie bendros nepripažinimo politikos, būtent Lietuvos, Latvijos, Estijos inkorporavimo į Sovietų sąjungą nepripažinimo politikos. Tai čia vienas iš tų apraiškų. Dabar labai svarbu pažymėti lietuvių bendruomenių veiklą ir Europoje pačioje, ypatingai štai vakarų Vokietijoje. Ir praeitą savaitę kaip tik teko būti konferencijoje Žbonoje, ten susitiko baltiečiai ir Baltijos šalių krikščioniškoji sąjunga, egzistuojant iki šio metų, ir jie laiks nuo laiko rudenį organizuoja tokius savaitinius skaitymus ir kviečia lektorius iš Baltijos šalių. Šiemet kaip tik buvo pašvesta DP, Displaced Persons, būtent šitų stovyklų, kur vėlgi buvo patys pirmieji lietuvių baltiečių, tai yra lietuvių, Latvių, Estų baltiečių susivienimai šituose kampuose, šituose lageriuose, reiškia DP lageriuose. Ir iki šioliai pasirodo tas solidarumas baltiečių jaučiamas ir kaip sako, vakarų Europos būtent lietuvių tarpe. Dabar kažką nuodugniau daugiau pasakyti apie Australijos lietuvius, tokio specialaus tyrinėjimo tikrai nesudaręs, bet aš jums vieną iš tų apraiškų, kad visuomet būdavo atliepiama į bendrasias baltiečių akcijas ir iš Australijos pusės, iš Australijos lietuvių bendruomenės, lygiai taip pat Latvijos Estų.
Thank you. The last question.
Galima gerbiamam Banioniui klausimą.
Taip.
Tai jūs kalbėjote apie diasporą. Diaspora yra be abejo svarbi, bet ką veikia diaspora šiandien, kai prezidentas Jungtinių valstijų sako, turit turtų, tai mes jūs ginsim, neturit turtų, tai pagalvosim. Tai visai ta paradigma apsivertė ir dabar kaip reikia galvoti, kaip pačiai diasporai.
Sudėtingas klausimas ir štai dabar galiu tik pasakyti gal tai, ką aš, sakykime, praeitą savaitgalį, būdamas Anaberge, turbūt gal ne vienam iš čia garbių žmonių, kurie buvo per visą atgimimą, ten vyko tie įdomus tokie Europos, reiškia, lietuvių savaitės renginiai, tai jų apmąstymai taip pat yra labai tokia su pavojaus žyme, kas laukia mūsų Baltijos kraštų, ar mes sugebėsime, reiškia, išsipirkti laisvę kabutėse, netgi tokią diskusiją jie turėjo. Tai, bet kita vertus, čia ir vėlgi, ką aš ir pasakiau pabaigoje savo pranešimo, kad ypač labai svarbu baltiečiams toliau budėti laisvės šitame fronte Baltijos šalių. Ir tas jaučiasi, kad būtent, reiškia, jie palaiko dabartinę mūsų poziciją, kokią mes, sakykime, turime į Trumpą Lietuvoje oficialią, ir aš tą išgirdau, kad reiškia, jie solidarizuoja. Jokių būdų jie nepritarė bendrai tai pozicijai, kurią dabar bandoma Jungtinėse Amerikos valstijose išsipirkti laisvę tam tikrais. Tai aš tiek galėčiau trumpai pasakyti.
Dear colleagues, unfortunately, our time's up. Thank you very much for participants, active participants of our section, and you for questions. And we can continue our discussion unofficially in break time. Enjoy your break time. Thank you for your participation.
everybody. My name is Dainius Genys. I will be moderator of this fifth panel, which title is Different Forms of Resistance and Solidarity in the Face of Authoritarianism. I'm glad that we have all four presenters here. But one quick information, for those who do not speak and understand Lithuanian, you should take the equipment, because at least one presentation will be in Lithuanian. So let me, without any further ado, present the first presenter, Marta Haiduchok. Marta is a PhD candidate in historical studies at Central European University in Vienna. After finishing her BA, with the title in Ukrainian Catholic University and MA in CAU in history, she is now working on her doctoral project. Her primary research focuses on the contestatory political violence in Eastern Central Europe in the 1960s and 80s. She is interested in topics of radicalism, extremism, and terrorism, and studies the theoretical and practical discourses on those in the context of Eastern Bloc. She is also interested in the history of political thought and intellectual history, as well as in interdisciplinary overlap between the fields of history, sociology, and political science. Additionally, Marta is one of the authors of collective volume titled Invisible University for Ukraine, Essays on Democracy at War. And today she will be speaking on the topic of solidarity through flames, self-immolation as the form of protest in the Eastern Bloc. So please welcome, and one reminder, each presenter will have 20 minutes. Then if we have some time, we'll have one or two quick questions, and then full discussion will move to the end of the panel. Thank you. Here you will see the time.
Thank you very much. I think we had a great start in the morning, and I think that this made me think about some references that I will make as basically coming to the topic of the solidarity through the other side, solidarity that bears this somewhat negative and rather dark side to it, like solidarity that comes through practices of suffering, practices of recognition of people who suffered, in somewhat of the transnational perception of this. So basically, I will be talking about 4 cases that map specific political figures at this point, figures who are recognized in the corresponding countries that are right now independent countries of Ukraine, Poland, Czech Republic, and Lithuania, and how the images of some people who went through the acts of self-immolations, who put themselves on fire as a sort of political protest, how they carry this legacy of each other's traditions, and how do they correspond to the biggest trend of basically resistance and kind of, in some sense, negative solidarity. So we will start with the case, or just like rather a tradition that is generally perceived as the main case of the political self-immolation, the political protest, as it generally carries the mostly title self-immolations, that as a word immolation contains more of the sacrificial tone to this word, and it has a very long tradition in Asia. Specifically, it is associated with Mahayana Buddhism, the predominant school of Buddhism in Vietnam. The self-immolation as basically as a form of political protest in the 20th century is associated specifically with Buddhist monks who used this radical method to draw the world's attention to the religious persecutions they experienced from the authoritarian regime in South Vietnam in the 1960s. And right here you see probably one of the world's most famous photographs taken, that was taken on 11th June 1963 in Saigon, where Thich Quang Duc, a 66-year-old monk, went into the middle of the street, sat in the lotus position, while 2 other monks then poured a flammable liquid on him, and then he himself took out a match and set himself on fire. Before this happened, they asked Western photographer Malcolm Brown to come to this setting, to this specific place beforehand, while the photographer had no idea what will be happening, but they told him that something important will be happening, you better bring your camera and capture this. This is how this picture became like very widely spread documentation of what was happening at the time in Vietnam that was brought world attention to this. And basically, then later the photographer received the Pulitzer Prize for it and kind of built his whole life career based on that, but that's a different story. Why is this important, and what does it have to do with basically with the Eastern Bloc? Among the Eastern Bloc, the subsequent waves of self-immolation in this region took place specifically, originally since 1966, but this is not as much known because there are two cases that took place in 1966 in Moscow. But then, like, when basically the more kind of relevant and more famous countdown starts, it's 1968, and obviously it is connected to the events of more global 1968, but more persistently here, the 1968 as the invasion of Czechoslovakia by the Warsaw Pact troops. And the subsequent wave of self-immolation takes place in the countries of Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, East Germany, different parts of Soviet Union, specifically Lithuania, Latvia, Ukraine, Crimea. All countries have their own cases that somewhat correspond more closely or more broadly to this specific self-immolation. Michael Biggs, who is a famous scholar dealing with self-immolation basically in the global context, looks at this set of the self-immolations as the act that is by itself monophyletic, like term from biology that means that lineage can be traced back to a single origin. Basically, he suggests that all of the self-immolations that happen, they can be traced back to this specific one rather than to each other. Well, I would be interested in bringing also a bit more complexity towards this in the way that there is some alternative lineage specifically happening with this within Eastern Bloc that creates the correspondence to each other. And this is basically where we are starting to talk about solidarity problems, right? So right here, you can see some of the cases, not all of them, of the people with the corresponding years, with the corresponding nationalities and the places where these acts took their form in the Eastern Bloc. That's not all of them, but some of that are perceived as the ones that do carry some sort of the political connotation to them. And to just kind of create something of a broader picture, I think that it's important to note that the occurrence of self-immolation in Central Europe here happens obviously not very much. This is not like a normal thing that takes place, but it comes in waves, and this is something that brings a very interesting intonation to this phenomenon. So just for some feeling of understanding, in the decade from 1953 to 1963, so in 10 years, generally in Europe, not only in Eastern Bloc, there were 5 recorded attempts of the self-immolation, while in the decade from 1963 to 1973, the number grew to 117. So this is very drastic change. That means basically, without even knowing, you can sense that something is happening, because that's a lot. Around the globe, from 1963 to 2002, the same scholar, Michael Biggs, has counted from 800 to 3,000 cases of self-immolations altogether. Back to the origin of this region, historian Petr Blažek, in his very nice work on self-immolation in the Eastern Bloc, focused on 21 figures whose motives of self-immolation in this region specifically carry political meaning. Among them, I will talk about 4 people. Here you see from left to right, Richard Sivec, then you see Vasil Makuch, Jan Palach, and Ramaz Kalanta. And I will very briefly try to trace their trajectory without getting too deep into that, because that obviously is a topic for dissertations. And I was wondering whether there is something similar that would not let me simplify their trajectories very much. So my task was to find how much that they knew about the events in Vietnam, First of all, how much did they knew about each other? I mean, obviously the later cases, right? What was their motivation? What was the feeling? If they left something? Because one of the main, just like generally within kind of scholarship, one of the main aspects of self-immolation as political act is its publicity. The publicity can be brought through two waves. It either has to happen, the act itself has to take place in the public place, so basically reachable for the general passing strangers or something carried to the place of the specific significant value, or it has to bring together basically the ideas or written down, or like pamphlets, letters, anything of that sense that would have some sort of elaborated understanding of why this act takes place and why is it not just a suicidal act, right? So basically, Richard Siwicz is one of the kind of famous cases that was silenced for many decades in Poland. And here also, I think it's interesting. I hope you can see it well because the light is not the best. One of the most famous cases that was really silenced in the KGB archives for decades, and it was brought up to public not that long time ago. Like he became literally a martyr already in the 90s when basically the documents were brought back. It is known that Siwicz, who was at that point like 59-year-old, was preparing his self-immolation for months and was basically broadly responding to the protest of the invasion of Czechoslovakia. He was hoping that some sort of political liberalization was still possible in Poland if there were only more people that would get involved in this. And this has this kind of core action that, like, and core idea that would be recurrent in the next immolations as well, specifically because all of them are appealing to something very significant that I firstly did not recognize, and only after dealing with most of these cases, most of the documents, figure out that all of them repeat almost the same word. They hope for their own respective nations to wake up, to figure out that it is not too late, that there is still a chance to change something. And obviously, in such a cases, it is closely connected to the idea that socialism with human face did not prove itself to be livable and was like violently pressured in Czechoslovakia. So Siwicz's case is supposed to be very public. It took place in the stadium in Warsaw during the Harvest Festival, where Homolka was giving his speech. So original idea, as scholars right now think, was that Siwicz would put himself on fire during the speech, right? Like when there is like very public event, like I'm standing right here talking. If someone hears, basically puts himself on fire, we all kind of notice this, right? This did not happen. And right after Gomulka's speech, the following dances, like basically children performing, stunted, like some mazurka happening, mazurka dances, and this is exactly the time when Siwicz put himself on fire, and this act went almost completely unnoticed. The crowd did not understand what is happening. There was no like silence. There was like a lot of music, a lot of just kind of visual effects going on around you, and therefore it can be almost considered as this publicity of this act was almost a failure. So his Catholic and very religious background, as well as like very strong anti-communist, like basically views, only radicalized this picture, and that's why he was also like very much. This was a silenced case. He died in a few days, like after this, basically leaving 5 children. So he was basically, his wife was saying that in the months preceding the event, there was a big change in his dynamic. He was becoming like way more depressed, only talking about politics. And that's all he was talking about. Also the case that you can see with some other people. Vasily Makuch, another not very known case, specifically because of the same reason, because it was buried down in the KGB archives for a very long time. Probably did not know about Siwicz, again, because it was very quickly suppressed, but clearly knew about Vietnam monks as well as Siwicz did. He burned himself also in Khreshchatyk, in Kyiv, one of the main streets in Ukraine. screaming, get rid of the occupiers in Czechoslovakia, long live free Ukraine, also corresponding to the policy of Russification of Ukraine. Ukrainian media did not have any message about Makuch's act, neither had any other media, but there was a dissident who wrote an article that was spread through the Samizdat in memory of a hero, Yuhan Pronyuk, that was sentenced very quickly afterwards. This Samizdat was revealed. Jan Palach, as I think some of you might know, is probably one of the most well-known cases of the self-immolations. It is considered as an icon, like his martyrdom started very quickly after his act, after his death. And there is very pragmatic reason why did this happen, why such a reasoning. It was the most media-covered act because the policy of normalization did not hit immediately as hard, basically, at specifically the time when Palach did cause this self-immolation to himself. He also did this in very public place. He was 20-year-old by that time, being like very this idealist, shy kid that got radicalized very strongly and very quickly as the aftermath of the Prague Spring and specifically after the invasion. His main demand was specifically the abolition of a censorship and a ban of the distribution of the newspaper Sprave, that was basically the state-covered media. And Romas Kalanta, probably the least known out of these cases, and it was also very hard for me to dig into the materials because unfortunately I don't read Lithuanian that much. But it is the case that has very surprising twist to it because it managed to very quickly mobilize the social movement around this. Like it caused the strikes that lasted for a few days. In Kaunas and in other cities that were like heavily suppressed, but there was this power of the spontaneous, very kind of natural from below mobilization of the people that wanted to support him, and they basically were really devastated by the fact that they could not attend his funeral after he died because the funeral was postponed to a few hours before by the police, just to avoid the crowds and like avoid mobilization. Well, that did not happen because specifically this is the mobilization that happened. And then why do these cases matter? What is similar between them and what is the trick here? As I said before, there is specifically some of the actual aspects that carry this idea that people are trying to mobilize their own corresponding societies, while the response of the state in all of these cases would be a strategy of silencing down, and specifically of the state regime in such a cases that when it becomes threatened or when it becomes called out, it basically, the first thing it does, it tries to de-weaponize its opponent, right? Like to try to act that this is a crazy person, this is something that like cannot be coming from the like logical understanding, logical reasoning. So basically in the case of Richard Sivic, this is one of his files that says that this secret police says basically that they were found at the scene these pamphlets that probably suggested the author of sound mind. But in fact, later he spent some time at the psychiatrist's clinic before he died, and doctors kind of proved that he was absolutely fine mentally. That was his part. Also, when he said that his document saying, "I protest on my own," there has to be someone who will cry out, "Stop! No, I'm crying out on my own. No. My appeal is to all people of goodwill in the world, to people who are not indifferent to the good of all, not just small groups. Come to your senses because before it is too late." Something similar as basically an attempt to delegitimize this strategy comes in the documents about Vasil Makuch, where they say that Makuch's self-immolation, the contents like of the letter basically should be silenced as much as it is possible. He is probably also like insane. This is also a piece of the letter that he wrote to the first secretary, that point Petroshelist, basically explaining quite well like how the Ukraine is going like through the policy of Russification, how this is like basically in very kind of this diplomatic language in the sense. So that's very interesting letter just to go through if you can read Ukrainian. In that sense, it brings also to the bigger conclusion that two of these cases of the Sivits and Makuch were silenced very, very quickly, right? Like they did not have any legacy till like already late 80s, beginning of the 90s, when KGB archives started to be opened again. On the other hand, specifically Kalanta and Palach managed to mobilize the society, even though they also were silenced, essentially, and their figure was attempted to be completely reshaped by the state, because their legacy was attempted to be erased, the monuments demolished, the graves like replaced, the ashes reburied. Everything of that sense. But where does it lead us? And why are we talking about something that appeals quite in the similar context, right? Like under very strict regime, under the regime where we don't talk about the idea of this kind of classical social mobilization, where there's no protest that can take place. And it happens also at the time that can be considered as the time of society of defeat, right? Like society that is heavily undermined, heavily oppressed after the failed attempt, basically, to democratize socialism, to respond to it, to find like the alternatives that can be carried. All events were carried, the self-immolation were carried by the conditions of despair and political stagnation. And basically, and this is something that is a tradition of self-immolations. They traditionally take place in the very repressive political regimes where all the oppositional movements are undermined. The role of a torch is crucial, but it's not defining. And this is something that I found very interesting, because the speech act becomes political only in as much as it is received by others. And this is why the kind of the society is the defining figure here. And just to sum this up very quickly, the main aim, as I said, was waking up. There was no common age, because they were all of very different age, like 50, 40, 19, 20. So both kind of radicalized students and very already kind of middle-aged people. They were waking up their respective societies, appealing to very different beliefs, very different traditions, but the common condition was always disappointment and hopelessness, combined with the feeling that it's not too late. These people wanted to be political, and this is precisely why the self-immolations did take place. All actors did go through the process of radicalization, like very individual one, but altogether this set of self-immolation became political in their respective countries just because they appeared on the correct time for it to be perceived as such, and to have at least some sort of the respective audience, witnesses, and people who managed to see this, to manage to spread this later through alternative news, alternative samizdat, to kind of carry this legacy and to turn them into martyrs. Because apparently the only thing that the state at that point could be threatened with was the mobilization by the creation of a myth, right? The national myth, some sort of the image that can carry the legacy. And I think this is also something that was appearing in very different talks in these days as well. The image that can carry the political legacy is somehow even stronger than the original object itself. And I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marta, for an interesting presentation and for reminding us tragic but important stories. So we'll, if you have any questions, keep those in mind, and we'll, as I said, with discussion we'll have in the end of the panel after all presentations. And now let me introduce the second presenter, Vilija Navickaitė. Vilija Navickaitė is also a PhD student at the Institute of International Relations and Political Science here in Vilnius University. She is working on her dissertation, Our Hearts Demand Change: Individual Mechanisms of Belarusian Self-Determination to Engage in Mass Protests in Summer of 2020. Vilija works in development cooperation mainly in the Eastern Neighborhood region on projects promoting democratization and human rights based on art, culture, creative thinking, methodologies, and etc. And today she will be speaking on the presentation with the title Signaling in Belarus in 2020, a protest or just a step towards it. So Vilija, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for so kind presentation. I just will try to switch it on. Okay, so everyone can see it. Okay, so thank you again for the presentation. I will skip that part, although I had the text written about that. Anyway, I think that before starting to speak about the signaling in Belarus, I would kindly remind you the context a bit about what has happened in 2020 in Belarus. So, as many of you might know, Belarus in 2020 was in the spotlight due to the massive, unprecedented, most massive protest in country's history. And those protests were peaceful and lasting for months, although the regime of Lukashenko really used excessive violence to suppress the peaceful protesters. Before 2020, Belarusian civil society was considered apolitical, fragmented. Political opposition was seen as really weak, without strong leadership, and all kinds of attempts to protest by the Belarusians were harshly suppressed in previous years. So Belarusians, in a way, had a marginalized protest image in general, in their mind. So, and also what was important, that Belarusians since 1994, when Lukashenko came to power, lived in sort of a social contract with him by using a widespread phrase, "Moja chata z kraju," which means that I'm out of that, I'm out of the business when in terms of political questions. And so basically all this somehow contradicts with what has happened in 2020. And this is my question. So how come such a atomized society somehow went out to the streets? And here many scholars argue that COVID-19 pandemic and how regime responded to it had a major impact, a major effect on Belarusians, and or maybe was the turning point for them to protest. Although. For me, it's interesting, as you see, there's COVID-19, and then which happened in the spring of 2020, and then we have election on the 9th of August. And somehow I'm not convinced, and I would like to inquire what has happened in between this. And here I base my argument on Coleman, who argues that in order to analyze two macro processes, phenomena, you need to, or events, you need to go down on individual level and inquire the micro mechanisms that happened on individual level. So I also base my main theoretical concept is based also on rational choice authors who believe that we as individuals, as human beings, are rational, and we are calculating our cost and benefits when engaging into some riots or protests or risky activities. Therefore, I also use Diego Gambetta's theory of signaling, and of course one of the main theoretical concept is by Timur Kuran, preference falsification concept, which speaks about about the situation when an individual falsifies its true beliefs in order to avoid social pressure. So, Timur Kuran bases this theory by communicating with intellectuals and people from the Eastern European bloc that, basically, all his concept could be placed in a living a lie sort of a phrase. So here, Timur Kuran also argues that when in society the private preferences are falsified, the situation of public discourse gets falsified in a way. It gets the society doesn't know what is the dissent in general in the society, and so basically. Individuals, they are falsifying their preferences by looking at the others, and that's how they are positioning their own. So here, what is important to me, this is the quote of one of my informants. And what is important, I saw that people are ready to come out and people are ready to defend their voices. And my question is, what were the signs? What were the elements that you saw, that you felt that people are ready? And here I argue that the signaling mechanism was triggered and helped Belarusians to understand that there are many of the people who oppose the regime. It is important to draw, to distinct among those concepts of protest and signaling, and how I understand it. Private preference disclosure is more like a personal, spontaneous act, which is meant to show personal position. Signal is an intentional, purposive communication, although protest is a collective, politically demanding action, and the aim is to change the status quo. This is the distinction that I use. Very shortly on the methodology. So basically, I base my research on 25 in-depth interviews that were taken from 21st to 2025. And I argue that there was a variety of signaling strategies, and it was extremely important to have the aspect of legality and safety was very important for the Belarusians. And I also argue that concentration and sequence of opportunities for private preference disclosure within the compressed time frame ultimately contributed to a lower risk threshold for Belarusians to engage in massive protest. And the first legal and non-dangerous attempt to signal the private preferences for Belarusians was when the signatures for the oppositional candidates were collected, and when huge queues were formed to put the signature for oppositional candidates. And here, as you see, and the people, when they saw that, well, the people are not stupid. They have realized that the same mass would be against him. Another possibility to disclose the private preference was after one of the most oppositional presidential candidate, Viktor Babariko, was detained, and just Belarusians go out to the street and stood peacefully, showing that they see what is happening and they do not agree. And here, what is important here, it was semi-legal and semi-dangerous. Why I say this? Because people were still detained after this. And why it is not protest? Because people may believe that everything what is happening in Belarus might be protest due to the harsh authoritarian regime. But here I see this as a signal because, like the informant is stating here, there's not much what we could do, that we couldn't protest. And here you just come and just stand. And here people just stopped and stood to express their disapproval. What else? Another case of signaling was also legal and not dangerous. It's when the so-called triada, the oppositional candidate Svetlana Tikhanovskaya with other two ladies who were representing other, dismissed from the electoral race candidates, were traveling around Belarus. And here, crowds and crowds of people gathered in various cities and small towns of Belarus. We realized that a lot had changed when they went to Glubokaya, where there were maybe 7,000 inhabitants and 1,000 came to meet them. It became clear that Sania Vybory Prasral, in English it would be, how to put it correctly, like Sania, it means Lukashenko blew up the elections. It's like more gentle, the translation is than compared to how it sounds in Russian. But one of the main events, or cases, when Belarusians could use various strategies, or could have an entry points to disclose their private preferences in various ways, was the election day. And here, as you may know, in Belarus, election day was just a regular day. No one ever went to election to vote. People were just doing their business, minding their business, but not in 2020. In 2020, there were queues. People were queuing to vote in the elections for the presidential elections, and also not only queues, but people were dressed in white. They had white bracelets that were made out of various materials, here. It is important that various ad hoc initiatives happened during the election day. People gathered, they felt solidarity, and so on. And here, and you see how many people are already involved in this process. You see how many people are wearing bracelets, and you think this is really powerful. And this strategy, the one also to coming to elections and also wearing the bracelet at that time, was legal and not dangerous. Also, wearing white clothes or the clothes of the flag, of the colors of the Belarusian flag, white, red, white. Another strategy to show your personal preferences, to disclose your personal preferences, was also during the elections when people were asked to fold their ballot into harmonica, into I don't know how to say it, but probably harmonica, you know what it means. And during the elections, there was a suggestion to wrap the ballot papers in harmonica to make it easier for the observers to see and count the vote. These were the strategies for the election day that Belarusians could use to expose their private preferences and say that they are actually supporting the oppositional candidate. Despite the big wishful thinking that Svetlana Tikhanovskaya could win. Unfortunately, after several hours of polling stations were closed, it was announced that Lukashenko won the elections by 80% of the votes. And this triggered or like a massive protest erected like in various towns of Belarus, and they were violently suppressed. The protest lasted for several days, and they were so-called night protests because protesters were going out to the streets in the evening, and there were harsh crackdown on them, and it was really like a difficult situation, and Belarusians in a way felt like disappointed by the election results, and also how the protests were approached by the regime. Despite that, after the elections, after several days of protesting in the night, when it was extremely dangerous to protest, during the day on the 14th of October, a solidarity chain of women in the center of the city stood dressed in white and holding the flowers in their hands. And after this ad hoc action, an ad hoc solidarity chains formed across all the Belarus, not only in Minsk, but in other cities and towns as well. And here, as you can see, I went out because I saw how many people went out. I was sure that it would work out. It was clear that people wanted to help, but they were afraid to stand up themselves. Also, there were supporters who not by standing, but by assisting the people standing in the solidarity chain were showing their private preferences, So by the evening, solidarity chains were kilometers long. And here you can see, when I would go home or to work and see people just lined up in the avenues with flags, it was something indescribable, maybe a sense of hope that we can make a difference. I decided to go and see what was going on there. And here, an informant tells how the decision to go and attend the biggest protest on the 16th of October, how the decision to attend this protest was made by him, basically. So here I argue that this was also a case of signaling for the people to gather on the most massive protest on the 16th of October. There were also some other ways of Belarusians signaling their private preferences, mainly after the elections, when the national flag was banned. So people were being really creative and trying to make it out of laundry, for example, and also like hanging a white list of papers in the windows, and really finding some other ways to signal their private preference, their like dissent with the regime and what is happening. So what I argue is that due to the various points of entry to disclose your Belarusians' private preference, they had a chance to do this, and this ultimately has led to the massive protest, because the public discourse, the status quo of the public discourse was changed as people saw how many of them do not agree with what is happening in Belarus, what regime is doing. And on the 16th of August, the massive protest demanding fair and free elections have happened, and then was followed by other, like Sunday, Monday, and all other days, marches and protests all over the Belarus. And Živa Belarus, tegul žydi laisvė. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vilija. Thank you for being on time. I'm looking at the audience and I'm seeing that it's already signaling that they have some questions, but we'll move the questions to the end of the panel. And now let me introduce the third presenter, Anete Jenča. She is a historian and theologian, currently working as a senior specialist historian at the Turaida Museum Reserve, a nationally protected cultural monument in Latvia. And her main research topic is spiritual heritage. In the museum, she created two exhibitions, Black and White Time, Lutheran churches during the Soviet occupation period in 2024. And we believed we are Latvian Evangelical Lutheran Church during the Third Awakening, 1987, 1991 in this year. Annette holds two master's degrees from University of Latvia, one in history and another in theology. At present, she is pursuing a doctoral degree in theology and religious studies at the University of Latvia. Her research interests lie at the intersection of religious thought, historical memory, historical trauma in society, church history, in totalitarian regimes, and cultural heritage, particularly within the context of Latvian and European intellectual history. And today she will be speaking with the title Silent Resistance, the role of the Latvian Lutheran Church in the Third Awakening, 1987-1991. Please, Aneta, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So yes, hello. I'm really honored to be here. And actually, very short context about this topic, because Turaida Museum Reserve is mostly known as a medieval time castle with one of the best research castles. But we also have in museum territory this wooden church from 18th century. And this is how it looked like in Soviet times. And after 2022, when Russia made this mass invasion in Ukraine, we had a lot of visitors from North America, Australia, and also West Europe who started to ask what happened in the church during the Soviet times. And it wasn't happening just once or twice, but it was really questions which was asked constantly. So in 2022, we decided that we will research more about this topic, because we knew that Turaida Church was closed in the 60s. And after next 2 years, I went to this main archive in Latvian Lutheran Church, and I think I searched almost every document about Soviet times which are connected with local churches in Sigulda district, like Turaida, Krimoda, and similar kind of churches. And that's why we also were able to create those two exhibitions. And we also did a lot of research by local communities, because we tried to do different kind of interviews with people, and we tried to gather materials from people in social media. And it was really good because it showed two completely different worlds. The one thing that you can see in archives and real evidence, like in photographies, showed completely two different pictures. I will explain a little bit about it later. So I will mostly speak about those local churches in Sigulda district, but in the same time, they are somehow showing this main structure, how it looked like Lutheran Church in Soviet times and also in the Third Awakening period. And it's definitely that the years of Soviet occupation were a time of silence for the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Latvia, a silence which was still filled with prayers, fear, and also hope. As poetically expressed in the introduction to this exhibition, We Believed We Are, which we opened this year on May in Turaida Lutheran Church. The Soviet era was a silence in which churches' bells rang without voices, crosses stood unlit, but in every crack there was a prayer that could not be spoken aloud. In this silence behind closed curtains and dust-covered altars, what later enabled the Third Awakening was preserved inner faith and the community's memory of spiritual freedom. On the eve of Third Awakening, which happened at the end of 80s, only 119 of Latvia's 337 Lutheran churches were open. The rest were closed, converted into warehouses or clubs, or had fallen into ruins. We have two examples from Sigulda district. On the right side, you can see Alaži Lutheran Church, which had been turned into a canteen when the Soviet occupation period started, and later a storage facility, and after that it was just demolished and left. And on the left side you can see Vangaj Lutheran Church. It was active church till 60s, but then there was many restrictions for church members, and it was also abandoned and demolished very, very often. And this is how both churches looked like at the beginning of 80s, when people started, local people from local communities, not definitely church members, just started to gather around those abandoned buildings and decided to make those cleanups and bring them back to the life. Also, Turad and Krimo, the congregations had been dissolved by the middle of 60s, and yet this quiet faith did not vanish. It continued in people's homes, in grandmothers' prayers, in secret baptisms, and in hidden copies of the Bible. And Soviet occupation policies severely affected the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Latvia. Its activities were heavily restricted, creating a situation in which spiritual life could continue only formally. And after the Second World War, to make this context how the situation was in Soviet occupation period, to exist legally, congregations had to register, and Soviet law guaranteed religious freedom only to registered congregations. The boundaries of spiritual work were artificially imposed. The church could preach and teach only within the church buildings or cemeteries. But already when we check these archive materials, already in the second part of 50s and especially in 60s, in many, many congregations all around Latvia, there was many situations where local government forbid to also keep services in cemeteries in those memorial days. All activities outside official services were prohibited. Youth groups, charitable organizations, women's societies, choirs, and also Sunday schools. After World War II, Latvian churches faced also a very big shortage of clergymen. Many had fled to West, or others had been repressed, and many were deported to Siberia in March deportations in 1949. The Faculty of Theology had been dissolved, and Soviet authorities delayed 4 years in granting permission to establish a new theologian institution. And only in 1954 were academic theological courses opened, and their curriculums, what they were doing were strictly seen and supervised by other persons. In July 1949, the Council of Ministers of the Latvian SSR issued a decision banning consecrations training, and this means that church could no longer officially prepare youth for baptism or ordination. Congregational pastors, like such, you can see on this photo, Gregor Zalits in Turad, still continue to do those rituals, but in official reports, which each year priests needed to give to this central committee, many priests usually show minimal members of baptism and weddings, and yet photographs and testimonies confirm that they were conducted regularly outside Soviet statistics. And about this picture, this is consecration of youth group in 1959, and we get this photography from One well-known person in Latvia is Sarmita Pika. She was, when we did this call in the social media, that we are searching materials about Soviet times and churches and also awakening period. She sent us a photography of her mother, the first lady on the right side. And the thing is, when we checked archives, about 1959, there was this report about Turai, the church, and there was happening non-consecration of youth, only one weddings. So, but we had several photographies of that time, which was kept safe in the family's archives, which shows that in reality, all those situations continue and the religious life continue, maybe not officially on statistics. And those differences between documents and reports and reality forms a central image of time, how it was actually in reality. And there was also economical control further which strained church life. And the Soviet state demanded that congregations cover the costs of maintaining their buildings, insurance, and rent, and taxes were systematically raised until many congregations could no longer afford them. And for example, in Turaida in 1955, Turaida congregation had to borrow 1,000 rubles from Ladurga church to repair their church roof. As membership declined and taxes became unbearable because each year Turaida church needed to pay 14 times bigger amount of taxes than the previous year, and it was impossible for that small countryside church to pay that amount of money. Those were the reason why the Turaida church was handed to the village council in 1964 and to Sigulda Museum in 1965. And this means the church lost its original function, but was preserved as architectural monument thanks to the museum's care. And the last service in Turaida took place in December 1964. And about this wooden church, which is one of the oldest wooden churches in Latvia, it was really good that it became part of the museum because, as I mentioned it before, we had many, many churches which were demolished, changed to different kind of public buildings. But we tried to keep it as much possible safe as a monument of the culture. We did several renovations and restorations and so on. One more very famous church. A similar fate was happening with Krimo, the church, and with this old church which was originally started to build already in 13th century. This is quite important church because it was really connected with the beginning of time when Christianity came to territory of Latvia. And after the war, in that Krimo, the church was working Pastor Valdemars Aivars. And in the same case, like in Turaida, he also did multiple congregations. He had several congregations in districts. That's why service was happening only once a month. And archive records show that also very minimal baptism and weddings. And yet, as you can see on this photography up, those are weddings still in 1961, very big weddings. And in official reports, you can see those numbers. And anyway, in the early 60s, Krimo, the church was very often demolished. Priests usually wrote the reports to the police, but they never put attention to those kind of things. And also in 1964, when the Council of Ministers rejected the congregation's request to reduce taxes, the church was also closed. And its central doors was bricked up, as you can see, literally. They were really bricked up, so no one can go inside of that building. And so this Soviet era for churches was like really black page in Latvian church history. But alongside, it was somehow behind curtains, it was like a white page because the Christian life still continued. From this time of quiet survival emerged a form of resistance, invisible yet quite powerful. And during the awakening at the second part of 80s, the church resistance was it wasn't loud and it wasn't aggressive. It was more spiritual, symbolical, and concentrated about local communities. And this silent resistance manifested in many ways, for example, from pastors' sermons to volunteer work at ruined churches. For example, on the top picture, you can see Pastor Georg Zalītis in Sigulda, and he and others priests around the Sigulda district and also in Latvia in general, they started more active speak about people's freedom in their sermons, using different kind of allegories intelligible to their congregations. And these sermons became reminders of national identity at a time when nationalism was a dangerous word in general. One more example of priest is Vaira Bitana of Ladurga, and she was one of the few female clergy in Soviet Latvia, and she became a powerful voice of spiritual resistance. And services she led in Turaida, while the congregation was still officially closed, including, you can see in those two photos, in 1989, there was happening World Congress of Latvian Doctors, when different specialists from medicine field came also from abroad, and there was happening, and this was this meeting was not only just simple meeting; it was also service, and not only religious event, but also somehow public manifestation of freedom, because people sang folk songs, they carried candles and Latvian flag, as you can see on the left side, and they were rituals of faith, which had quite strong national symbolism, and all of those things were still forbidden officially at the end of 80s. And about those services, in second part of 80s, when all those awakening processes is starting and happening, those public services were happening quite a lot. And it was like they were spreading all around Latvia. Like priests came out of the church buildings and they participated in different kind of social events. And they were really connected with not only about religious things, but also about very connected with historical perspective, symbolism, symbols of nationalism, and so on. Similar kind of thing was happening in this Krimu, the church, which was closed in the 60s, which I mentioned before. And Kaspars Dimitrs restored the Krimu, the congregation, officially on October 23 in 1988. Quickly transforming the abandoned church into a community center. And this is a photo how church, which doors were bricked up in 60s, looked like at the second part of 80s, when not only previous church members, but also local community people just opened the door and they went inside. It was really damaged. And we use this photo as a main photo for this year's exhibition in museum, because it was so strong and shows a real situation. And people just started to gather around this abandoned, destructed church. They started to do all this cleanup. There was no altar, there was no places, pews where you can sit. And people spent a lot of hours per day just to clean the territory, also to keep it safe. They were guarding the territory. So it was like a center, one of the biggest centers in Vidzeme district for this also non-violence resistance. And about this Krimu, the church, it was very symbolical, because when we did this interview with Kaspars Dimitrs, he said, he felt that restoring this old Lutheran church from 13th century, it was like parallel. When you're restoring this building, in the same you have this hope that you will restore the independence of Latvia. And under the leadership of this Kaspars Dimitrs, which you can see on the left side, there was happening very big volunteer work, church restoration, and the World Days of Latvian Lutheran Youth become symbols of renewed unity and faith. And these initiatives connected local and also diaspora people who had chance to go to the West in Soviet times. And it rebuilt bridges which were broken during the occupation period. And you can see one of those several cleanups which were happening around territory of the church. And there were young people, old people. They get collective lunches and similar kind of things. And the thing is, all Soviet times there were happening cleanups. It was like tradition to do those cleanups in some kind of territories. But in awakening period, third awakening period, the context of those cleanups become a little bit more specific. People just started to gather around specific buildings which had quite important role in Latvian history, somehow connected with Latvian identity, and most of them, very often it was happening also around the churches as well. And Juris Rubens, you can see on those photos, he became like a national symbol for Lutheran churches. The previous one were more connected with those local communities, but Juris Rubens was a founder of the rebirth and renewal movement, and he becomes the spiritual voice of the awakening. And his sermons in Riga Cathedral draw thousands with a clear message. Spiritual awakening is really connected with political freedom. At the founding Congress of Latvian Popular Front in Riga Cathedral in October 1988, Juris Rubens had caused a bitter surprise for the official authorities, and he kept it secret until the last moment that he will not lead the service, but would give the place to the dissident priest Modris Plate, who had been expelled from the church. So it was also action of resistance to the regime. And this example shows that resistance was not merely symbolic. It was practical: secret baptisms, prayers, evenings, commemorative services, volunteer work, and faith revived from the ground up, silently, without posters or political slogans. And the third awakening in the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Latvia was not only a social revival, but also an internal reformation, a struggle between past fear and future courage. And Archbishop of that time, Eric Smester, he was Archbishop, especially in this third awakening period. He became a turning point, and he restored international contacts with Lutheran Church, Latvian Lutheran churches abroad, for example, in UK and US. He participated in ecumenical movements. He started to gather together also with some Catholic priests, Baptists, Pentecostals, and he convened a synod in 1989 that adopted a new church constitution, symbolically freeing. Symbolically, this constitution was freeing the Latvian Evangelical Lutheran Church from Soviet control over religious affairs. And meanwhile, in 1987, Juris Rubens, which I mentioned already before, together with his colleagues from this rebirth and renewal movement, he did other job. If this Mesters, Archbishop Mesters mostly did the job inside of the church, Juris Rubens did mostly outside. And in Riga, the community and his colleagues like Juris Talic, Modris Plate, and others, they attracted the spirit. They created like spiritual groups, and intellectuals and youth started to gather around them. And one more thing before I finish. One more thing was happening. At the end of 80s, all around Latvia in Lutheran churches, people just started to create specific services, like commemoration for National Freedom Day of Latvia on November 18, or just remembering victims of Soviet time. And it was forbidden, and people just started to gather together, even if the church was officially closed. And so it was like happening all around. Those cleanups, those services, and people just needed to do what they need to do. And as I want to finish with this one, we also put it this year in our exhibition, behind every broken link, an internal prayer repeating again and again, I'm still here, we are still here, Latvia still exists. And I want to finish. Those are the same conclusions which I already somehow mentioned. And this is throughout the church. In the 90s, there was a very big question in society if we need to keep this church open for services, and we decided we need to keep it open for church. And local community people just started to gather together, and they created this carpet symbolically as to remind that even if community, not all of them go to the church, they are still connected by historical experiences. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Anete. Thank you for reminding us the importance of silence. And now, before I introduce the last speaker, I reminded that for those who have troubles to understanding Lithuanian, please have a headset because the last presentation will be in Lithuanian. And now it is my pleasure to introduce, last but not least, Professor Dalia Kuizinienė, Doctor of Humanities and leading scholar at the Department of Lithuanian Studies at Vytauto Didžiojo University. Academic work explores the intersection of literary tradition, migration, and cultural identity, with a particular focus on Lithuanian exilic and emigrant literature. Professor Kuizinienė's research engages deeply with the ways Lithuanian writers in exile and migration navigate questions of memory, belonging, dialogue with the Western cultural traditions. Through her work, Professor Kuizinienė continues to illuminate the complex narratives of displacement and creativity that defines the Lithuanian diasporic existence, situating it within broader European cultural and intercultural context. So please, Dalia, the floor is yours.
Labadiena, mano pranešimas apims kelis fragmentus, ką akcentuoju ir pavadinime, ir nuo šiandienos sekcijos istorinių pranešimų nukryps į literatūrą, į du pakankamai žinomus vardus, žinoma Česlovo Milošo, Lenkų poeto, Nobelio premijos laureato, tikrai pristatinėti nereikia. Ir šiandien aš mėginsiu aktualizuoti tam tikrus jo bendradarbiavimo su lietuvių rašytojais, su lietuvių intelektualais aspektus. Ir kitas autorius, rašytojas, žurnalistas, literatūros kritikas, kurį aš šiandien rengiuosi pristatyti, yra Algirdas Landsbergis, taip pat išeivis, egzilio atstovas, kuris gyveno pasitraukęs iš Lietuvos Jungtinėse Amerikos valstijose, ir taip pat turbūt šiandien daugiau kalbėsiu ne tiek apie jo literatūrinę kūrybą, kiek apie jo veiklas ir tam tikrą totalitarizmo problemų Baltijos šalių ir Rytų bei Vidurio Europos šalių okupacijos ir totalitarizmo tam tikroje byloje. Turbūt nereikia ilgai pasakoti, kad Milošas, Česlovas Milošas, turėjęs lietuviškų šaknų, emigracijoje aktyviai bendradarbiavo su liberaliuoju lietuvių išeivijos sparnu. Ir iš tiesų išeivijoje leisti leidiniai nekartą tikrai aktualizavo, kalbino Milošą, publikavo ne tik jo poeziją, bet jo straipsnius, ėmė iš jo interviu. Ir čia aš pateikiau nedidelę citatą iš akiračiuose spausdinto interviu. Česlovą Milošą jau gavusi 1980 metais Nobelio premiją kalbina akiračių redaktorius Liūtas Mockūnas ir Milošas kalba apie emigraciją kaip vienatvę, bet tuo pačiu kalba apie emigraciją ir išsivadavimą iš tam tikrų primestų svetimų stilistinių formų. Taupydama laiką tos citatos neskaitysiu, bet keliaudama toliau norėčiau kalbėti apie vieną knygą ir apie Milošo ryšius pažintis ir ryšius iš Vilniaus krašto, tuo metu lenkiškojo tarpukario Lietuvoje, lenkiškojo Vilniaus krašto santykius, bendravimą, bendradarbiavimą su lietuviais, rašytojais. Ir Juozas Kėkštas, Vilniaus krašto poetas, dar tiek Milošui, tiek Kėkštui gyvenant Lietuvoje, jie buvo pažįstami, jie bendravo, bendradarbiavo, juos abu siejo tokios panašios kūrybinės, kultūrinės nuostatos. Ir aš sakyčiau, kad jau svetur, jau išeivijoje, Juozas Kėkštas buvo vienas iš pirmųjų Milošo kūrybos vertėjų į lietuvių kalbą ir inicijavo būtent šios knygos vertimą, epochos sąmoningumo poeziją, vertimą ir leidybą į lietuvių kalbą. Milošas nekartą tarpininkavo lietuviams su Paryžiuje leisto Lenkų emigracijos žurnalo kultūra. Taigi buvo tam tikras ryšininkas tarp kultūros ir Santaros šviesos bei žurnalų literatūros lankai, o vėliau metmenys. Ir grįždama prie būtent šios knygos, kuri liberaliajam išeivijos sparnui ir ypatingai rašytojams buvo svarbi, tai tiesiog kaip ši knyga gimė, kaip ši knyga atsirado. Noriu cituoti tam tikrą mintį iš Viktorijos Daujotytės ir Mindaugo Kvietkausko monografijos knygos Lietuviškieji Česlovo Milošo kontekstai, kur iš tiesų labai detaliai, remiantis Milošo archyve saugomais Kėkšto, Ježi Giedroico kultūros redaktoriaus laiškais, yra pasakojama ta vertimo pradžios istorija. Citata. Naują Milošo eilėraščio atradimą Kėkštas prisimena įvykus 1946 metais Romoje, kai jam į rankas pateko rinkinys Ocalienė, Išsigelbėjimas, knyga priklausiusi Giedroicui, taip pat buvusiam Anderso armijos karininkui. Tais metais Romoje įkūrusiam literatūros institutą, vėliau perkelta į Paryžių ir tapusi žurnalo Kultūra būstinė. Kėkštas niekaip neprisivertęs Giedraičiui grąžinti knygos ir vėl pradėjo ją versti. Žodžiu, tai tas vertimas truko ilgokai ir nedidelis kontekstas, nedidelis priminimas. Liberalaus sparno rašytojai, taip vadinamieji žemininkai, kurie 1951 metais išleido antologiją Žemė, išeivijoje, Jungtinėse Amerikos valstijose pradeda leisti literatūros lankus. Tai neperiodinis literatūros žurnalas, kuriame tarp kitko Milošui, jo poezijos vertimams, jo straipsniams skirta pakankamai daug vietos, recenzuoti jo rinkiniai. Ir vat štai literatūros lankai, jie buvo rengiami Jungtinėse Amerikos valstijose, bet leidžiami Argentinoje, Buenos Airėse, kur tuo metu gyveno Juozas Kėkštas. Nes tiesiog pigesnė buvo leidyba. Ir vėliau tiražas buvo persiunčiamas į vėl didesnė dalis tiražo Jungtinės Amerikos valstijas. Tai vat ši knyga išeina kaip literatūros lankų bibliotekos leidinys ir man rodos, kad tai buvo vienintelis iki 59 metų ėjusių literatūros lankų leidinys, būtent ši knyga, šis vertimas. Šiai knygai Česlovas Milošas rašo įvadą ir būtent savo įvadę aktualizuoja ne tik svarbiausius savo poezijos metus, bet ir lietuviškuosius savo aspektus, savo kilmės istoriją, savo santykį ne tik su šeteniais, bet ir Vilniumi, mini tam tikrus lietuvių rašytojus. Ir taip pat knygoje šalia eilėraščių publikacijų yra publikuojamas ir vertėjo trumpas komentaras ir Alfonso Nykos Niliūno, poeto Alfonso Nykos Niliūno tam tikras palydimasis žodis, kuriame, čia aš irgi išrašiau citatą, yra aktualizuojami ne tik tai svarbiausi Milošo poezijos motyvai, bet yra kalbama apie bendro likimo, Lenkų, lietuvių bendro likimo svarbą. Epochos sąmoningumo poeziją mes sutinkame atviromis širdimis ir žvilgsniais, rašo Nyka Niliūnas, kaip didelį formalinį judėjimą, kaip laisvo žmogaus balsą ieškanti žmogaus ir protestą prie žmogaus ir kultūros paaukojimą propagandos dievams. Mūsų likimai, jis kalba apie lietuvių ir lenkų likimus, susilygia gretino, kliuvu, mes esame gyventojai to paties miesto Europos, už kurio sienų tebestovi barbarai. Tai va tas ne tiek poetinis šiuo atveju, ne tiek poetinė bendrystė, ne tiek poetinių dalykų, kiek panašaus likimo ir tam tikros nuolatinės totalitarizmo grėsmės aspektai yra Nykos Niliūno palydimajame žodyje yra aktualizuojami. Įdomu tai, kad tais pačiais metais Giedroico leistas žurnalas Kultūra tikrai daug vietos skyrė lietuviškai temai. Ir be jokios abejonės, greičiausiai nebe Milošo tam tikro tarpininkavimo, čia buvo publikuotas Juozo Girniaus, filosofo Juozo Girniaus straipsnis apie lietuvių ir lenkų dialogą, to paties Nykos Niliūno straipsnis apie naujausią lietuvių poeziją, pristatomi tekstai, eilėraščiai, žemininkų, lankininkų kartos poezija, kurią į lenkų kalbą verčia Juozas Kėkštas. Taip pat šiame numeryje buvo publikuotas ir Milošo tekstas, pasakojantis apie mano čia aptartos ir minėtos knygos Epochos sąmoningumo poeziją leidimą lietuvių kalba. Viena nuotrauka pražuvo, bet nebesvarbu. Dirbdamas Berklio universitete, Česlovas Milošas dar 1963 metais susibičiuliavo ir pradėjo bendrauti su Marija Gimbutienė. Ir tam tikrą prasme būtent lietuvių profesorė, archeologė, baltų ir ne tik baltų, bet ir Vidurio Europos mitologijos tyrinėtoja Marija Gimbutienė tam tikrą prasme tapo tarpininkė tarp būtent lietuviškosios Santaros šviesos organizacijos ir Milošo. Jau sekančiais metais Milošas 64 metais apsilanko Santaros suvažiavime, skaito pranešimą, skaito savo poeziją ir ta bendrystė su Milošu, su Česlovu Milošu, turbūt tęsiasi įvairioje lietuviškoje spaudoje. Metmenys kiek vėliau apie 70-uosius metus publikavo Henriko Radausko verstą Milošo poeziją. Ir įdomi detalė, kad kitas herojus, apie kurį kalbėsiu, kuris buvo tarptautinės PEN, rašytojų tarptautinės PEN organizacijos narys, būtent kaip PEN organizacijos atstovas, 1975 metais Švedų Nobelio skyrimo akademijai, Švedų akademijai rašto raštai ir siunčia į Švediją Milošo kandidatūros teikimą Nobelio premijai gauti. Panašių laikų ta premija rūpinasi ir Giedroicas. Dar keli dalykai ir keliauju, mano laikas, matau, labai sparčiai senka ir keliauju prie kito. 1978 metais Milošas lankėsi Santaros suvažiavimuose, Santaros konferencijose, Tabor farmoje kelis kartus, bet štai 78 metais jis buvo paskelbtas federacijos garbės nariu ir būtent tai yra tas laikotarpis, kada į Ameriką išvyko kitas lietuvis Tomas Venclova ir praktiškai Tomas Venclova, turbūt Tomo Venclovos tokie ryškus ryšiai ne tik su rusų disidentu, taip pat Nobelio premijos laureatu Jozefu Brodskiu, bet ir su Česlovu Milošu yra tikrai labai svarbus ir, sakykime, tų pačių metų Santaros šviesos konferencijoje vyksta jau jų dviejų dialogas Vilnius kaip dvasinio gyvenimo forma. Gal daug ko nepasakiau, bet keliauju prie kito savo herojaus, kuris Algirdo Landsbergio gyvenusio, kūrusio, veikusio Jungtinėse Amerikos valstijose Niujorke. Čia matome jo nuotrauką pirmojo jo vizito 1991 metais laikotarpiu, kada jis pristato Lietuvoje perleistą savo knygą. Ir Algirdui Landsbergiui kaip rašytojui, kaip tarptautinių organizacijų atstovui, kaip Laisvosios Europos radijo bendradarbiui, kaip literatūros ir, sakyčiau, net ir politikos kultūros kritikui, be galo rūpėjo ne tik tai lietuviškasis dėmuo, bet ir apskritai Vidurio, Rytų Europos tam tikri politiniai dalykai, kultūriniai dalykai. Ir aš minėjau, kad, ko ne 40 metų Algirdas Landsbergis priklausė tai tarptautiniai PEN rašytojų organizacijai, kurioje, na, jis keldavo ir lietuvių klausimus, sakykime, viename iš savo straipsnių, kurie buvo publikuoti lietuviškoje periodikoje, na, jis aprašo PEN organizacijos posėdžius, kuriuose yra svarstomas, na, 1976 metų Tomo Venclovos kreipimasis į laisvąjį pasaulį, jo noras ir siekis emigruoti, taip pat supažindina su Josifo Brodskio, mano jau minėtų laiškų apie persekiojimą, apie tam tikrus persekiojimo pavojus Tomui Venclovai. Ir iš tiesų tame tekste, tame straipsnyje Algirdas Landsbergis kalba apie tai, kaip amerikiečiai, tos organizacijos atstovai, kaip vokiečiai reagavo. Ir va čia nuotrauka yra, kurioje mes matome, kaip vis tik tai, na, laisvėjančios Lietuvos rašytojai 1989 metais rodė didelės pastangas taip pat įstoti į PEN organizaciją ir Algirdas Landsbergis buvo tas tarpininkas, kuris pagelbėjo ir čia štai mes matome tris lietuvius, Stasį Goštautą, profesorius Stasį Goštautą, Romualdą Lankauską iš Lietuvos į Šveicariją, tuo metu ten vyko PEN organizacijos suvažiavimas, atvykusi Lietuvos PEN klubo autorių ir Algirdą Landsbergį. Dar jau matydama, kad to laiko visiškai beveik nebeturiu, norėčiau tik tai minėti, kad Algirdas Landsbergis ne tik savo straipsniuose, gausiuose straipsniuose aktualizavo, kurie buvo skelbti tarp kitko ir lietuviškoje periodikoje, bet ir Amerikos periodikoje. Jis ne tik aktualizavo lietuviškąją tematiką, lietuviškąją problematiką, bet ieškojo ir to Lietuvos, Baltijos kraštų, Vidurio ir Rytų Europos literatūros, istorijos tam tikrų atspindžių ir Britų, amerikiečių kūryboje. Na, jis buvo tas intelektualas, kurio akiratis pristatant tą lietuviškąją ir būtent Rytų bloko šalių kūrybą buvo labai svarbus. Neturiu visiškai laiko jau kalbėti apie jo paties literatūrinę kūrybą. Jis rašė ir lietuvių ir anglų kalbomis ir, sakykime, jo pjesė 5 stulbai Turgaus aikštėje, kuri buvo parašyta ir išleista tiek lietuvių, tiek anglų kalbomis, statyta ne tik lietuviškoje scenoje, bet ir amerikiečių New Yorko Broadway teatre ir sulaukė tam tikro pripažinimo, sulaukė tam tikrų vertinimų iš amerikiečių, ne iš lietuvių. Lietuviai pyko ant Landsbergio, bet tai būtų jau atskira tema, apie tai aš esu rašiusi straipsnį. Ir per paskutinę man likusią minutę norėčiau pristatyti vieną filmą, kuris Lietuvoje yra visiškai nežinomas. 1994 metais Suomių televizija kūrė filmą apie Lietuvos nepriklausomybę. Ir filme veikia du Landsbergiai. Ir aš tikriausiai netiksliai išverčiau pavadinimą to filmo Lithuanian Liberty Landsbergis. Profesorius Vytautas Landsbergis Lietuvoje ir Algirdas Landsbergis abiejų istorijos Lietuvoje ir Jungtinėse Amerikos valstijose. 95 metais šis filmas buvo parodytas. Praėjusiais metais rengdama Algirdo Landsbergio 100-mečio konferenciją man pavyko tą filmo kopiją, labai netikusią kopiją gauti, surasti ir filmo fragmentam nėra laiko, mano laikas jau yra pasibaigęs, bet čia yra ta sustabdyta akimirka iš filmo, kada prie Seimo rūmų dar barikadų 93 ar 4 metais susitinka du Landsbergiai ir vėliau jie geria kavą ir diskutuoja apie laisvę jau Kauno Laisvės alėjoje esančioje kavinėje. Tai dėkoju uždėmesį ir ačiū.
Ačiū, Dalia. Thank you, Dalia. Thank you, all participants. And now I invite all participants to join me on this lovely couch. Feel like at home. And I will soon open the time for questions from the audience. So, who wants to go first? Don't shout all at once. One, are you raising your hand, sir? Yes. In the middle of the audience.
Yes, thank you. I have a question to Marta. So I was wondering, were there survivors from these self-immolations, or they were all, they died? And if there were, can you separate like survivors and the victims, and what were the thoughts of survivors, or maybe the diaries or some other sources from the survivors? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. So basically, the fatality of the self-immolations and its consequences generally is around 80%. So quite like rare cases of those who do survive, and in most of the cases they die like in a few days, like not very rarely immediately, right on spot. Like it's usually people get hospitalized and die in the hospitals. Mostly from the disease of the lungs, like because not even from the shock and not even from just like the burns. But there are people who are like kind of who have this failed attempts. Usually they are the followers. So basically there is a set of cases that happens in Prague right after Palach that brings up the whole like kind of community of people in Prague and in other cities that do kind of repeat Palach's attempt to self-immolation. And those are sometimes failed attempts because I think it's around like 12 of them, like generally, like in the duration of the next, basically, I think 2 years. And most of those do not contain any sort of this like kind of written part. This is unfortunate, like in this sense. It is just because they are kind of repetitors. Like it's just like immediate follow-up. Like so, there is no this immediate individual political part to this. It is just kind of response to the previous act. So this is just like you have this in Czechoslovak case, for example. Obviously, you would have this also happening as repetition in other cases, in other countries, but I never saw like ones that would actually survive and like have like something containing as some sort of the statement. But there were people who were thinking about like doing this and then in the last possible moment would decide that they would not. This is also the case that would be traced back. Like also I saw a few cases in Soviet Ukraine. Not sure about other contexts in that sense, but yes, they were just like, okay, there was like this whole planning up, again, very similar context, slow radicalization, like very individual like process of like getting yourself like deeper into like kind of this sense of stagnation. In the end, people do not like, even they woke up like and they'll go to the, like, I don't know, some public place, but essentially this just does not happen. So in that sense, you would not really have this very similar pattern of the documentation in that sense.
One exception maybe could be named Ilya Rips, because he survived and he continued to live. Yes, the question in the back.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very interesting panel. Like a small comment, yes, indeed, Ilya Rips, who was a Jewish Latvian man, survived. And then in his case, he survived, and there was like a long, like there were documentary made about him, so he was able to kind of explain and tell the story of what happened to him, and he survived basically because he did this act of immolation in the very city center of Riga, where the Monument of Independence is, and there were KGB agents there, and they kind of very quickly reacted, and yeah. But my question was to Anete about the church and the community. It's maybe a question that probably goes outside of your research scope, but do you have any testimonies how did the community of believers and people who were practicing their faith during the Soviet time, was this, the religion and the belief were they transmitted through families? So is this the usual pattern how people in the Soviet times would go to church and decide to do it? Or do you see cases of people from non-religious families coming and joining the group of people who were going to church at that time?
Yes, thank you for your question. Actually, in one big way, when I did those interviews about in local communities, very often it is connected with family's background, especially with like grandfather or grandmother that went to the church. They get some family relics like Bibles, which they gave from one generation to another generation, and it was really connected. But in the same time, it's a topic which I'm now working in museum, because especially in Third Awakening period, there was many people actually who started to gather around those church centers, which were never connected with churches, and not all of them had ideas to go there with thinking about repairing churches or restoring the independence of Latvia. Many of them just went there because they felt the situation of the time, that something is changing and probably the Soviet Union will collapse. And many went to those places just to, clear their name, because many of them were connected with KGB. And so it's very difficult aspect. And there is one more thing, like after the Second World War, there was very rise up of people who went to the churches, and similar is happening in the Third Awakening period. And it's not only always about belief, but it's like in those critical moments, like war or some social changes, people start to change or starts to find some kind of things where to make connections. So it's not only, I think, about families. Sometimes it is, but not always. I hope I somehow answered.
Thank you. One question over there.
He was first.
No. Okay, so you share.
Yeah, just a short question for Professor Dalia. Is it better in English or Lithuanian? Tai aš tiesiog noriu trumpai paklausti apie tą filmą, kurį jūs minėjot, Lietuva, Laisvė, Landsbergis, 95 metais. Man tiesiog įdomu, gal jūs žinot apie recepciją to filmo ir atsiradimo aplinkybės, kažkokį kontekstą, nes tada Landsbergio politinis vaidmuo jau gal buvo šiek tiek atslūgęs, Brazauskas jau tuomet buvo prezidentas, tai šiek tiek daugiau apie tą filmą galima?
Aš norėčiau tik tai pasakyti, kad Lietuvoje iki šiol, praktiškai to filmo mes nežinojam. Aš su Algirdu Landsbergiu turėjau laimę didelę bendrauti ir jis vis pasakodavo apie tą filmą. Mes susitikom tais 94 metais Kaune, spektaklyje 5 stulpai Turgaus aikštėje, kuris buvo pastatytas Kauno dramos teatro scenoje. Į premjerą Algirdas Landsbergis negalėjo atvažiuoti, nes dar nebuvo atkurta Lietuvos nepriklausomybė. Būdamas Laisvosios Europos radijo darbuotojas iš Sovietų Sąjungos, jis negavo vizos, tai jis tą spektaklį Lietuvoje pažiūrėjo gerokai vėliau. Tas spektaklis buvo surengtas tiesiog specialiai jam ir tai Suomių televizijai, kuri kuri filmavo. Ir su kolegėmis literatūrologėmis mes tikrai gana dažnai diskutuodavom įvairiose konferencijose, kurios būdavo skirtos Algirdui Landsbergiui, tikrai puikiam, nuostabiam dramaturgui, prozininkui, literatūros kritikui, žurnalistui. Mes diskutuodavom, kaip tą filmą surasti, kaip jį gauti. Bandėm kreiptis gal ne tais kanalais į suomius, negavom jokio atsakymo. Ir štai aš surizikavau tiesiog pernai, parašiau rašytojo sūnui Pauliui Landsbergiui, gal jis ką nors žino apie tą filmą. Ir jis sako, aš turiu labai labai prastą to filmo kopiją. Iš tos buvusios vaizdajuostės tų laikų yra skaitmeninta. Tai ir garso, ir vaizdo kokybė yra prasta. Aš tada jo klausiu, ar nėra įmanoma gauti kažkokios geresnės filmo kopijos. Jis sakė, aš kreipiausi, bet kadangi per 2 žmonių istoriją yra rodoma labai labai daug tų istorinių kadrų iš archyvų, yra autorinės teisės ir tos geresnės kopijos, tiesiog jie neturi dėl autorinių teisių, reiktų daug derinti, jie negali padaryti. Tai man yra sunku pasakyti, nes aš galvoju, kad ir Jungtinėse Amerikos valstijose tas filmas nebuvo žinomas. Ir Lietuvoje, to meto Lietuvoje, per daug nežinomas. O kaip reagavo suomiai, taip pat negalėčiau pasakyti. Bet žodžiu, geriau rasti dabar negu vėliau. Tai atsiprašau, gal per ilgai tą visą istoriją išpasakojau.
Žodžiu, žinomas filmas, kuris yra nežinomas auditorijai. And one more question over there.
Thank you so much. And this is a very thought-provoking and helpful panel for me. I have a question that in some sense could go to any and all of you, but I will address it to Vilija, not only because you haven't yet received a direct question, but also because I think it's most relevant maybe to you. And I was very taken with the distinction between signaling and protest that you developed. It seemed like a really helpful idea. So the large question is really just about, it goes to the heart of our conference, and that is, what is kind of the relationship between, or how do we see solidarity? Is solidarity something that is found, or is it something that is made? And it seems like all of your various presentations, in some extent, address this problem of something, solidarity is already out there, and we just have to notice it, or we just have to kind of mobilize it or make it. But I wanted to get you, Vilija, just to respond to this idea of how signaling and how you applying the idea of signaling versus protest might help us to answer the question of protest as something that is, or rather as solidarity as something that needs to be, that can be just found already existing out there, or does it have to be kind of produced? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. It's a tricky one, of course, but I will try to answer based on empirical data that I have from Belarus, although it might not be generally applied to other cases, but maybe to some in the authoritarian states. So basically, the case of Belarus is that solidarity probably was constructed, and signaling helped to do that, because Belarusians for decades lived in fear to do whatever, to do anything with one another, due to not only marginalization and atomization, but also to the fear to be seen as an opposition, because opposition was so marginalized. So basically, and what my informants told is that during those protests, they felt like a nation. They felt together, and this was constructed like it's for the first time that they felt like this, united. And there's also another interesting case, what happened in 2020 in Belarus, which is a bit different from what happened inside. It's like, for example, in Lithuania, that here inside in Lithuania, like a group of like small communities were formed, and out of that, big like demonstrations happened. In Belarus, it was a vice versa. Out of a big protest, they had small communities
working together, developing their small communities in their yards, in their small towns, in their villages. So basically, one of the quotes could be, "I never knew my neighbors in my how do you call it, apartment building staircase, and after 2020 protest, I basically knew everyone." So this is quite I don't know, evidence maybe to say that solidarity as such in highly fragmented societies where the fear is the main, dominant, let's say, atmospheric sense, is probably formed or constructed out of some small events that later on lead to the bigger ones. Maybe, I don't know, it's just an idea. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We still have some time for a couple more questions. One here in the front.
Thank you for all of you. It was really interesting panel. I believe every one of us learned something new. If moderator will allow, I have 3 questions. Okay, so I will start from Marta. And I am curious, actually, I don't know. Have you researched about the channels of information about these self-immolation of the monks? How that information reached the Soviet Union and the socialist countries? Did Soviet or socialist press cover that, or did this information come from Western radio? That is my question for Marta. And another question for Vilija. First of all, thank you for nice visuals. Maybe you could tell about them a little bit. And you talked about signaling in real life. I wonder, have you thought or have you talked to your informants about signaling in social media? Because recently, almost every one of us have Ukrainian flag by our profiles. So was that a case, and maybe some examples? And turiu klausimą Daliai. Jūs kalbėjote apie Milošą pas lietuvius. Ar turime kažkokios informacijos apie lietuvius, kurie, pavyzdžiui, vyktų pas lenkus? Na, tiesiog kitaip, jeigu apsuktume, jeigu pažiūrėtume, ne kaip mes, žodžiu, tuos kitas tautas, kitus kūrėjus, žodžiu, bet kaip mes pas juos dalyvavome. Tai toks mano klausimas. Ačiū.
Thank you. Who wants to start? Dalia, nuo jūsų tada.
Nuo manęs? Nespėjau pagalvoti. Na, jau minėjau, kad žurnalas Kultūra buvo labai palankus lietuviam ir ne tik tie mano paminėti pavyzdžiai, ne tik mano paminėti straipsniai buvo aktualizuojami. Ir norėčiau galbūt pasakyti, kad apskritai Milošo atvejis, Milošo kūryba, Milošo laikysenos straipsniai ir panašiai, na, turbūt tolygiai jie yra tyrinėjami tiek lietuvių, tiek latvių istorikų, tiek lietuvių, tiek latvių literatūrologų. Truputį pakelt, atsiprašau. Ir manau, kad tai yra abipusis ryšys, o Lenkai lietuviais emigracijoje, galiu kalbėti tik tai apie tą laikotarpį, kurį truputį tyrinėjau, taip pat domėjosi, bet žinoma, ne taip plačiai kaip lietuviai turbūt Lenkais. Tas pats mano minėtas Algirdas Landsbergis kalba apie 17 17 Lenkų rinktinę, kuri buvo išleista emigracijoje, poetų rinktinę, bet apie 17 lietuvių poetų rinktinę išleistą Lenkų emigrantų negirdėjau. Bet dar grįžtant prie konteksto, suprantu, kad per daug to laiko suvalgau, nemoku greit atsakyti. Sakykime, ta pati Algirdo Landsbergio pjesė 5 stulpai Turgaus aikštėje, kuri apėmė, universalizavo apskritai tą rezistencijos temą ne tik tai lietuvių, bet apskritai ir Rytų Europos, taip pat Lenkų, tai irgi Lenkams buvo žinoma. Pastatė ir įsivertė ją žinoma tik tai latviai, ne Lenkai, bet Lenkų literatūrologai išeiviai tą pjesę tikrai nekartą minėjo, nes buvo skaitę jos angliškai variantą arba matę teatre anglų kalbą.
Ačiū. So maybe Marta, you want to go?
About the press. It's a great question. I didn't have a chance to reach it at that point, but very shortly, it was the information about Vietnam monks was very available within communist press because it was used as a tool of propaganda of basically anti-imperialism of US. So it was completely reversed to basically fit the kind of current agenda, but it served the purpose. It brought up the information, that there was a series of basically self-immolations, which basically was interesting because originally, yes, the self-immolations were not this closely connected, right, to the Vietnam War. This is specifically because of the religious persecution. This is specifically about very contemporary issues of the Buddhist community. But then later it escalated, and there was also some formulations that were a part of specifically, very closely linked to the Vietnam War. And both of those were used within the communist press. Even in the case of Palach, for example, it was found in his room that there was this whole cutouts of different reports, different basically articles in the newspapers, in the media. So then, through the alternative sources of information, through Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, you would reach, obviously, just a different perspective. But as a general fact, you would definitely hear this kind of on the daily agenda.
Thank you. And Vilija?
Thank you very much for your questions. So firstly, about the visual. So I use the artworks of Belarusian artist Rufina Bazlova, and she's since during the protest, she started to embroider the events and got famous because of that. Really reflecting all the events, what was happening in Belarus on textile. So I use her images as powerful ones also to show the struggle, the fight that Belarusians were having and still have. Regarding the signaling in real life versus social media, I'm more interested in the real life signaling, in protest in general, but of course it cannot be separated so much, because during the protest, the active zone of the active time of the protest, active phase of the protest, of course, Belarusians were using social media as well for signaling their preferences, using the flags, the colors of the flags, and also some other symbols like the famous symbol of triada, like three symbols, and so on. But for me, as I'm really interested in that approach of threshold, I believe that the threshold to engage into protest in social media is much lower compared to live protest, especially in Belarus. And I'm more interested in that because it has never happened, although various virtual protests was quite spread in Belarus via memes, gifs and jokes, various online jokes that Belarusians were using. So it cannot be separated, but still I believe that the fact of online, at least for me, it's not so interesting compared to live protest.
Thank you. And our time is up, so unfortunately we don't have time for questions, but the good news is that we are going to have a lunch, and there we'll have plenty of time for the further, maybe informal discussions. So let me close with the thanks to each and every presenter on behalf of organizers, on behalf of audience, and from the bottom of my heart, and to those who are still seeking for a PhD, I wish you all the best. You are on the right track, and I think that it's just a matter of time. So thank you so much.
First music, the last one is about visual arts, and I think sport is also part of culture because it's surrounded by culture and also expressing some cultural values of different national. Culture is always political, and so it is part of the change. It can influence change, and it can be influenced by changes going around us. So I think it will be very interesting to hear what our three presenters have to say on three different cases, three different topics, and in three different in two different languages. The first one is English, and it's Maxime, sorry for pronunciation, Chervon. More or less good. Maxime is from French Institute of Geopolitics, and he was telling me he's more into geopolitical field, but now he will be talking about Ukraine and electronic music. Well, I'm excited to hear what you have to say with him. So the floor is yours. 20 minutes. Afterwards, we will have questions. So if you have some, just write them down, and we can ask them, our presenters. So, Maxime.
All right, it is working. Oh. This way, perfect. So thank you for this wonderful introduction. By doing this, you actually erase two slides, which is a good thing for my PowerPoint because I don't have to explain why it's political to talk about culture. So something in geopolitics is not always very clear, and even in geography, or for more like the century, it was still not very, let's say, common to talk about culture and the arts, at least not in French literature. Thank you for having me here. I just want to start by thanking the team organizing the conference and the logistic team also for their help. It's always a great pleasure to be back to Vilnius, where I did my Erasmus more than a decade ago, but I won't risk doing anything in Lithuanian today, and I really apologize for not picking up on classes after 2 weeks of the first month of Erasmus. Today I want to talk to you about Ukraine, where by chance spend a lot of time, and I've been spending a lot of time in Ukraine for the past 10 years, even more so since 2022, and I want to share a few ethnographic results of an ethnographic research I've been doing pretty much by chance over the last couple of years. And to talk about electronic music, which is always something strange to talk to, because every time you talk about electronic music, you talk about the underground, this world of drugs, of partying, escapism, everything you can imagine. And even recently in some research, this guy, Eric Boutouri, who did his PhD on electronic music, kind of shared his experience of trying to show it as an interesting political topic. But first, I want to bring you to May the 3rd of this year. If you were in Kyiv that night, at least until 10 p.m. and before the drones started to arrive, pretty much at 10 p.m. like every night in Kyiv. You know, it takes time for them to come from Sumy or over cities, and usually around 10 p.m. every night you have air alert, 9 p.m., 10 p.m. sometimes. But that night it came a bit after the end of all the events in the night. If you wanted to go out or to party or to have just like, you know, an experience of some Ukrainian bands and music during that night, you had two main options in the city. The first one is this festival, Liesa Kvartirinka, which took place in the old Dovzhenko movie center, where a lot of movies were put together during the Soviet times, and during which you could attend to a few electronic, but also folk
Ukrainian music that night. On the second part of this screen, you had the backyard opening, which is kind of in a social scene in Kyiv. The backyard opening is kind of the first big night of the summer when this big nightclub, K41, about which we could talk in longer details in the future, opened the second part of the nightclub, which is the outdoor part of the nightclub. But the thing, why am I bringing this today? The thing that is really interesting here is that by going to either of those events, you would be giving and raising money for the Ukrainian army. On the first slide, you have actually the logo at the bottom of the poster, which is Azov, and on the second part, K41 has a kind of permanent agreement, and the foundation of K41, their social caritative and humanitarian branch, as a partnership with the 72nd Brigade of the Ukrainian Army. And every night you're going there, you're giving money and some of this money is going to this Ukrainian brand. And this is this kind of acknowledgement, usually following friends in Kyiv, Ukrainian friends in Kyiv or in Kharkiv or in other places since 2022. But I got curious about this idea that, okay, why are all those military elements and partnerships with brigades so pervasive in the electronic music scene in Kyiv? And especially after 2022, because I had recollections of going there before 2022, during the pandemic times, but even during the 2010s. After 2022 and the massive invasion of Ukraine by the Russian armies really completely reshambled the geography and the places for electronic music in Ukraine. First of all, because you have plenty of cities that are inhospitable, first of all occupied, and second others on the front, and some are just simply inhospitable to this kind of events where you bring together a lot of people in the same place, especially in the early evening. But you also have to go through the alerts, the shortages of everything, but beginning with electricity sometimes or manpower, the mobilization, the curfews. Today, every public event or every public place in Ukraine has to close by 10 p.m. and at 12 you have to be home, and it's the total curfew. It's a bit earlier in Kharkiv. Last time I was there in the spring, I think it's 11 p.m. But also plenty of the public that would go to those events left. And it's a shame on plenty of many levels, but it's particularly important for the electronic music scene globally, I would say, because until 2020, Kyiv was starting to become what we called in Europe the new Berlin. Plenty of German producers were coming to Kyiv to organize events, and Kharkiv is actually known as one of the oldest electronic music scene in Europe. Back in the 1990s and late 1990s, you had clubs emerging in Kharkiv that actually brought DJs from all over the world to perform in the city, even though it became more popular commercially, I would say, later on in the 2000s. So the two research questions I have with this, the first one is how, in what ways is it still legitimate to make electronic music and to attend electronic music events in Ukraine today when you have the war, when you have the curfews, the attacks, and so on and so forth, from the perspective of DJs, but also of the public. And second of all, because I'm a political geographer, I'm very interested in all the power relationships around the production and of electronic music, and also the new geographies of the places where you actually can attend electronic music in Ukraine. For plenty of reasons, I won't really talk about the diaspora of electronic musicians who left Ukraine after 2022, but it would be a very interesting topic also. The only thing is that I don't really know people in Ukraine outside who are part of the scene, so I decided to focus to those still in Ukraine today. I will skip a few slides because I don't have time to talk about them, but I have also, approaching this subject, a lot of reflection about what does it mean? How do you study electronic music as a geographer? I do call this an ethnographic field work because I'm really looking at the very local level and I'm talking to individuals first and foremost. But you do have in French sociology, for instance, but also geography, a kind of renewal of what we call microgeographies or microsociologies at the very, very, very local level, which raises, of course, plenty of questions. And I think it's here, especially in terms of the representativeness of the sample of individuals you're talking to, and who do they represent and what do they represent. And yes, and most of my research for the moment has been focusing on Kyiv and Kharkiv because they are the two cities where I go the most often. But I also go to Lviv, but Lviv has a very different history in terms of its electoral past. And Odessa, and that's the point I'm going to talk about now, has been really reduced to more commercial electronic music during the summer season. It's always something that strikes me at how busy Odessa has become again in the summer since 2024, but here the public demands more kind of commercial electronic music as opposed to more underground, more let's say innovative, I would say, electronic music. Also. So the first thing that is interesting, I believe, from what I've seen so far is how the war has reconfigured the whole geography of electronic music in Ukraine. Some in, let's say, more I say stressful ways, and some in more originative ways. The first of all, Kyiv is pretty much where everything is going on at the moment, for plenty of different reasons, but sometimes very sociological or basic reasons. Plenty of people move to Kyiv, and that's where kind of older communities kind of collapse back together again around specific places. For instance, I'm very lucky to have met a lot of people who used to be in Kharkiv until 2022 and who are now part of the underground scene and very, very active there in Kyiv. But the story is even more complicated than this, is that in the sense that many of those people who started to make music in the 2010s and in Kharkiv were people who had been themselves displaced first time, because there were people who were very active in Donetsk, for instance, before 2014. In Donetsk, you had quite a few nightclubs also, you had quite a few places where underground music was produced and also practiced. And those people in 2014, because they were in their 20s, sometimes in their 30s, they moved to Kharkiv because Kharkiv for students was kind of the place where you could transfer more easily and also move physically more easily at the time, until the universities kind of spread out throughout Ukraine again. But also for other people who were from the region of Donetsk, from the Oblast or from Luhansk, going to Kharkiv was also geographically the closest. So for their family ties and other reasons, they kind of all moved to Kharkiv, and Kharkiv had this place ready to welcome them. And so after that, they moved. Many of them moved to Kyiv, and it's not just DJs or producers. I'm also talking about the staff, the people who would take care of the place, the people who would build all the meubles you needed to have in the club when you were making music, for instance. And so I have plenty of stories of those people who actually moved with the communities also over the years and kind of coalesced back again, sometimes finding new professions. Some former, more kind of handyman working in the club would become a producer of events, and producers of events find places in Kyiv doing kind of very different things also. But what is very interesting is that when you start talking to people in events, you kind of quickly realize that they all knew each other, and you can reconstruct very easily the communities, past communities, in the new places you have here. Interestingly, even in Kyiv, the community kind of also diminished to some extent geographically. If you go to Kharkiv and you're interested in electronic music, all the commercial music is pretty much in the historical center. If you've been to Kyiv, I'm a geographer, but I didn't put a map, so shame on me. But if you were interested in underground music, you would probably go to Podil, because this is where you have not only the underground communities, but it's also where you have the more, let's say, leftist part of civil society and the youth civil society also in Podil. You have plenty of what in French we call tiers-lieux, or alternative places that are created. So you have all different communities that kind of intertwine, and the underground places are in Kyiv. In Kharkiv, most of the famous, let's say, places in the community, in the electronic circles have been closed. Život, especially, which was one of the oldest clubs in Eastern Europe at the time. All the residents are in Kiev. I've seen from meeting them by chance in Kiev. Scena 5, Scena 5 is one of a very interesting story. The former handyman from Kultūros, who was a nightclub also in Kharkiv, decided to kind of reopen the place with a few volunteers, and they are trying to organize 1 or 2 events per month in the former place to kind of still provide and give something, as they told me, to the rest of the community that is still in Kharkiv at the moment. But the rest of Kultūros has moved to Kiev and opened a school there. And yeah, as for the other places, it's very difficult to put them together for lack of public. And also many of the DJs I talked to in Kiev who told me that they were from Zaporizhzhia, Odessa, Lviv, and used to perform there. They just simply told me most of them are men. Because they were the one who also couldn't leave if they wanted to since 2022. And they're just afraid to be caught in the train or at the train station by the mobilization services and to actually on the way to a set somewhere being put into the army. So now, it wasn't the case until 2024, but since 2024, it really reduces the movement. So kind of all the other places that could live still in smaller cities are disappearing because they don't have DJs to show for. The second important thing is all the tensions that they have to go through and navigate to be able to still make music today. The most striking thing is the personal tensions that they are living with when you talk to them. They all want to make electronic music for plenty of different reasons, but every event, every sometimes interaction with the civil society or the public kind of remind them that some of them should be in army according to us, to some. They are also the one remaining. Some of their colleagues are in the army, their former colleagues, some have died, some are fighting at the moment. So you do have also, based on this kind of compensation mechanism, and for all the reasons I will talk in the last slide after, they're trying to make electronic music also as useful as possible for the rest of society and for the army. So the precarity, I won't have time to go into details for all of them. I'll come back to this afterward otherwise. What I found very interesting is that for many of the actors I've met, electronic music has really been put at the service of first the army, but also of all the debates that are permeating in the Ukrainian society today. The first of those ones is that you have a lot of electronic music that is being paired together with other forms of traditional artistic practices in Ukraine today. This is the case, for instance, of the project SMIC, which 4 times a year is trying to organize an event where you would have electronic music for the night in kind of typical place for electronic music events, but with Ukrainian dances and traditional dances. So they are pairing those kind of artists to bring traditional dances to a different kind of public, younger public, but at the same time to educate an older public through electronic music, which I find very, very interesting. You have a lot of electronic schools also being put together by DJs today, which is also a way for them to earn a bit more money at the same time, but it's also a way for them to teach a new generation of DJs to play with the archives of traditional Ukrainian songs. For instance, you have a school which is offering and teaching the students to work with the archives of polyphonic music that were recorded during the 70s, 80s, but are still sometimes being recorded in some region like Politsa, for instance, in Ukraine today. So you have a new, let's say, generation of electronic music that is demanded also in events that actually brings back voices, which is weird knowing the history of electronic music also, especially underground electronic music since the 80s in the US. And also you have, in terms of identity making, what the new scene looks a lot like today, you have this question of whose guest you're bringing. One of the big topics, and very quickly on when I started to talk to people on the scenes, were the fact that for a long time many of the clubs or many of the producers had ties to Russia and Russian music, which is typical also for all the music forms in Ukraine to some extent, or at least was until 2022. So it's also very interesting to see which kind of guests they're bringing now today for events, and you have more and more foreign guests coming. So you do have very strong ties to the Berlin scene and German electronic music, which is really proper to the scene itself. And you'd also have French, Italian, Japanese, and South Korean, some Israeli also. Special case for the Bassiani people in Georgia, in Tbilisi. Bassiani is a nightclub in Tbilisi where you have a strict no Russian policy at the entrance, and you have a mark. I think it's. I don't want to repeat what is written on the stamp when you enter the place. But the whole collective of DJs from Bassiani has been making regular rounds to Kyiv, invited both to festivals and to large places like K41 to perform, and very often also for conferences or talks at the same time about fighting Russian aggressions and so on and so forth. So they are very often present by chance, because I'm not particularly looking for them. I've run into 3 events with them the last 2 years, I think, in Kyiv. But what is most striking, and that will be the last big point I want to bring today from those kind of temporary results from this ongoing work, is the way the war efforts in terms of financial efforts or logistical effort for the army is completely intertwined with the scene today, but at different degrees. So depending on whether you're talking to nightclubs or more like festival or specific events that are organized regularly, you have kind of a gradient of involvement into the army. The baseline is that, okay, you're going to put a box here, and the box is going to raising money for the brigades or others. And then you have intermediary events where you have plenty of DJs or producers who have friends or former colleagues or still colleagues actually fighting into the army, and so they're organizing more kind of a one-of-the-kind fundraising moments to help those brigades, those friends, depending on their needs, a new car, a new FPV drone, or a new car. And then you have those the first 2 events, the nightclubs that permanently raise money for the army and are giving money at every occasion for the army, usually with the same brigade, the same partnership, and the others who are raising a specific amount of money for a specific brigade, usually also for the army in general. And I'm going to conclude here because my time is up, as this machine just told me. But the last one I wanted to say is, first of all, this little story. The first 2 events I told you about at the start of my speech raised approximately 1 million hryvnia each that night for their respective fundraising efforts. So about 21,000 euros at the time, I think it was. And the second very interesting thing is I happened to be in Kyiv during the demonstrations at the end of July against corruption, and to show sometimes also how intertwined the electronic underground, not commercial scene, is with the whole civil society effort in Ukraine during the war today, and how active they are. I was there, so the French embassy said that French people should not be there, but I was just observing. And as you can see, I'm not a very good photographer, but going into the first and second and third and fourth night of the event, among all the many faces that I knew there are all the DJs I interviewed in the past. And the electronic scene, the underground scene in Ukraine today is making politics and is actively involved. And sometimes they're the same people, with the rest of the politically engaged civil society. And that's what I find very striking, and that's why I wanted to come here today to kind of talk to you for a few minutes. So thank you.
Thank you, Maxime. I guess we will have all 3 presentations and the questions afterwards. And for our second presentation is Leslie Waters from Texas University in El Paso. And she's associated professor specializing in Central and Eastern Europe, history of the 20th century, and she'll be talking about solidarity through sports. I know that her current project is about Barcelona Olympics, so I guess it should be interesting to remember, especially for Lithuanians, because it was the first Lithuanian Olympics, and we are very excited to hear what we'll have to say about Lithuania, of course, but and all other Eastern European countries. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. So I just want to start by thanking the organizers and the audience. I was really happy to be able to come here and just hear a little bit about what regional scholars are working on when it comes to these questions about regime change and the politics of solidarity. So in this presentation, I'm going to discuss the role of international sport in regime changes and independent movements in the 1980s and 90s. And the examples do come from my book project, Barcelona 92, The New Europe at the Olympic Games, which analyzes the role of the 1992 Summer Olympics in integrating Central and Eastern Europe into liberal international politics and the global capitalist economy. And situated as they were at the moment of Europe's post-Cold War reconfiguration, the 1992 Olympics became an important forum for nation building and diplomacy. I'm going to focus on three elements in this talk. First, the diplomatic significance of International Olympic Committee recognition. Then, the ways in which Olympic athletes can serve as tangible representations of the nation, which I think is especially important for newly independent states, as well as ex-athletes who became administrators and symbols of the new democratic order. And as I'm not speaking to a history of sport audience, I do have to say that although sport may seem trivial in a certain sense, it's definitely a proxy for politics. And the triviality actually offers some opportunities because it seems like it's low stakes, but it is not, I don't think. So the Barcelona Olympics held symbolic importance for those who wanted to redefine political geography and redraw lines on the map. They imagined the 1992 Olympics as an ideal stage. It's global in reach, it's celebratory in its tenor, and they thought they could use it to insist that the world recognize different collective identities and rethink the way peoples were politically organized. Although the International Olympic Committee has no formal diplomatic status, whenever it recognizes a new National Olympic Committee, it does to some degree confer political recognition on the entity. And this is due in part to the nature of Olympic geography. Since its inception, the Olympic movement was actually made up of sporting nations rather than sovereign nation states. And the IOC's guiding principle on National Olympic Committee recognition was a section of the Olympic Charter, which in 1992 stated that any country, state, territory, or part of territory which the IOC in its absolute discretion decides could have a National Olympic Committee. So this is not true any longer. It changed after 1996, but in this era, state sovereignty was not a necessary condition for obtaining a National Olympic Committee. And historically, of course, the majority of National Olympic Committees were independent sovereign states, but not exclusively. For example, Bohemia, at the time part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, was granted its own Olympic Committee in 1900, and the Finnish Olympic Committee gained recognition in 1907 when Finland was part of the Russian Empire. And more recent developments also indicated the IOC's openness to grant National Olympic Committees to sporting nations that were not independent states. During the 1980s, for so-called dependencies, which are territories that did not possess full political sovereignty, the British Virgin Islands, Guam, Aruba, and American Samoa all received National Olympic Committee recognition and began competing independently at the Olympic Games. So we see that the history of National Olympic Committee recognition was not that of a linear march towards recognizing exclusively sovereign states. In fact, there was reason to believe that in the early 1990s, the IOC was becoming more inclusive regarding who could receive recognition. The other important element of Olympic geography is that it mostly mimics the geopolitical order of a given time, but not completely, which seemingly creates opportunities for aspiring states to leverage participation in the Olympic movement as public diplomacy for greater ends, such as formal recognition of sovereignty
or entry into international economic or political organizations. And one important example of attempting to leverage IOC recognition for a larger purpose is Lithuania, whose National Olympic Committee was recognized first in 1924, but had been stagnant since Soviet occupation in 1940. So there were efforts to reinstate the 3 Baltic states in the Olympic movement for at least a decade prior to the 1992 Games. Diaspora groups, such as the Baltic American Freedom League, which we already heard about, lobbied for separate representation for Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania at Olympic Games as part of broader efforts to discredit the Soviet Union and achieve greater political autonomy or independence. Momentum increased in the late 1980s when athletes and sports administrators in the Baltic republics took advantage of perestroika reforms and began organizing for the creation of their own sporting organizations separate from those of the Soviet Union. A 1988 petition for the restoration of the Lithuanian Olympic Committee garnered over 100,000 signatures, and that same year a working group issued a declaration that argued that all 15 of the Soviet republics should have separate national Olympic committees as a way to grow the international prestige of Soviet sports by allowing more Soviet athletes to take part in international competitions. This declaration noted that Soviet Olympic teams were so competitive that many top-level athletes failed to qualify, and it argued that perestroika had, quote, stimulated a rightful desire in various strata of Lithuania's population to make sport more democratic. A separate appeal forwarded to the International Olympic Committee made it clear that representing Lithuania in international sporting competitions was not the ultimate objective, however. It called for truly Leninist principles of democracy, socialism, and internationalism to be finally implemented in the Soviet Union and for Soviet republics to become sovereign states de facto. So the rhetoric of these documents is quite interesting. It kind of skirts a line between being conciliatory towards the Soviet central state, but also fairly explicitly stating desires for autonomy or independence. And this suggests that even before the Baltic states declared their independence from the Soviet Union in 1990, the Olympic movement was seen as a way to gain some form of international recognition. After Lithuania declared independence and political conditions worsened, sport leaders decided not to represent the Soviet Union in international competitions or participate in championship tournaments within the Soviet Union, thus boycotting Soviet sport. At the same time, they found common cause in their struggles for greater sporting and political autonomy with Catalan activists who were also pursuing an Olympic committee of their own. In June 1991, the presidents of the unrecognized Lithuanian, Latvian, and Catalan Olympic committees issued a joint declaration in pursuit of independent national Olympic committees, demanding that, quote, the Olympic Games should be neither prisoners of nor a battlefield for the hegemonic political interests of states. The collaboration resulted in the establishment of a Baltic Olympic Committees Information Center in Barcelona and advocacy campaigns for the recognition of Lithuanian independence in the Catalan and Spanish parliaments. For its part, the International Olympic Committee was unwilling to reinstate any of the Baltic Olympic committees until they formally gained independence at the United Nations. And for the Catalans, they were even less fortunate. The optics of a Catalan Olympic Committee participating in the Olympics was unacceptable both to the Spanish government, which was hosting the Games, and to International Olympic Committee President Juan Antonio Samaranch, who had made his political career as a Francoist and anti-Catalanist, despite being a native of the city of Barcelona. However, Lithuanian and Catalan collaboration continued even as their Olympic fortunes diverged. In exchange for financial support from the Catalan business community to help fund the Lithuanian Olympic Committee's stay in Barcelona, its president, Arturas Paviljonas, invited one of the members of the unrecognized Catalan Olympic Committee to be Lithuania's Olympic attaché and march in the opening ceremony alongside Lithuania's athletes. And you see a photograph here. This is from El País, which is the newspaper of record in Spain. And it says that Lithuanian athletes
wave the flag of the Catalans. But he is Xavier Viñas, and he is a Catalan who served as this Olympic attaché. I will now turn to the case of athletes and Croatia, a newcomer to the Olympic movement for the 1992 Olympics. And the IOC's original plan for the post-Yugoslav states was for them to compete together, but the wars of Yugoslav succession ultimately made that unworkable. In a November 1991 interview with the Hungarian newspaper Magyar Nemzet, IOC President Samaranch said that it was not likely that Croatia would have an independent team in Barcelona, but he conceded that things could change if this political situation changed. At that moment, Croatia had held a referendum on independence, but they had only received recognition from Lithuania and Slovenia prior to that interview. However, Croatian athletes, following in Lithuanians' footsteps, refused to compete for Yugoslavia any longer. National Basketball Association player Dražan Petrović, one of Croatia's most internationally recognized athletes, told the New York Times that should Croatia be forced to compete as part of Yugoslavia, his protest of the bloodshed as an athlete and as a national hero would be to never again play in international competition. This was unacceptable to sporting administrators like Samaranch and FIBA General Secretary Borislav Stanković, who was a proud Yugoslav. They were intent on elevating the basketball tournament, especially with the United States fielding a team of professional players for the first time in 1992. Their concern was maximizing the level of competition and spectacle by ensuring the participation of star athletes like Petrović. For that reason, the IOC ignored established protocol and expedited Croatia's recognition in January 1992. The IOC press release emphasized the European community's recognition of Croatia and Slovenia as independent countries, which, in their opinion, obligated the IOC Executive Committee to take immediate action to ensure that the athletes not be deprived of their right to take part in the 1992 Games. But the press release further explained that time was of the essence, as the qualifying tournament for men's basketball would take place soon, and Croatia would undeniably have one of the strongest basketball teams in the world. For Croatian nation building, the men's basketball team offered a chance to introduce Croatia to a global community. As historian Eric Hobsbawm explained, international sport could very effectively function as an expression of national struggle, and sportsmen representing their nation or state as the primary expressions of their imagined communities. Croatian athletes and administrators understood that role. Croatian Olympic Committee President Anton Vrdoljak explained that sport was the language in which we began communicating with the world in the 1990s. And a member of the 1992 basketball team told researcher Sunčica Bartolucci that in Barcelona, you had some kind of responsibility, not so much toward your sporting results, but to alert the world as to what was going on. Croatia, what's Croatia? Croatia competed in the gold medal match, the most watched event of the Barcelona Olympics, where they lost to the United States. Croatia's silver medal winning performance functioned as a legitimizing tool for the state. It's comparable in its significance to the Lithuanian men's basketball team's achievements in 1992, defeating the unified team to win bronze. But given the location of this conference, I know most of you are familiar with this story, so I won't go into detail about it, other than to mention the research of Vilma Chingienė, who's argued, I think very interestingly, that Lithuania's basketball achievements are a significant contributor to the country's soft power in international affairs. The final element I'd like to focus on is the ways in which ex-athletes were positioned in the transition era to take on greater political and administrative responsibilities. They held certain advantages that could be translated into critical social and cultural capital during regime change, namely international contacts and name recognition that transcended politics. And I will just very briefly highlight the case of Věra Čáslavská, Czechoslovakia's most decorated Olympian, who competed in gymnastics at the 1964 Olympics in Tokyo and the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City, and was by all accounts an international celebrity athlete during her career. However, she had been prohibited from playing a role in Czechoslovak sport after her days of competing were over. She signed the 2,000 Words Manifesto in 1968, and she also silently protested the Warsaw Pact invasion of Czechoslovakia on the medal stand in Mexico City. And perhaps worse still, she refused to recant her support for the Prague Spring, making it impossible for the Communist Party to instrumentalize her sporting successes. In April 1989, 7 months before Czechoslovakia embarked on its regime change, Časlavská wrote a letter to IOC President Samaranch asking for his personal intervention with Czechoslovak sporting authorities to let her work for the Czechoslovak Olympic Committee. Even after 20 years, she was still being excluded for her stance in 1968. However, Časlavská's fortunes soon changed. Inspired by the student protests in November 1989, she gave a speech during the Velvet Revolution supporting the will and unity of our people in their struggle for democracy and social justice. A month later, she was appointed special advisor to Václav Havel, and soon after that, she was elected president of the Czechoslovak Olympic Committee. Her international contacts were seen as a strong asset by the new government, as was her history standing up to the Czechoslovak Communist Party. And she was considered actually to be mayor of Prague. She was considered to be ambassador to Japan, but she ended up in this special advisory role and as president of the Olympic Committee. Her symbolic power made her an effective advocate for change and representative for Czechoslovakia in this era of transformation. And in many ways, of course, her case is atypical. Few athletes are as famous as she was, and nor did they so publicly clash with authorities as she had. But she's not the only example of an athlete that makes the jump into politics and administration. Leah Manoliu, an Olympic champion in discus from Romania, became president of the Romanian National Olympic Committee in 1991 and was elected as an independent member of the Romanian parliament the same year. Hungarian fencing gold medalist Paul Schmidt became a vice president of the International Olympic Committee in the early 1990s, and he was later the president of Hungary. I think that they all had the advantages of strong contacts with the West through their associations with the IOC in an era where very few people had established international connections. They also had name recognition because of their past Olympic achievements. And I do have to say that this success was not universally true. There are also examples of ex-athletes who were delegitimized in the early 1990s because of their close association to discredited regimes. East German figure skater Katharina Witt perhaps falls into this category, who, at least for a time, experienced sharp criticism because of the privileges she had been given by the state socialist government that contrasted with her previously seemingly universal popularity. So to conclude, I tried to highlight in this presentation just some of the ways in which sport was a useful tool for nation building and regime change in the post-state socialist era. But I would like to emphasize that I don't think that the history of international sport simply fits into or conforms to nationalist meta-narratives of the era of transformation. There were many cases of athletes who did not see themselves as national symbols and were primarily motivated by what gave them the best chance to compete, even if that conflicted with national goals. And we can consider the case of two Latvian basketball players who competed for the unified team and were really aggressively attacked in the press for that decision. They were attacked for their alleged lack of patriotism for competing for the unified team, but this was a team in which they had a legitimate shot to win an Olympic medal. Debates surrounding National Olympic Committee recognition also demonstrate that there was enthusiasm among some people for rethinking Olympic representation and breaking from nation-state exclusivity for Olympic committees. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that international sport became an effective venue for redefining European geopolitics in the 1990s and communicating new and transformed expressions of nationhood. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Leslie. When whoever will tell you that sports and politics are not related, so I guess this presentation showed that it's interrelated in very different aspects, and I hope you wrote down your questions, and we're having the last presentation. It will be in Lithuanian, so if you are not very familiar with this language, please take your headphones, put them on, and listen to Tautvydas Petrauskas, who's a researcher at the Lithuanian Culture Research Institute, and he will be doing a presentation about unperceived threats, dynamics of security in Lithuanian visual arts from 1987 till 2004. So it's before our entering European Union, so the first days of our independence in a way, and some days before.
Hi. So first I would like to apologize all the foreign people because my presentation is going to be in Lithuanian, but I'm sure that translators are doing their best, so you will understand me clearly. Taigi, tebūnie atleista humanitarų, jeigu kreipdamasis į garbingą mokslininką auditoriją, jis jaučiasi truputį nepatogiai. Pagrindo tam suteikia pats meno studijų objektas. Šitaip Ernestas Gombrichas pradėjo savo kalbą Nobelio komitete Stokholme 1969 metais. Pasitelkęs šią garsaus menotyrininko frazę, noriu pabrėžti meno tyrimų relevantiškumą, nes menas efemeriška žmogaus veikla. Tyrinėdami meną, dailę, tyrėme ne tiek materialumą kaip daiktą, kiek kūrinio reikšmės, prasmės, poveikį, o tai interpretacija, grindžiama argumentų įtaigumu, kurie autoriaus ar kitų gali būti konfigūruojami net paneigiami. Kitaip tariant, prasmių ir reikšmių aiškinimas yra sąlyginis. Taigi, siekiant meno tyrimams suteikti daugiau stabilumo, reikalinga gręžtis į gretimas disciplinas. Vienas iš menotyros kaip mokslo siekių - apsvarstyti ryšį tarp istorijos ir konkrečiame istorinėme laike tarpstančio meno. Tai laikau ir savo pranešimo siekiu. Pasirinktame istorinėme laikotarpyje bandau išryškinti hipotetiškai charakteringiausius bruožus ir tuomet juos palyginti su to laikotarpio vizualiųjų menų praktikomis, bei parodyti, kad menas aktyvus veiksnys istorinių procesų įvaizdžiui ir recepcijai. 20-ojo amžiaus 10-asis dešimtmetis Lietuvos valstybės etapas, kurio metu klostėsi fundamentalių permainų, pereinant iš komunistinės į demokratinę kapitalistinę tikrovę, įtakotas išaugęs nusikalstamumas bei šių veiklų viešinimas žiniasklaidoje, ekonominis nestabilumas ir aukštas nedarbas, prekių ir paslaugų deficitas, demokratiškai grįstų teisinių ir politinių struktūrų stoka, spaudimo ir skubėjimą keliantis gajus kultūrinio vėlavimo diskursas. Šie veiksniai šiuolaikinės Lietuvos nepriklausomybės pradžią skatina traktuoti kaip ekonominę, socialinę, kultūrinę, taip pat kasdienę buitinę prasme nesaugų valstybės etapą. Sociologas Zenonas Norkus išėjimą iš Sovietų imperijos 20 amžiaus pabaigoje traktuoja kaip tranzityvų, tai yra pereinamą į postkomunistinės transformacijos laikotarpį. Taigi tai ne įvykis, o laikinis, trukmę ir kryptį turintis procesas. Tam nusakyti, manau, yra paranki liminalumo savoka, kai esame jau nebe čia, bet tuo pačiu ir vis dar ne ten. Būtent liminalumo zonose tarpsta nesaugumas. Liminalumas pasižymi neužtikrintumu, pasimetimu, abejojimu, nesvarumu, o visą tai aš traktuoju kaip nesaugumo išraišką. Liminalumo savoką į mokslo lauką įvedė antropologas Arnoldas van Genepas. Vėliau ją išplėtojo Viktoras Terneris. Pažodžiui savoka reiškia buvimą ant slenkščio. Kaip teigia Arvydas Grišinas, liminalumas yra ribinės tranzitinės situacijos bei sąlygos, kurioms būdinga struktūrų destabilizacija, neaiški tradicijos tęstinumo būklė bei ateitis. Nestabilumo, tasumo būsena visuomenėje kuria situacijas kuriuose išgyventos patirtis perkeičia žmonės kognityviškai, emociškai bei morališkai. Šis virsmas turi ženklios įtakos idėjų sklaidai bei naujų pasauliavokinių struktūrų formavimuisi visuomenėje. Koks liminalumo ir saugumo santykis mano pranešimo kontekste? Liminalumas laiko ir erdvės ribas turinti būklė. Į ją yra įžengiama iš kokios nors buvusios būklės, tada seka ta tarpinė zona ir galiausiai tranzitas užsibaigia, pereinama į kitą būklę. Tuo tarpu saugumą ar nesaugumą aš traktuoju kaip liminalumo dėmenį, kurį šiuo atveju galima fiksuoti visuomenės atmosferoje ir taip pat meninėje kūryboje. Liminalumas man žymi patį virsmo procesą, nepriklausomybės pradžią ir perėjimą į naują tikrovę, kuomet saugumo poreikis ir stoka yra to virsmo simptomas. Aš mėgstu teoriniams konstruktams surasti kasdienius gyvenimiškus pavyzdžius. Gal ir klausytojai yra tai pagalvoję, bet skyrybas su antraja puse ar išsiskyrimą, išsikraustimą iš senųjų namų ir persikelimą į naujuosius taip pat galima laikyti kaip liminalumo būseną. Esi jau nebe ten, bet vis dar ne čia. Kaip aš suvokiu saugumą? Tai traktuoju kaip poreikį ir kaip būseną. Žodynai saugumą apibrėžia kaip grėsmės nebuvimą, taigi tai santykinis reiškinys, o sąvokos turinys priklauso nuo to, apie kieno saugumą kalbama ir kas yra laikoma grėsmėmis. Saugumas kaip būsena atskleidžia realią esamą situaciją ir yra sutelktas dabartyje, o saugumas kaip poreikis kreipiamas į ateitį su tikslu pasiekti reikalingą saugumo lygį. Poreikis numato veiksmų ėmimasi, o būsena nurodo čia ir dabar padėtį. Kaip galima saugumo būseną fiksuoti ir lokalizuoti tyriant meną? Manau, tokiu atveju naudinga suformuoti hipotetinį pasakojimą, kurio laikas ir erdvė liminalumo būklė. O aš tai laikyčiau laikotarpį nuo sąjūdžio iki Lietuvos tapimo saugumo pažadą teikiančių geopolitinių struktūrų dariniais 2004-aisiais. Pasakojimui reikalingas pasakotojas, iš kurio perspektyvos žvelgiama į saugumo dinamiką. Šiuo atveju tai mano nagrinėjamame laikotarpyje gyvenęs ir kūręs apibendrintas menininkas, kurio kūryba liudija laikmečio jauseną ir atmosferą. Būtent kūrinių percepcija iš menininko, taip pat suvokėjo pozicijos, čia traktuojama kaip saugumo jausmo barometras. Liminalumo būklė terpė skleisti saugumo paradoksams. Tai išplėtoti noriu toliau, aptardamas keletą nepriklausomybės pradžios šiuolaikinių meno kūrinių. 1985-aisiais į valdžią atėjęs Michailas Gorbačiovas ėmė vykdyti glasnost ir perestroikos politiką. Tokioje terpėje susidarė palankios sąlygos skleistis laisvės idealams, įžiebusiems ne tik sąjūdžio judėjimą, bet ir keitusiems meno savivoką. Sąjūdinis laikotarpis, daugiatūkstantiniai mitingai ar Baltijos kelias įgavo visuotinai jaustos laisvės, kolektyvinės drąsos įvaizdį, ką galima traktuoti kaip pakilusi visuomenės saugumo jausmą, nepaisant potencialių grėsmių būti nuslopintiems valdžios jėgų iš aukščiau. Ta vidinio saugumo sukeltą drąsą veikti galima pastebėti ir žvelgiant iš menininkų perspektyvos. Vilniaus dailės akademijoje, tuometinėme Vilniaus dailės institute 88-aisiais įvyksta pertvarka. Studentu tada buvęs ir įvykius stebėjęs menininkas Gediminas Urbonas teigia, jog perversmas dailės institute įvyko 88 pavasarį, kai šimtai studentų išėjo į Maironio gatvę ir savo kūnais užtvėrė eismą prie Šventos Onos bažnyčios. Tuo metu sovietiniai santvarkai palankumą turėjęs instituto rektorius buvo pakeistas, o senuosius dėstytojus keitė naujieji. Pertvarka buvo įžiebta iš apačios. Pačių studentų iniciatyva. Po metų, 89 kovo, vyko neeilinis 12 Lietuvos dailininkų sąjungos suvažiavimas, kuriame sąjūdžio remiama Lietuvos dailininkų sąjungos vadovybė paskelbė atsiskirianti nuo TSRS dailininkų sąjungos. 90-ųjų vasario 17 menininkų grupė Post Ars Kaune atidarė parodą pavadinimu Kauno dailininkų instaliacijos. Parodoje turbūt labiausiai savo netradiciškumu, provokatyvumu iš žiūrovams įsiminė du kūriniai. Alekso Andriuškevičiaus XXX, tai 60 prie sienos prikaltų duonos kepalų, ir Česlovo Lukensko Persižvaigždžiavimas. Dvi žmogaus dydžio iš audinio padarytos penkiakampės žvaigždės bei iš kiaulių galvų žalios mėsos sudėliotos 3 penkiakampės žvaigždės. Šios parodos recepcija išryškina to meto saugumo paradoksą. Paroda buvo uždaryta po 3 dienų nuo atidarymo, prie to prisidėjo skulptorius Saulius Žirgulis, ant galerijos durų prikalęs protesto raštą, kurio ištrauką pacituosiu. Prieš šią amoralią akciją Dailininkų sąjungos patalpose, prieš diletantizmą mene, prieš šventos kasdieninės duonos išniekinimą, prieš apsišaukėlių menininkais afišavimas neturint ką pasakyti. Šį atvejį siūlau traktuoti kaip įžengimą į liminalumo būklę, parodančią saugumo paradoksą. Post-ars žvilgsniu žvelgiant, atgimimo laikotarpio euforija įžiebė drąsą, laisvės pojūtį ir poreikį atitrūkti nuo sustabarėjimo, ką rodo kai kurių jaunųjų menininkų radikalūs meninės raiškos pokyčiai. Tame pačiame laike ir erdvėje protestavusio Sauliaus Žirgulio žvilgsniu žvelgiant. Paroda sukėlė nesaugumo jausmą, poreikį priešintis prasidėjusiems pokyčiams. Taigi saugumo paradoksas išryškėja, kai konkrečiu atveju grėsmėmis traktuojami skirtingi dalykai. 93-aisiais iš Lietuvos išvedama Raudonoji armija, kas tarsi turėtų padidinti saugumo jausmą visuomenėje. Visgi atslūgus sąjūdžio sukelta euforijai, atgauta šalies laisvė ir suverenitetas turėjo ir kitą medalio pusę. Vyravo prekių ir paslaugų deficitas, sparčiai augo nedarbas ir kriminalinis nusikalstamumas. Tai formavo veiksnius, didinančius nesaugumo jausmą. Hipotetiškai piešiant saugumo dinamikos kreivę, sąjūdžio laikotarpį jį tarsi pakilusi, o pirmais metais po nepriklausomybės kritusi žemyn. Artūro Railos skulptūrinė instaliacija Lopšys garantuojantis pragmatišką infantilumą atliepia šį nesaugumą. Semantiškai vaiko Lopšys siejasi su ramybe, saugumu, globa, tačiau Raila Lopšiui pasitelkė spygliuotą tekinto plieno vielą, kuri buvo, autoriai žodžiais tariant, nuimta nuo šiaurės miestelio sienų. Saugumo ir grėsmės disonansas plastinėme medžiaginėme lygmenyje skelbia apie saugumo stoką. Lopšys nuorodo į ankstyvąją žmogaus stadiją kūdikystę, kuri metonimiškai čia atstoja ką tik gimusi. Tai yra nepriklausomybė atkūrusi Lietuvą, kuriai grįžti laiku atgal į Lopšį grėsminga. Jeigu post-ars parodos atveju saugumo paradoksas išryškėjo susidūrus skirtingoms socioestetiniams pažiūroms, Artūro Railos kūrinio atveju kalbama apie fizinio ar materialinio saugumo poreikį ir jo stoką. Idealistinis, net kiek naivus tikėjimas apie kartu su nepriklausomybė iškart ateisinčią gerovę, saugumu ir klestėjimu buvo paneigtas rupios 90-inių tikrovės, kai ideologinės grėsmės socialiniam kūnui pakeitė ar papildė išaugusios fizinės materialinės grėsmės. Algirdo Mykolo Brazausko vedama Lietuvos demokratinė darbo partija prieš rinkiminėje kampanijoje 93-aisiais žadėjo apginti žmonės nuo ekonominės naštos, nulemtos pereinant į kapitalizmą. Tačiau nors rinkimus laimėjo, 97-ais atliktos apklausos rodo, kad pažadas nebuvo ištesėtas ir dalis visuomenės toliau jautėsi nesaugiai. Apie tai leidžia svarstyti ir Algio Lankelio įvietinto meno kūrinys Užtvara. Kaip teigia autorius, kaip tik buvo laikas, kai socialdemokratai, buvusi komunistų partija, grįžo į valdžią. Taigi, pastačiau darbą prie namo, kuriame 1918 buvo skelbiama tarybų valdžia. Iš raudonai nudažytų medinių konstrukcijų sudaryta užtvara koketuoja su architektūrinė aplinka, pabrėžia erdviniams menams pamatinę uždarumo atvirumo dialektiką ir tuo pačiu perteikia vidaus politikos realijų įtakotas saugumo stokos nuojautas. Savitai uždarumo atvirumo dialektika per kūniškumą apsvarstė menininkė Eglė Rakauskaitė savo 98 metų video performance pavadinimu Taukose. Kūrinys susideda iš 3 ekranuose sinchroniškai transliuojamų nuogos menininkės galvos, torso ir kojų vaizdo įrašų. Rakauskaitė horizontaliai panirusi į taukus, kurie iš pradžių dar yra šviesus, šildantis kūną, bet palaipsniui sutirštėja, keičia spalvą, vis labiau suvaržo, įkalina menininkės kūną. Kūrinys kalba apie moteriškumą, grožio idealus, referuoja meno istoriją ir tuo pačiu pabrėžia kūno marumą, laikinumą, pažeidžiamumą. Ir taip, mano požiūriu, šis ir prieš tai aptarti 90-inių kūriniai saugumo temą paliečia iš fizinės materialios perspektyvos ir formuoja laikmečio jauseną įvaizdinančią saugumo stokos estetinę raišką. Pabaigai noriu aptarti 2004 metų Deimanto Narkevičiaus kūrinį Kartą 20 amžiuje arba Kartą XX amžiuje. Įsirašykit, ką norit. Video darbe filmuota medžiaga iš 91 metais Vilniaus Lukiškio aikštėje vykusio Lenino paminklo nukelimo. Internete galima rasti daug medžiagos užfiksavusio šį momentą. Matytume aplink paminklą susibūrusią didžiulę minę žmonių, žvelgiančią kaip keliamuoju kranu, pamažu pritaisomi Lenino skulptūrą apimantis linai, atmosfera minėje vis auga ir galiausiai paminklą nukėlus, tiksliau nuplėšus, minė pratrūksta ovacijomis, džiugiais šūksniais, plojimais, perteikiančiais palengvėjimo ir euforijos akimirką. Deimantas Narkevičius savo medžiagą sumontavo atvirkštiniu principu. Taip, kad minė tarsi lūkurėje, ko nors laukdama, vėliau ima ploti ir šūkauti ir po to žvelgia, kaip ant postamento su keliamojo ekrano pagalba pastatomas Leninas. Totalitarinė tikrovė ir jos simbolis sugrįžo į centrinę miesto aikštę ir visi aplinkui ploja ir džiūgauja. Aš jums noriu greitai parodyti tą kūrinį. Jis 8 minučių trukmės, bet čia tik fragmentas. Narkevičius minimaliomis priemonėmis sukūrė įtaigų, nejaukų kūrinį. Vaizdas svarbesnis nei garsas šiuo atveju, tai tegul aš labiau girdžiuosi. Narkevičius minimaliomis priemonėmis sukūrė įtaigų, nejaukų kūrinį, žiūrovo vaizduotoje sujaukianti tikrovę ir istorijos linijiškumą. Video darbas mezga ryšį su Sergejaus Eizenšteino filmais ir šiuolaikinėme mene svarstama vaizdo dokumentalumo ir fikcijos ryšį, kurį aš ir siečiau su saugumo paradoksu. Vaizdo įrašymo priemonės tikrovę fiksuoja tarsi objektyviai, dokumentuoja tarsi nešališkai. Tačiau Narkevičiaus kūrinys primena vaizdų ir dokumentų nepatikimumą, galimybės jais manipuliuoti propagandos tikslais, kuomet grėsmės slepiasi po apgaulingų saugumo apsiaustų. Apibendrinant, procesai visuomenėje ir mene leidžia kelti prielaidą, kad saugumo jausmo ir saugumo lygio dinamikos kreivė sąjūdžio laikotarpiu buvo pakilusi. Sulyg nepriklausomybės atgavimu, atslūgus idealizmui, įžengus į liminalumo būklę, kreivė ėmė leistis. To laikotarpio jaunųjų menininkų kūryba sufleruoja, kad tai nesaugumo ir nesaugumo raiškos tarpsnis. Artėjant prie 21 amžiaus vis labiau valstybei ir menui integruojantis į vakarus, svarstant tapatybinius klausimus, galima kelti prielaidą, jog saugumo jausmo kreivė pamažu ima kilti. Aišku, mano pasirinkti atskaitos taškai ir mano manimų svarbus procesai saugumo chronologijoje yra neišvengiamai selektyvus, jais nesiekiu papasakoti kokią nors objektyvę istoriją. Ko gero, toks dalykas net neegzistuoja. Tai tik viena iš galimų, galbūt ir negeriausių versijų apie santykį tarp meno ir sociopolitinių procesų. Neteisinga būtų sakyti, jog mano pasirinkti kūriniai tiesiog atspindi laikmečio atmosferą ir būseną. Manau, tiksliau būtų sakyti, jog kūriniai yra veiksnūs. Tai yra, jie veikia suvokimą apie nagrinėjimą laikotarpį ir aktyviai prisideda prie istorijos recepcijos. Ačiū.
They don't run away. Take a seat next to me, and also Leslie and Maxime also come back here. And while two presenters are coming, I would like to see your raised hands with the questions. Okay, one. We have still 15 or so minutes, so I think we have some time for questions. 1, 2, okay.
Hi, I have a question for Maxime. You mentioned this need to kind of defend the underground culture. I'm curious who is most vocally critical of it right now and what that criticism looks like.
Thank you for the question. I think you have to defend it from everywhere and a bit everyone. Even among the communities, you have people who believe that, or at least believe for a while that producing music, going to event or doing event was not the most urgent thing to do to help Ukraine. So now I think they're in a minority. You also have an ambivalent response from the front. So I've talked to soldiers, or I know soldiers who are making music when they are on their free time, still on the front. For instance, I interviewed an FPV dronist who actually was between two rotations on the front. And I just learned at that moment that he was between rotations. But you do also have soldiers or people on the front who don't really respond well to the idea of, okay, people are going out or making music or, you know, be useful in other ways. But even society at large, you had, I remember, for instance, in 2023, you had, I think in Lviv, especially demonstrations, or at least opposition to the idea that the city of Lviv could be giving money for cultural events, for instance. The idea, okay, no, the money should be used to help people or on humanitarian or military needs. So you do have oppositions from many different places. From the political sphere also, but also you have politicians who are deeply involved with the opening of specific clubs. So, you know, it comes from everywhere. So that's why it's also so difficult to... when you meet someone talking about electro music or inviting them, you know, you don't really... You can't explain how they will respond to the idea.
Okay, one more.
Thank you. This was around very interesting presentations. My question also goes to Maxime. I was wondering whether your research is mostly focused on this, basically the electronic scene that is somehow geographically like stable or located in the one place, so to say, or do you also consider this type of a kind of moving projects? I'm thinking basically like this, there's a set of initiatives like Repair Together, BUR, I think like also Dobrobat, like basically this is a set of rave community who are kind of going by the principle of like reconstructing the houses that were damaged by the missiles like during the day while having at the same time like basically a rave inside of that place. So this is kind of very like livable activism in action basically during the wartime. So do you kind of look at this type of initiatives as well, or is this something that, yeah, because you mentioned these festivals, which, yeah, I think is one thing because it just combines different artistic forms, right? Like this is something that when you see something more conventional, something more like, yeah, ethnic motives, like, or basically this kind of traditional music being combined with like electronic scene. But do you also, can you also talk a bit maybe more about this specifically overlap of the very two distant types of activities, so to say, like when you combine music with like very hard like physical labor or any other type of the projects? Thank you.
Oh, that's a fantastic question. There is so much to say, but to be quick, okay, now I can admit it. I have no particular history with electronic music beforehand. I barely followed my friends to electronic events when I was living in Lyon or others. I kind of, you know, it happened when I was in Kyiv because many of my friends, or some of my friends were going. This whole notion of care, for instance, I know people who, you know, for example, are reporters or others, and between rotations on the front sometimes it would just say, okay, I need to go to an electronic music event just to feel alive for one night, and then tomorrow I'll stop going and I'll go back to work, you know. So you also have this dimension in care I didn't have time to talk about, but I was particularly surprised about this in-betweenness between the war efforts and electronic music, because it was so foreign to me. But I have been talking to, doing a few interviews. It's a very long-term project. It's not, the first main thing I'm working on at the moment, but being in Kiev, I've talked to a few, for instance, literary magazines, especially among young PhDs, young artists, putting together magazines talking about Ukraine, for instance. People from Repair Together associations, I've met a few of them in events, in festivals, but I don't think these associations are the most prominent in festivals. I would say on festivals you would have all the possible cultural projects you could possibly imagine. You do also have humanitarian fundraising, so people would cook food, or like Tatar food, for instance, or Crimean food. They would have stands at festivals. The first one I showed you, the poster, you had stands for people cooking and raising money for specific brigades or others also. So you know, it's one small slide of this shade of what, I don't know, maybe it's too fast, but I call civil society in Ukraine, especially among the late teens to 30s people, I would say, people who were not really, the one I'm most curious about are the ones who were still too young in 2014, because those people never had a political experience, like education in, maybe it's French to say that, but in manifestation, demonstrations, or, so these people, when I saw them, for instance, this summer in the demonstrations, I was very curious to say, okay, what made you come here? You never been to a demonstration, it's the war. Some of you could be taken at the end of the mobilization to get into the army, and there are people who have been politicized, but through other means, and like electronic music, those festivals, associations, literary magazines, a few political movements also. So yeah, the Repair Together, all those Repair Together, I don't see them as politicized, but they're very present everywhere. So yeah, I mean, it's one slide of the whole thing, and I have so much, I think a Ukrainian, I brought a Ukrainian to my university a few days ago, a soldier, and he said, studying Ukraine in Ukraine today is kind of, it's like the song by, is it Bob Dylan? It's like a diamond road, a paved diamond road with no one on it. There's just so much to do, because there is so much that needs to be kind of not recorded, but, understood, that is going on at the moment, sociology at the moment. There is so much to talk about and to investigate that, it's difficult to also, you have to pick a few things and try to focus on that at the moment.
Thank you for the wonderful questions and, of course, answers. Is there any more? Yeah.
Thank you. Once again, very fascinating panel and very forces one to sort of think, or it forces me at least to try to think across your various presentations and think about what unites or divides. It seems like we have art, we have music, we have sport, and I guess one thing one might ask of all of you, to some extent, is these are areas that have often been charged with, and there was even a slide, I think, in Maxim's presentation, but as escapist kind of realms, or realms that sort of get us out of, and I would invite any or all of you to sort of reflect on kind of the value of the area which you've chosen to focus on as a kind of a realm that provides its value in terms of, I guess on one end would be entertainment, getting out of, escaping from, versus sort of activating politically a new kind of consciousness and developing. It seems like this, insofar as they're all in some sense recreational realms, or have the potential therefore, it seems perhaps the value is more insofar as they provide you with a break from politics, or maybe they are politics in and of themselves. But how do you see that?
Yeah, thank you. So there's a dialectic, right, especially among, I would say, the stakeholders at the International Olympic Committee, where they want to say that they are apolitical and that sport and politics don't mix, and yet they take issues of autonomy and decision-making extremely seriously, and they do want to wield a type of political power. So there's like some doublespeak that happens. I think that, one of the reasons why we might consider sport apolitical is because they keep telling us that it's apolitical when it clearly isn't. So that's one thing that comes to mind. But as I tried to make the point in the presentation, like there's a little bit of a
connection to this idea of the power of the powerless, right? Because there's this assumption that this isn't a serious realm, that this is something of an escapist nature, and that we can sort of forget about things for a moment. But in that particular scenario lies some real force, because I think that the reason why they focus so heavily on trying to gain Olympic recognition is because they thought they had a shot at it, and that would have wielded a form of legitimacy that could have then been instrumentalized in other ways. But they saw it as a lower barrier to entry, potentially. So that's where they put some efforts. But yet one that they hoped would have larger outcomes.
Yeah, my answer is very short. I'm just very curious to see this period, late 80s and 90s, not from the perspective of like Lithuanian history or Europe history or East Europe history, but through the perspective of an individual, which is, in my case, an artist, a young artist, or from a perspective of a group of people, so a community of artists, and how they shape the social reality that I am trying to look at from the perspective of 2025. And I'm curious to see if they construct social reality of that time, or they only reflect social reality. I'm more on the side that they're constructing it, how we perceive it right now. So that's my very short answer. Yeah.
Yeah, but briefly, I mean, escapism is pretty much the reason why electronic music is criticized. You know, it's just a pastime, it's for fun, and we have better and more important things to do at the moment, especially for the man. I mean, the man should be on the front. If you have time to do electronic music, you have time to go fight for your country. But that's also why you have, I think, as much this idea of electronic music is here to help, or at least it's here. You know, I love thinking about my notes, my interviews. It brought me, I didn't have time to go through that, but it made me think about Lewis Manford when you talk about utopias. You know, you have two ideas of utopias. You have utopias of evasion, and you have utopias of reconstruction. And I think everything related to electronic music in Ukraine is on this gradient, this shade between something that is escapism to some extent, and then you just, you know, you'll put a box here to put some donations for the army. And otherwise you're just here to enjoy. And that's pretty much where commercial electronic music is. You have very young people going to have fun in the afternoon, because night is, you have curfew, on weekends or others. But as for the underground electronic music, especially because you have also older producers, DJs and others, you have to make it more useful. So you can make it more useful by making sure that you have a space for care, that is very important. For instance, K41 has an entire room dedicated to the LGBTQ forces of Ukraine, you know, this association that emerged in 2022. And so they have advocacy events, they have help councils and others. But then you also have this idea of reconstruction. So you help with the army, you help fighting, or you think about the future in terms of, okay, what are our roots? You know, we're so connected with the Russian electronic music scene when we actually have things that are really proper to Ukraine. We have our history of music, we have our polyphonic, and so you always have this idea that, you know, you have to show that you're not here just for fun, but you're doing something that is more important for society.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay.
I'm sorry, but I have a question for Maxime as well. When you were presenting your topic, I was thinking, did the war, which is a traumatic experience for the whole society, even if there are forms of escapism, or is it affecting the music itself? I don't know, during your interviews, do people reflect that they were doing something differently before 2022 February, and now something has changed? So about the music itself, can you tell something? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a difficult question. Thank you for asking it. Because I'm not a cultural historian or a cultural sociologist, so I'm always a bit careful about trying to answer those questions. From the interviews, what I can tell you is that talking about the experience of the first days, first of all, I'm always reminded, and I knew it because I was in Ukraine before, but you know, I think I still did get it profoundly. 2022 is just the continuation of 2014. And that is, you know, as much as I can rethink in it, it's still something that is difficult to grasp from the outside, how much it was there, especially from people in Kharkiv, for instance. So first of all, they would say, okay, you know, things changed, but not as much as you would expect, because 2014 was already there. The second thing is that the story of the first days to weeks after the start of the war is very often the same, is that some people did leave with their vinyls or with their music set or everything, but you know, no one was really making music for the first days to weeks after the start of the war. But there was a moment during the spring where people got back to music as a way to, okay, what should we do now? You know, do I still want to make music? Is it still relevant to make music? And so people went through the same stages. As to the content of the music, you have pieces that are named after the war, after the conflict, after the experience of the first days, of the first weeks and months of the conflict. But because electronic music, especially what they call themselves underground, is really usually without lyrics. So it's difficult for me to kind of, okay, does it feel different? Yeah, maybe for some pieces, for others, I couldn't really say. I need to get more into that into the future interviews. So naming, yes, but when they don't have lyrics, it's difficult. When they're using archives from polyharmonic music and chants and songs, I can see the difference, but otherwise it's very difficult, I think. I don't have all the answers to these questions, sorry.
So we're almost out of time, but I see there's still 2 minutes left. It's the timer is counting, so I think we have time for one more question, if there's any.
I have one for you. No, because first of all, thank you for the presentations, because I learned so much that I thought I knew about 1992, but I was 3, so it's not that I didn't know that much. No, because you mentioned at the time, in the early 1990s was a moment when if I heard it correctly, when we thought the CEO would go farther than geopolitics in terms of recognizing spaces. Do you have examples of let's say, territories that could have been recognized, or where you had a discussion about recognizing them that were not states and that maybe didn't even become state for a longer period or until today?
Well, there's an extensive discussion about Catalonia. That's the largest by far. But Faroe Islands, there were something like 25 requests for recognition between the 1988 Olympics and the 1992 Olympics. And the only ones that were honored were Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and Namibia. So otherwise, everyone else was told no. And they used some arguments about space in Barcelona as their rationale for that. But almost immediately after the 1992 Olympics, they start to have discussions about making UN sovereignty a condition of getting an Olympic committee. Like any dependency that has one is grandfathered in. So Guam still, example, has an Olympic committee. But the Catalan activists that I spoke to said that it was specifically about banning Catalonia going forward. And I have a tendency to believe it, so it's interesting. But it's a shame, I think, because it actually would depoliticize things if national sovereignty wasn't a condition.
Okay, thank you very much for questions, answers. It is the end of the panel, and we can learn that the fun is a serious business and escapism is kind of power that we can use in a certain circumstances. It's the end of the panel, but not the end of the conference. So there still will be a discussion of young future scholars and musical program. I think Freedom by Nerijus Pečiūra. It's not electronic music, I guess. Maybe there will be some electronic sounds, which should be more of a punk. But I don't know. So I'm curious and to come and see Nerijus and the youngsters. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Justinas. Thank you for all the panelists. And the youngsters are coming. Their chair just entered through the door. Jogile, welcome to our conference. Please make yourself comfortable, and we are waiting you on the stage. Just a minute for us to adjust the stage, and yeah. So, dear panelists, dear Jogile, please please join us. The microphones are on the tables. Feel free, feel brave. Yeah, so the floor is yours. We are really happy that we have not only experienced researchers, but young future scholars. So let's have a nice discussion. Thank you.
We have an hour and a half, correct? Calm down. Should I use microphone? Should I use microphone? Okay. Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here in this amazing panel. When I signed up for this, I didn't know what I'm doing, but now I'm really excited, especially when I read through your abstracts. And since it's the last part of this amazing conference, I really invite everyone to join us in this discussion. I would like it to make it not as formal as it can be. I will present you one by one, but I will start with myself. I'm Jogile Ulinskaitė. I'm Associate Professor at the Institute of International Relations and Political Science. I think this conference, and I looked through the program is amazing. And I'm so happy that there is space for younger scholars to share their insights and their research in this important conference. Here in this panel, we have 4 young scholars. I will start from that side. We have Luisa Tusova. Correct me if I'm pronouncing it wrongly. From Charles University, Faculty of Humanities. Rusnė Marija Poligaitė from the Institute of International Relations and Political Science. We have Tautvydas Petrauskas from Lithuanian Culture Research Institute. And we also have Marta Haiduchok from CEU. So I'm very excited to moderate this panel. Because I can feel as experienced scholar, which I actually do not really feel as. But I'm really interested to hear your insights and your choices in this path. And my first question today is, why you as young people and young researchers and young creative people choose to study socialist past or transformation period. You've been presenting here, so I assume a majority in the audience know that you focus on different aspects, but you focus on the past. Marta is focusing on Soviet and socialist period. Rusna is talking about more memory, but also the socialist period. We also have transformation research, right? But how did you come up with this? Why did you choose to study the past? Marta, you'll be the first.
Always on the spot. Yep. So I'm a historian, and firstly I was looking through the questions, and there was just like also I think one of the drafts was also connected to like, you know, studying the past that you never saw yourself. And then it was just like, yeah, I mean, most of the historians do, like to bigger or less extent. I don't think that like that many people somehow specifically like within history necessarily would deal with something you encounter, right? Like that would clearly depend. But I mean, for me personally, I focus very specifically like on the decades from 60s to the early or mid 80s, pretty much as my main 2 decades of the research, as that's just like always to me considered to be something the most fascinating that happens as like very quick and rapid switch in the international politics that I see specifically taking place in the Eastern Bloc. I used to study, my original research used to be on countercultures, and that's what we met a few years ago. And in the same decade, like so 60s to 80s, now I switched to the topics of political violence, and I remained in the same time period because it happens for me to be the most rich in the amount of political thinking produced in the content. And I think it comes from the idea that I'm trained in the kind of classical trajectory of Cambridge School history of political thought. So basically a lot of focus on the political language of the specific decade and reading all of the documents within the context with like very high focus on how this word or that meaning was specifically perceived by the people at that time. So like not to interpret it too much, but like kind of try to dig in as much as possible into these original meanings. And I guess that's something that was the exactly correct distance from today from me to like where you still can trace it somewhat, right? But you don't dig into something that is like a little bit too close to you. So I think it's something in between for me.
I will continue with the second question, but now I'm looking to Luisa, and I know that you study a bit later period, but still probably, is it considered history, or is it, because you're studying more like independence movements, social movements before independence is restored. So how did you come up with this research topic?
I think I've always been drawn to social movements and like looking at the kind of discourse that is coming from that and looking at that as an expression of discourse. And I think kind of naturally through looking at contemporary Czech social movements, the roots and the path, it is very much influenced by the sort of legacy of the dissidents. And we have, I think, a very rich culture of dissidents. And I think progressively that became more interesting. I am very happy to be at this panel of young scholars. I would consider myself a very young scholar. So I do not think I have much of a specialty yet, enough to even say whether it's history or not. But I think with the communist past, it is very much, although it is history, it is very much still something that the society, I think, is processing and dealing with on a day-to-day basis, and it becomes relevant in kind of all humanities-related fields, I think, including politics, of course.
Thank you. Today, can I ask you the same question?
Yes, I'm professionally interested. I'm getting more and more interested in 80s and 90s because for me it's kind of a paradoxical period. It seems to be very near us, but also it's quite distant, quite far. So I hope Now it's better, yes. 80s and 90s seem to be both quite close to us and quite distant from us. And also, even though I was born after the independence, I don't have personal memory of that period. But I have memories from people of that period. And I mean my parents, our grandparents, also our professors and our supervisors. This is not a direct memory, but this is something. It's not. It's also paradoxical, just like the period. So, I started to get interested in this period because before I thought it's some kind of a beginning of contemporary Lithuania, contemporary East Europe. But as Professor Müller yesterday told, the world hasn't started in 90s or after Gorbachev. So I totally agree with that. And the more you get into that period, the more you understand that you have to go deeper and deeper back into the times before Gorbachev, earlier and earlier in Soviet times. So yes.
Rusna.
I think it's a very relevant question, and I actually get this question quite often. For example, recently I saw my primary school teacher, and she asked me what I'm doing, and I said that I'm interested in memory studies and post-Soviet transformation. And she was like, God, why would you be studying this? But I think that the main reason is that, well, even from my first year at university, one of the first even lectures, for example, we saw that the way we see the Soviet past, it shapes our political beliefs, for example, today. And I just think that when we say that we're studying the past, it's really much more about maybe the present and even the future, because it's so connected. And if we talk about the past, yeah, we can say much more about today's world. So I think this is the main reason why I chose to study this period.
Thank you. After this introductory round of questions, I really want to go a bit deeper into your reflections, in a sense, to ask the question which is interesting and probably peculiar to me. And I know that you got this question in advance, so I'm pretty sure that you're prepared your answers. But the question that I'm interested in is, what does it mean to study the period or topic that you did not actually experience yourselves? You do not have that bodily experience. And, you know, in many cases, and I think in our region, that's for sure, we talk about socialist past, Soviet past, and in many cases as traumatic period. So what does it feel, or what does it mean for you as a generation which did not live in that traumatic past, to study and to deal with this difficult, challenging, interesting, peculiar past? Rusna, can I start with you?
Yes, so when I thought about this question, so I even thought about my own family, because, for example, so my parents were approximately the same age when Lithuania regained independence. Then my brother was born in mid-90s. So, you know, I think it's a very interesting period to study. And then myself, I was born, you can say, with the accession to EU. So it's like completely three different years. And I just think that, of course, when you study this period and you have no bodily experience, so you have, as Jogile mentioned in the questions, like this distance. And even though it can seem scary at first, but I think that it actually helps to research this period, because first of all, well, I think that when you don't have this experience, then you do not take things for granted. What I mean is that, for example, when you talk about people who have this experience and you ask them, so why did you behave like this? How was life in the Soviet Union? And they were like, okay, we just lived by and everything was understandable. And then for you, you're like, but for me, it's not that easy to grasp because I have no experience. So I think that being
an outsider in this case really helps you to be more critical and take this distance and maybe ask the questions that the people who lived in, like for them it's like really a no-brainer. But of course, it also brings some challenges because, well, when I study the Soviet period, I can see that in life there was a lot of like informality and know-hows. And for example, when I read Alexei Yurchik, who talks about the society of late socialism, I understand that probably I could not survive in that period because there were a lot of like, you know, things that are not written, like unknown rules. So, and I think that in that case, maybe you will never fully grasp the period. But in this case, I think it's very important. It gives you this outlook to be sensible and open, and just it always gives you this curiosity to just try and have very, you know, questions that touch upon the real meaning. So, yeah, I think that's my answer.
Luisa, what about you?
I think in a way to echo Marta's point, I think a lot of the things I've studied I had no direct experience with. I think that's common for a lot of fields in a lot of different ways. And in a way, to me, the communist history on an emotional level seems one I've been closest to. You grow up hearing these narratives. I think it's very much ingrained socially through discourse, through even public space, through architecture. I am from Prague. I think Prague is specifically a city that really holds on to a lot of its history, and you see it through so many different avenues. I think there's a really almost natural impulse to want to understand that and to want to go closer to that. And I think for me, at least, a lot of my interest was driven by hearing kind of contrasting narratives from different family members, from not just family members, of course, even at like remembrance days for the Velvet Revolution, for example, you talk to people and you hear completely different perspectives on the same events, on the same, especially I think the daily life is very heavily disputed and of course was very diversely experienced. And there are so many questions and I think so many people who are still able to answer them. And just so much living history, I think it really is a fantastic period to study from that perspective.
So does it help you understand yourself in this way?
Yeah, I definitely believe in sort of generationally ingrained trauma. And when I think to, as you had kind of mentioned, past generations, my great-grandparents, for example, both faced some discrimination by the regime for very low-level dissident activity, and I think that like very much led them to parent a certain way, and they passed on a sort of political tradition and also a view of life and an understanding of life further on. And I think even my interest in history is very much a product of my family and what they experienced.
Very interesting, thank you. Marta, what about you?
I would say that I was thinking rather about the paradox of academic infrastructure that appears specifically with kind of the training that I was receiving when I was doing my BA, my whatever. That comes from this peculiar notion that while, for example, closer till the end of 90s, specifically I'm talking about Ukrainian context, there is very big switch and growth of access to the new sources, specifically with the opening of KGB archives, and there is a big increase and rise in the basic scholarship on the communist past already, like basically, but not the new approaches towards the theory and methods like with which like these new sources can be interpreted. So as the result, the new generation, like I mean my generation that already came to do BA and that's something, you know, not very popular. I mean, you do humanities. This is, you know, what type of trouble you get yourself into. But in the sense that you feel that you have a right enough amount of freedom to actually already be able to choose what to study, like how to study it, and at the same time you still get the education that still is very much indoctrinated in the very much of the Soviet approaches, like very high level of authority, like not enough level and not enough space for you to indeed like do what you would intend to do. No. I mean, I studied in Lviv. So in that sense, I think that there's this very big paradox that on the one side, it does indeed give you like more opportunities to, regarding like actually like topics, methods, like new views on basically everyday history. I think was very, very popular like among my BA cohort, like basically things that go to this like history from below and are studying everyday life, and something almost extravagant, like kind of exotic specifically because people do not see this, like I have no memory of this. But at the same time, you have the generation of your professors who will still like teach you very precisely and very hierarchical how exactly should you study this history of everyday life or whatever you do. So I think there is exactly where the problem comes here to the core. You need to kind of find a way of how to introduce new methods to the environment that treats you at that point not like not like the independent subject and not like someone who is able to actually participate in this knowledge production, but still as like someone who can be very easily manipulated, very easily exploited, like in the basically an amount of academic work, and like basically who can be put and treated like as a young researcher, but in very derogatory sense when it just like comes to like, you have no memory of this, like I will tell you how you should do this. And I think this is something that I saw as a big dilemma on basically during my kind of original upbringing in the academia.
Super interesting. And totally, what about your reflections?
Everything has been said already by my wonderful colleagues, but I think, as many people would agree, working with history in the theoretical way shows you that past, present, and future are very interconnected, and to understand past, to understand present, to understand yourself and the world you live in right now, you have to understand past more or less, and also the past is surrounded us. We are surrounded by the past in the present, just like Luisa just told. Let's say architecture, that's the past that surrounds us every day in our everyday life, and the arts and design and fashion, and these things, they just turn you back to the past. And another point I wanted to say is studying past develops your critical thinking, and that's important,
That is important. But I want to challenge you. I mean, I do expect from younger generation to be a bit more rebellious, because you entered academia, and academia is rather conservative. That's what Marta was saying. It's very conservative in terms of approaches. It's a system of education. That means you should be trained in this way or another. If you're a historian, you're supposed to do this or that. You have to find, which was surprising to me because I come from political science and social sciences, and I focus on anthropological methods as well. So I was really surprised when I've heard that as Sovietologists, you are required to go to the center, to Moscow, and to study archives if you want to say anything about Soviet Union. And that means, that actually means that in the end you don't have time to study anything else. So I really would like to ask you two interrelated questions. One is, can you reflect on how the discipline that you studied, or the discipline that you were trained in, how that shaped the way you perceive, I don't know, reality is very broad, but how you perceive what you can study, what you couldn't study, what your instruments are, what's the connection with reality. But another part of the question, which I think is very important as well, so you, as young generation, how different are you from those older Soviet, or not that Soviet, but still older professors and scholars? How do you yourself see your generation?
If I can begin?
Sure.
I think I come from quite a different faculty and academic background. I'm at the Faculty of Humanities. It's the newest faculty for Charles University. I would say it is very much modern. I'm doing an interdisciplinary humanities-based program. So while, of course, there are formal requirements and there is sort of sometimes a bureaucratic, tedious element to it, I think it is really a faculty that has tried to consciously move forward and really modernize their approach. They're very open to kind of postmodern interdisciplinary approaches. And I think that's really shaped me as an academic and as the way I explore these topics and these things. Yeah, I think also the insistence on sort of a philosophical background, I think broadens the way you look at history and the way, especially in a sort of dissident context, as this conference and as people have brought up very frequently, Havel was very much a philosophical thinker. There's a huge existentialist and metaphysical aspect to it. And being able to explore all those, I think, is very important. So I think, and as you kind of noted, this Moscow thing, in general, I would say there has been a shift away from this Russia-centric Eastern European studies perspective that has been great to witness. And I think it's kind of an extension of decolonization processes in academia overall. And I think that's one of the privileges of studying in the current day and age.
May I ask, when you say humanities, what's under this umbrella concept?
It's a liberal arts and humanities degree.
Sounds very good.
Yeah.
Marta, what about you?
I was thinking that, like, I'm currently doing my PhD, and I think that at every degree level, my main task is to see the level of operation and kind of institution language of the previous level. So I think once I got to the BA, my main thing was to understand what is the political agenda of the school education system. Then once I basically moved abroad for my MA, everything I was doing was kind of trying to decode this political language of my home university where I was doing my BA, because I think that essentially we cannot separate this. We talk about the institutions that carry certain agenda and about certain regions that do want to develop their own education in a certain way. And specifically, I think that's something that is very visible in former Soviet bloc, former East Central Europe, basically regions that dealt with socialism, dealt with communism. When you do have this closeness of the state to the institutions and essential connection and very strong links between the two, right? And essentially, I think something that is still happening in very many specifically state universities is in this region of the world is that you will essentially deal with very specific type of the training in humanities that would be somewhat of this liberal nationalistic in the sense, maybe, I don't know, maybe not all of them, but I know for sure that was my experience, that was experience of a lot of my colleagues from other countries in this region, that you do deal with very isolated type of the history, very kind of this wishful thinking, self-victimized, self-imposed, the history that does not allow any revisionism to the extent. And this happens already after the point when we passed this preliminary kind of trend in the academia within historical studies of original kind of setting of revisionism, right? So that's already happens later. We're talking about 2010s. And there you see that there is certain languages that the institutions use at this point, and then you kind of adopt these languages, and then you switch to the other institution, and only then you understand which language you use completely without understanding this, right? You could kind of understand that there is some sort of a code, some sort of the hidden meaning, some sort of the concepts that do basically belong there, and you sometimes really need to move away a bit or kind of try to zoom out just to see in the perspective. And I think this is why basically at the current moment for me the study abroad helped a lot, because like I just had a very good chance to study history of other like countries, basically just kind of to get some more context, get like some other perspectives to see what is Central European studies, rather, like, you know, kind of to start with. What are like basically, what is global history? What are basically histories of like, what can you do with American studies or something like that, you know? And that brings you completely new looks of how you look at your own history, I think, because then you see that, yes, there are actually like a lot of transnational connections. You can compare things that you wouldn't compare in the first place. And that essentially does like bring you to the new approaches and actually new contributions to what is your thinking, to what can you produce as an academic. Like if you broaden this up, if you like kind of go extensive, then you do essentially see these new links, I guess. And I guess that was the key for me.
So if I understand you correctly, so your experience abroad in different universities and different educational systems, they enable you to reflect how you approach the subject. When is the point when you start creating your own language rather than learning someone else's language?
I don't know. That's you know, that will be my question to the audience. Like, if someone managed to already do this. No, I mean, I think that with more and more time, I just like start to be much more of the individual player rather than kind of belong on the institution. I think that also comes from the point when already, for example, your PhD, you don't need to like kind of engage directly with your university, right? Like you can be somewhat more isolated. You can like go abroad. You can do different like researches. You can go like for a month to different institutions, just like kind of to do your own research. And that I think essentially you meet new people. You see how they speak, what they are interested in, how do they present their own arguments. And essentially you think, okay, this I like, this I don't trust, this like I would never say this, but this I like how it is being presented. And then essentially I think among that you kind of try to sense what is you, like, and how do you think. And basically I think, yeah, it's meeting people.
Totally. What about you?
I would dare to disagree with you that young scholars are completely... I'm disagreeing with you in a funny way, in a friendly way, that young scholars
I will not be offended.
that young scholars might be completely different from their supervisors from older generation, because as I'm not sure what's the saying in English, but in Lithuanian we say "kartojimas mokslo motina," yes? Like repeating makes perfect, or fake it till you make it. So you can...
Please don't fake it.
That's a very good method. Like in drawing, in academical drawing, yeah, you repeat until you reach the perfectness. Of course, I'm exaggerating, but I guess you get my point that you can use the old methods until you find your own voice, just as my colleague said, and perhaps most probably you will not feel the transition to your own voice by repeating the old classical methods of researching and so on. And another thing I would like to say that I think younger generation has the challenge or the blessing to work with different types of sources. Let's say older generation didn't have YouTube, didn't have internet, and all those technical working details, they only had books. I'm not evaluating that. It's good or it's bad, but the technical part of being a researcher has changed slightly. Yeah, you can get the data you want in a few minutes instead of going to, let's say, the big capital in the east, or to Berlin or somewhere else. So, yeah, these technical things have changed, and yeah, the question of sources also has changed. We have oral history, which is relatively new in humanities. We have video footage from, just as I showed my artwork of Deimantas Narkevičius, which, of course, it was in the past as well, but young scholars have to learn how to work with these new types of sources, even the YouTube, even those social media channels. Yeah, it looks like it's a part of something that is not academical at all, but it's a source anyway. So, yeah, working with sources is what we have to integrate, to make part of us.
So do you think it's easier or harder for young scholars? Because from what you're saying, you sound very enthusiastic with new technologies and new availability of various different data sources. To me, it sounds overwhelming.
I think it's overwhelming, but let's remember the people who have been born without computers, without iPads, and for them, that was very overwhelming. But now let's remember little kids that have been born with that, and it's an integral part of them, you know, to use the mobile phones and iPads and so on. So I think for us, we're a generation of transition. We have to learn about from our mistakes how to use these sources and all this big data. But the generation that will come after us will probably be, it will be a part of them, of how they work. I hope my point is clear.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, you know, that my generation was supposed to be a transition generation, and we expected that your generation will be so fluent in all the methods and will be easy.
It's not so fast, yeah.
Yeah,
academical work is a slow one.
And we have all those expectations that, you know, others will do it or do it better. Rusna, what about you?
It was very interesting to listen to my colleagues. And I think that for me, I have a very quite even positive experience, because at our institute, I was never told that you cannot do this or this is not feasible. Conversely, I think that I was always encouraged to try new methods or delve into the topics that maybe at first glance were, you know, absolutely crazy or not even, you know, appropriate for political science. So for this, I think that I have had always a very positive experience. But talking about then how to be maybe, do we use new methods? How do we deal with the older methods? So I think that maybe what our generation has, it's more flexibility, maybe because, for example, so when I did my work, so I did an ethnographic field research. And maybe for those who do not know, so originally it was done like in 19th century, and it's connected to the research of colonized societies done mainly by white people or white men. And it's never done like, you know, at your country. You're never like studying your home. So I think that what the young generation has, it's more flexibility. You know, I'm not saying that you have to shy away from the methods or apply them in, you know, in a hectic way. But I think that this flexibility, it's a very big advantage. And for example, when I try to do my research, and I think you can say this about many young researchers as well, that we reflect upon our positionality much more. Because for example, when I did my research, so as one person yesterday noted, she said that you're researching a men's club. And then I thought, yes, they're all older than me, they're all men. And then when I did my research, I was like, okay, so if I'm a younger female, so how does this affect my interpretation and my research? And I think that this really gives a new aspect to the research. And just this, you know, sensibility. And also because I think how we differ, at least how I see this, is that even though like working with archives and documents and just learning about the past, it's very important. So you have this knowledge and like background. So when you go and you talk to people, like you can have not a similar like vocabulary, but you can maybe ask more concrete questions. But I think that especially, for example, for me, researching the Soviet past, like working only with sources, it's not enough. I have to go out there and talk with people and try to grasp their interpretation, their view. So I think that this is, yeah, my view.
I want to challenge you once more. I mean, you're painting very idealistic picture, like we are still living in 19th century where everything is stable and you learn new methods, you apply those methods, you use sources. Well, you use more sources, but still you use sources. But it seems to me that the world is changing, and we will talk about geopolitical changes, but I'm thinking that Europe world is changing in terms of what's happening to academia. My colleagues in United Kingdom, their whole departments are being closed. I mean, one after another, and people are dealing with being fired. That's one challenge. The other challenge is that and Lithuania is no exception, actually, is that political parties, radical political parties, movements, they attempt to control academia or influence academia or use academia for their own purposes. So, and third thing is, I mean, I think it's also rather clear that with all the technological changes, the question is also what will happen to humanities, what is the purpose of humanities when everything is changing so rapidly. So how do you feel about those changes? And what do you see, what's the role of not only scholar as such, but scholar as public intellectual? Totally. That simple question.
I am not a public intellectual yet, but I will try to say something. I think your point, what you said is very important, yes, because politicians and political correctness or political incorrectness trying to go into academia and change and to make very big changes is something to be considered of by us, by young scholars, yes. But I'm more interested in the question of technologies and the value, the meaning of humanities. But I'm optimistic. I'm not sure if it's good to be optimistic in this case, but I'm trying to be optimistic that even if technologies are playing a bigger and bigger place in humanities in university, I think it's the scholars who will decide what questions are what are the most important questions concerning technologies, not the technologies itself, because it's all about the questions. Even the ChatGPT and all those artificial intelligence machines, let's say, or beings. It's not beings, but yes, beings in future. They are all built on questions, and to make good questions, you should study humanities. That's commercial for Lithuanian universities, and yes. So that's my point. I'm trying to be optimistic about technologies.
That's a very inspiring answer. Luisa, what about you?
I think I would also like to point out that the kind of advent of new methodologies and these threats are not something that only a young generation of academics is facing. There's an entire institution and a lot of people in the audience who are facing the very same issues. And I think when it comes to questions of whether it's an easier or more difficult position, perhaps with new technologies, I would make the argument that a younger generation of academics or scholars is probably more digitally native, I believe is the term, or kind of used to this environment, and may have some advantages with, for example, being able to tell the difference between artificially generated content or not. I think that is kind of something that, at least online, there seems to be a big gap generationally, but I don't think that is a problem only being faced by a younger generation. I think that kind of oversimplifies the issue. It is definitely things to be anxious and worried about. But I also, kind of to build on what Marta was saying about this language of academia and this kind of framework that exists beneath it, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing for these institutions to be questioned, although when it's done by very politically motivated actors, that is a very different thing. But I think it's important to be looking at these institutions, what they are upholding, how they are upholding these systems of power and these ideas and concepts, and be reworking that. And I think at least my unoptimistic but optimistic analysis is that even the kind of struggle within academia right now and within humanities right now will kind of force internal changes towards a better, more comprehensive and like perhaps interdisciplinary system overall that I think would be a good counter to artificial intelligence and these kind of digital computer systems.
Interdisciplinarity.
Yeah, in many ways, yeah. I think that is something that is hard for AI to recreate. These kind of like abstract analyses and these comparisons being made and like this interdisciplinarity overall.
Very nice. Rusna.
So I think my colleagues touched upon the technology aspect, but maybe another point that you raised I would like to talk about is what happens when, for example, academia is controlled or influenced by political forces. So even yesterday in my lecture, it was very interesting because we had like a seminar, and technically in a seminar you could say your opinion. And it was very interesting because we were reading a philosophical text, and one of my colleagues said, okay, I think like this, but maybe I'm a bit afraid to say it because I will be cancelled. And then my professor was like, but this is university. Like in university, the point is that we have to, you know, we have free speech and we are able to say what we want. So I just think that in academia and in research, it's really important that it's, you know, free from this and that the researcher really feels like he or she can, you know, say how she or he sees the world. So I think this is very important. And maybe talking about technology, I do see the issues and the challenges that we are facing, but I think that maybe trying to integrate it and not, you know, ban or shy away from it, it's a more sensible decision in my opinion.
Marta?
I think all this time I was mostly thinking about the part of the prospects of the academic future, right? Because I think that like my generation is already the generation that if we succeed in academia ever, this is the generation that will probably already never be able to secure tenure positions. Like, first of all, like it's already like stops being a thing, right? Like this is just becomes like this kind of illusionary primary goal, like that everyone tries to achieve, but like it's probably impossible. It's a myth. So we are all collectively witnessing that the whole nature of academia is switching towards something that is not completely clear. What is this? Like, is this an institution? Is this a corporation? And like basically in the last years, it very often it seems like it becomes more of this corporation style with basically, I mean, not even just with kind of like, you know, you can trace it to neoliberal shift. Like, but then now I think in the last year, specifically with the rise of technologies and artificial intelligence, it becomes to the point of this very rapid, but somehow spontaneous and really not really reasonable production of the empty knowledge, to the sense. Because I don't think that the problem is essentially towards like how to incorporate basically new technologies or how to be able to deal what is artificially created or not, but rather to come to the question, why is this a thing? Like, why is something that, like, you know, still we all understand that like being in academia is completely partially like voluntarily. There's like many other jobs that like one can do. It's not the obvious choice, right? To dedicate yourself and to actually spend your life and like kind of attempt to achieve some sort of the job that will not be highly rewarded, that probably will make you suffer more or less, that will, like, you know, essentially, if you really are not dedicated to this kind of some sort of the weird ideas in your head that make you want to contribute to something bigger, to something that like really does not let you sleep during the night because you have essential questions toward the world, because there is something you need to discover, that you really feel that you have to do this, then like do you really need to, right? Because I think that more and more we treat academia as something that you just have to do, like something that more people are contributing to, and as the result of this, I think like not maybe as an immediate one, but rather as kind of some sort of the side clash of this, we are dealing with the issue of why is there like appearing more and more artificially generated papers, why basically even motivation letters that the students would submit to you, like to be accepted to something that they actually want to be accepted to, is generated by the machine, like instead of written, even though that's like something that essentially has to be driven by like individuals' own wish, right? Like to be a part of this. So for me, this is essentially the question, like why is this happening, and why do people not want to think anymore in this very, very broad and big picture? I mean, I hope this is clear. I'm not like really criticizing everything on earth, like not undermining anyone's like intellectual capacities or nothing like that. But it just, I think my question here is like why, like, because I think AI is already the effect of something that I don't know what is that exactly, how to grasp it, how to touch it. But like if we all collectively understand there is something happening, there is certain phenomena that like basically increases the usage of like very lazy way out, right? Like something that means that something is not working properly. That means that there is some issue, and the AI and basically and this all things connected to this seems to be a temporary solution. But then what is the problem? I cannot tell, and I don't know whether anyone can. But I think this is what my mind is constantly worried about. Like what went wrong? Like on which stage of this whole like thinking process did we start doing something not correctly? When did we stop like focusing on like encouraging thinking and looking for this like faster, quicker ways of producing something in order to do what? Like, you know, it's kind of went a bit too abstractly, but I hope you still are following me. Sorry.
Yeah, but I would like to continue on this similar line of thinking. In a sense, when you reflect on what's happening in the world, there are those seismic shifts. It also seems that all those institutions that we imagined as stable, from political system, democracy, elections, political parties, academia is one of those old school institutions. It seems that they are slowly eroding, or their purpose is slowly eroding. Maybe my colleagues, the historians, would say that I'm just, too alarmist. But then the question is, and I will start, Marta, with you, because you sort of pointed to that direction, is, so what's the purpose of academia? And what's your purpose in academia then? Because I think those are the questions that we try to tackle now.
I just like to pose problematic questions. I mean, I chose this to be...
Try for the answer.
I mean, that's already... Why don't you try to answer at least one of these questions? I mean, I think that there is, again, like one of these very overused terms is knowledge production, that like, I think no one knows exactly what that means, but everyone kind of tries to use. Because no one exactly knows how to produce any sort of knowledge, but we kind of all try to respond to this, right? Like there is a trend, academia works for knowledge production. I also try to work for knowledge production without answering.
Publish, and perish?
No. I mean, I just cannot, I cannot focus that much. Again, generational thing, like, you also deal with this. Too much technologies means you cannot concentrate on the book. But I do generally think that like it is essentially one of these still good old traditions of the institutions as basically academic institutions, that they have a potential of creating some sort of basically alternative thinking in the case of geopolitical, intellectual, responding to status quo situation within their own countries, within the broader geopolitical situation. It is essentially very, very political institution to me. It is its main thing, and this is what I'm trying to think that I'm contributing to academia at this point is if you do this properly, I'm thinking about myself. If you do this in the correct way, this is activism. You gotta contribute to.
So it's challenging status quo.
It is definitely challenging. I mean, in the contemporary situation that we are at, being, as to me, again, the very subjective position here, but being kind of a good academic is to constantly challenge the status quo, being able to actually provide these hard questions, try to challenge these very problematic stances, fighting hierarchies that are already established, kind of trying to, dealing with injustice and all of this very uncomfortable and risky stuff.
But there are so many spaces where you can actually do that. You can join social movement, you can join NGO. Why academia?
Exactly, you can do all of that at the same time.
In academia?
I mean, it will be hard, but I don't see how. I think essentially activism life is very closely connected. Basically you somehow need to have some sort of the smart words elaboration of what are you trying to bring, what are you trying to do. Sometimes you do rely basically if you're dealing with NGO, if you're on the streets on the protest basically, fighting against the regime in your own country, sometimes you do have to be able to speak fancy academic words, and you need to be able then to produce this type of the knowledge, to write this down, to actually publish this in some somewhat of the weird academic journal that therefore that you can somewhat promote it, that you actually bring it further. And one of the channels to do this is through academic network, as to me.
That weird academic journal has impact factor.
We all know that not many people read them, but still.
Rusna, what about you?
So I couldn't agree more with Marta. So whenever I'm doing a research or trying to decide on a topic, my very much beloved supervisor said, she's like, good research is like a good movie. When you watch a good movie, it stays with you and you have questions, you don't forget it. And I think that it's very important. Talking about good research is when you write a good academic paper, when you do a good research, it poses questions, as Marta said, maybe challenges the status quo. So, and at least for me, as you pointed that you could do this in many different fields, but at least for me, I see academia as a maybe more sustainable medium, I would say, because the discussions, they stay, and the research you do, it stays. So for me, I see this more maybe in a long-term even position, I would say that.
Luisa?
Yeah, a lot of very interesting ideas, and I think I resonate with a lot of it. I guess, to me, fundamentally, academia is also about educating and fostering understanding. And on a selfish level, I think one of the reasons why I would like to pursue academia is to understand more, is to learn more, and potentially facilitate that understanding for someone else. I think when I'm writing something, my intention is not necessarily driven by activism. It is kind of a sincere desire to share and express my understanding of something and hope that someone understands it in that same way or in a similar way or completely disagrees and then is excited and willing to explain that to me. I think when we look at the way academia has changed and this focus on output, I view as a central problem. I think we focus on, as you said, publish, 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 perish. We're completely bypassing the process of it all, and I think that is, and it's very idealistic, it's very optimistic, but it is the core part of academia. It is not about the final exam, it's not about the dissertation, it is about the process of it all, and I think returning to focusing on that process and celebrating that process rather than viewing it as a necessary part to the final publication, to the title, to the award, is incredibly important in our current society. And I think on a more like social level, and especially in a very kind of neoliberal context, which I think is important to stress in a post-Soviet transformed space. I think there was a huge shift to very neoliberal values and this conception driven by the West that is important to reflect on and to see where that has gotten us in many ways. I think it's really important to move away from the final output being the metric and instead to focus on the process around it all.
Totally.
I think what my colleagues are trying to say is that universities are becoming or have become not as a territory for freedom of thinking, but rather an industrial territory of production. And I completely agree that this point of view is very tempting to take this position and think like that, and it inspires me as well. And I'm not criticizing you, I'm on your side, absolutely. But I'm also thinking, isn't it like that we are, by thinking like that, we might put ourselves in the shoes that are not ours. I think that are the shoes of old 70 or 80-year-old professors who have lost their professor chair and the joy of life and the energy, and they are now seeing everything very pessimistically. So, on the other hand, maybe it's not how to change against something, but maybe it's about how to learn to live in the situation that is right now. As some philosophers right now say, global warming, it's too late to change global warming. We have to learn to live in this era. So maybe it's something to do about the production of seeing university as a place of production in a negative way. But I'm giving more questions rather than answers. That's all I can do now.
I will continue on the same line of questioning, but I really would like to invite everyone to ask the questions if you are willing to, or if you, I see Rasa has a question.
Thank you for this discussion. I promised you, Gila, that I will ask a question, but I actually have a question. I was thinking I very much agree with what Marta said at the beginning, that it's a bit, I think this can only happen in our region, but a panel would be formulated this way. Like, how can a person who didn't live through the Soviet period is writing about Soviet period? Because, like, obviously, like, most of the social scientists write about something that they are not themselves, like, and especially in history, right? So, I think what is particular, of course, about writing Soviet history, that it is such a politicized field. So, especially when you are writing as an Eastern European in Eastern Europe, like, you cannot escape from how political it is to talk about the Soviet period, the socialist period, right? So because, like, especially public history, memory, like, sometimes politicians try to dictate, you know, how to interpret one or another event, or what is important, how to think about things, and even not even talking about politicians or parties. Sometimes, you know, in a certain country or in a certain institution, there is almost like rules of what can you say and what you cannot say, what is the right narrative, you know, what is important, what is not. So my question is to you as young researchers, although I think this is also like, sometimes we overuse that term. Basically, what is interesting for me, maybe you could try to think of something in your own work, like something particular about your own work that you think actually is challenging some kind of dogma, like, or even maybe breaking some kind of taboo, or like touching on something that really in your field, like older, quote unquote, researchers maybe wouldn't say. Maybe there is something that you really say that other people didn't dare to say before you?
I have a very short answer. I am, as an art historian, I sometimes think whether I should keep on, the question of a canon of art, historical canon, of Lithuanian contemporary art canon, whether is it appropriate to try to make any change in that, or you have to stick with that and work inside this canon? Can you ask questions about this canon? And I think the question of canon is not related with arts only, but with history in general, and with important persons and important events. Even this conference that touches the key events of 80s and 90s. Maybe, again, I have more questions than answers, but the question of canon is what stops me, or rather pauses me, and raises questions how to deal with that.
Marta?
Okay, I think I might have the example. For some years, my field of study was overlap between countercultures and the dissident circles in Soviet Lviv in late 60s, beginning of 70s. And that's something that, already did this, my BA, MA. I don't do this now. But one of the questions that I had, and one of the problems, was like Ukrainian public discourse, the memory discourse, and kind of this intellectual circles that was bothering me deeply, was that there is this big dissident dilemma, right? Like everyone is a dissident, everyone is a freedom fighter, everyone should be sacralized, like put like a monument to, and like completely saved from criticism, like, right? And that's something that really annoys me to the extent, and I had one particular figure, the figure of this charismatic leader who had his samizdat group in Lviv, writing this apolitical poetry, but this rather art for the art's sake, like very specific and suitable for existing time, like very typical countercultural move. Writing very nice poems, doing like all of that. These guys were friends with the circle of nationalist-leaning dissidents, like basically highly politicized, frequently dealing with, like state repression. And this particular person, Hrytsko like he's kind of poet, this charismatic leader, again, like such a nice guy. Was very close friend of a couple who were like under pretty much like constant like KGB supervision, right? And at some point, this guy is KGB finds this samizdat, right? Still apolitical, but no one cares at this point. This is something spread illegally. This is something that has like very close links to the dissident group. There are their names appearing. Probably the typewriter they printed the samizdat at also belonged to this like very politicized dissidents. Obviously, the group is in trouble. They question most of the members of this group, and I dealt basically with all these transcripts. This was biggest part of my job. And I came to the result that this charismatic leader probably collaborated and made for the deal. Like made a very clear deal because went out like completely clear. Like nothing against him. For years became then later sacralized, and still recently, a few years ago, Lviv has basically this museum installation calling like dissident room of this Hrytsko that I was just like, hello, like what's happening? So there are these levels that I personally have problems with, and I do feel the urge that I need to like dig inside of this, because I can like listen, like look, there's a transcripts, there's like basically the whole transcription of the court in which this person with these dissidents are in the same room, and he lies to the face of his friend saying like, listen, you never said this to me, like I was never in the same room with you, I never like whatever, like this completely lie, because before that you have like tens of transcripts of his own interrogation when he says like on one-on-one with this like KGB officer, very different things, right? Something's not matching. And that's obviously very obscure and like chaotic retelling of my MA thesis, but you get the idea, right? There is something that is there and is very much, at the same time, problematized by the society, right? We're talking about very tough chapter in the history. This is like, no one can reject this, basically. Soviet Ukraine, like, so a very tough, like, had very tough experience of the dissident past, of any sort of the resistance. It was very, had a very big amount of victims, had a very big amount of deaths, had a very big amount of heroic acts and sacralization and so on and so forth. And this is true, no one can reject this. But then there are cases that, like, end up being on the edge, and people are scared to like grab them, right? Because one wrong move, one wrong word, and you're on the wrong side of history. Because apparently in many of these cases, if you don't like fully recognize the sacralization of this figure, that means that you're excuse me, no better than a communist, right? Like no better than the communist occupator. And this is what I have this very big issue is like, everything you have is black and white to the extent. So this is why I'm very much interested in this like kind of critical approach to this and much more of this like revisionism of what is there and what are these chapters of this like Soviet experiences that can be uncovered in the sense that would not make anyone necessarily a hero or a victim, because people were people, and this is about it.
Rusna?
When you were asking your question and formulating your question, I actually remember one particular instance. So when I was presenting my work, so for context, so I analyzed how a community, basically, they work with, they present their interpretation of the partisan war in Lithuania. And so, yeah, it's a group of people, right? It's not institutionalized. Yeah. So, and one of the people asked me, so how can you even research them? Because it's not like an official institution. They're not producing an official narrative. It's their interpretation, so it's not even legitimate. And I remember that I was quite shocked by this because, and the person that asked this question, he was a young researcher, and I was very surprised that this question came from him. So what I think I really want to do with my work and my research, so especially with the one I did, is touch upon maybe memory activism, because I do feel like when we talk about memory narratives, and especially official memory narratives, we talk about the state. Yeah, what is the right narrative? What is correct or not correct? So I do think that when we study this, we can see more macro level, things. Because in my case, when I studied this community, they say we try and present the partisan war because we feel like the state neglects it, and the traditional memory, places are not interesting for society. So I think that when we look at this particular interests, we can pinpoint out the maybe bigger problems. And I think just talking with the people and researching more maybe local initiatives, it's very important if we want to understand, bigger processes. So,
Lisa?
The moment you asked the question, I had an example that came to mind. It's not really from a historical field, it's more sociologically driven, but I was looking into sex tourism in Prague, and I had a lot of complications to do with that. There was an ethical dilemma to it. Just like as conducting research, it was quite complicated and challenging to get the interviews that I wanted and that I needed, but I think what became very important to my conclusion was that the entire kind of sex industry that emerged in Czech Republic was very much linked to the transformation, and there is not a body of literature about that. And I think when we are addressing this past and we're looking at transformation, there is this push to kind of focus on these kind of hard political science aspects to it, and looking for the more kind of cultural and social levels of it was very difficult, and I found really a lack of literature on it overall. And I think especially in the context of Czech Republic, feminist academic work and like gender lens and perspective is still very much controversial, and that was kind of another layer of reality to it.
Thank you. If we have more questions, you are very welcome to. Ilona.
Thank you for your interesting inputs. I have actually two questions. When I look at your generation researchers or starting researchers, I look at you with envy because, yeah, I reflect my experience I had and what are you having. And one of the things I'm thinking is the mobility, like physical mobility, like Erasmus programs that you are able to do this. For us, for my generation, it was difficult. So I wonder if you tried that and how that, what is your experience? Do you feel that you have grown after that? And yeah. And my second question is very practical. It comes probably from a different angle, like a researcher, a senior, or as a person who worked at the university. And when you want to a student to start researching something that is related with the Soviet period, he or she, they don't know Russian language. So that is probably a question to our Lithuanian colleagues. How do you reflect that? Is that for you a challenge? And maybe AI can help us and we don't need that language anymore. So thank you.
Would you like to start?
I think the question of mobility is not the problem of your generation, but rather of the geopolitical things in Lithuania. But that's only my guess. Maybe I'm wrong. So, sorry if I am. And I haven't had many experiences of mobility as a scholar or as a student, but the ones I had, they were good and bad at the same time, because it is bad because you see the way you're thinking and your writing and your being a student is different from people, let's say, from abroad or from people who are different in one way or another. And that, at first, it gives you some kind of shock. But what's the good part of it is that you learn from that, and yeah, it's like Nietzsche or Pink who sang, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." So that's what I mean. And anyway, I encourage everyone and myself as well to use the mobility programs, because changing environment is very helpful in many ways. And the question about
Russian language.
Russian language. I know the basics of Russian language, even though I had Russian classes in school when I was a school student. It's not just me, it was everybody, that we somehow didn't pay any attention in Russian classes. Now I try to reflect why we did that, why our generation of young kids, we were not taking Russian classes seriously. I think the answer is quite, it's not obvious, but you could guess that it reminded me of something from the past in a negative way, and we didn't want any connection with that. But now, as a slightly grown-up person, I think that was a silly idea. I wish I would know Russian at this moment. However, I think new technologies in some way can help you to use any source of any language, even though you don't speak that. But again, maybe I'm too optimistic.
Rusna, what about your language skills?
So I think I have a very similar story to Tautvydas, because when I was in school, I was taking Russian language classes. But maybe I think this was maybe a rebellious part of me that, no, this is the language of the past, of the even contested past. And even though I'm quite learning languages, it's quite easy for me, but with Russian it was a total block. So then I switched to French. But as Tautvydas said, today, when you're a bit out, maybe more mature, I understand my choice then, but I think that knowing this language would really benefit me in my work. And just having AI or, trying to translate things on the internet, it's definitely not sufficient, because every language has its, subtleties and things that cannot be really grasped if you don't know the language and if you don't have this, the feel like you get it. So I think, I think it is quite important that talking about the first point that you made. So yes, I was able to take part in Erasmus. So I went to France, to Lyon, and it was a very valuable experience, because I think that when you just stay in your university, you get really comfortable, and you just you can get stuck in the same, tradition and just a very concrete way of learning. So for me, yes, it was very difficult to switch into the French academia, because I do think it's quite specific and even quite different from, for example, Lithuanian. So, but I think that just this gives, it doesn't allow you to, just sleep on, and really gives you these impulses to maybe try to see the same things from the different perspectives, and also communicating with people from abroad. It's definitely, and I think that, for example, my parents could never do that. So I think it's a very great opportunity. Yeah.
Luisa?
I think to continue on this topic of physical mobility, I think that is a huge advantage that young researchers have today compared to 40, 50 years ago. We are, not only is it legal and of course easier on a document level for us to travel, it is also just made possible through flights, for example, and I think much cheaper commercial development of travel has really facilitated that, and it's been great. I also did Erasmus. It did not really have anything to do with Soviet history. I went to Ireland. But I was able to spend the summer in Georgia and Armenia this year, and it was quite fascinating to see a different perspective, and I think with Georgia especially, that is a huge point of contest right now. Their past, and they're constantly renegotiating that past on an institutional level, on a discursive public level, and it was really incredibly interesting to be able to witness, and something that would have been impossible for a researcher at a different point of time to be able to do. And in terms of a linguistic gap, I also do not speak Russian. I had never learned Russian, but as a native Czech speaker, I think there is the benefit of a Slavic language understanding. So learning how to read the alphabet has helped me to gather a vague understanding of at least some basic source material, and especially working with, for example, Polish work, I feel perhaps not confident, but at least comfortable enough to get a general understanding without needing AI, luckily. But yes, that is definitely a gap.
Marta?
I'm a wrong person for both of these questions, because I never did Erasmus and I speak Russian. So, I'm just double. But no, Rusne, I think, said this about getting too comfortable, right, at your place. And I think this is essentially something that is of very big importance, of not to get too comfortable, right, to have this place of thinking. And I think that resonates with me, because again, what I was saying, I think instead of this Erasmus projects, I use archival, research trips, something like that, rather, because that exactly helps you with this thing that you meet people, and then that really shapes the way how you think, just as simple as that. And I do think that this is pretty much one of the greatest way to actually extend this worldview, and to basically see the unexpected alliances in the way forming. And I guess that's actually a very big part of this, to actually be able to form your own network, not the parallel to the institutional one, just find people with whom you can think along,
And then no matter where you are located, you can somehow trace this. That's very valuable.
And I have last round of last question and last round of answers, because we don't have much time left anymore, unfortunately. But my question is, and I hope you prepared in advance, because that's the question that you had as your homework. You knew it in advance, because it's rather abstract. But I really wonder how your current research, how does it help you to reflect present condition? It can be in terms of democracy and shifts and geopolitical situation. Luisa?
Yeah, very quickly. I'm currently working on the collective remembrance of the Velvet Revolution, and the current parliamentary election was actually very important in bringing up and referencing Havel, for example, and these ideas and values of democracy were really brought up by certain parties for certain ways, and I think there's a lot of discursive analysis to be done on why they're bringing it up in the way that they're bringing it up, but it very much informs current political debates to a huge extent.
That's very interesting, because that's something similar happening in Lithuania. We should talk about it. Rusna?
Yeah, so to be very quick, so I think when researching collective memory, for me it's interesting to see maybe the contested puzzles, because when you think about the past, the past isn't the past, but I think that maybe the things that are contested, they still affect us today, and it still shapes our, identity and our political situation. So I just think that it's so important not to, just shy away from these questions and just, put them into the closet, because, I think that these puzzles, they're like a zombie. You try to kill them, but they always come back to you. So I think it's very, important to foster dialogue on this. So to be very quick,
what I'm trying to do in my doctoral thesis is to not to compare, but rather to see how we can perceive the past from the artworks. And in Lithuania, it's rather typical to see the 90s as an insecure period in many ways, in criminal way, in political, in economical way, in social way. I was recently speaking with my supervisor that our times, right now, the present times, 2002, 3, 4, 5, are again very insecure times. 2022, 2023, and our times, especially right now in Lithuania with all these political and cultural conflicts, and this is the material I can theoretically use for my researching the past, and vice versa. I can use my methodological tools for researching past to research the present, and I should start writing a diary. That's what my supervisor advised.
I don't know. I just study how populist and far-right parties adopt and talk about the history of their countries from exactly 60s and 80s. That's why I study period, and then I look how it's being reinvented in the contemporary rhetoric, and it's very fascinating. To me, it's funny, but you're just funny, but you're crying, kind of. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Tony Judd had an article called "Past is Another Country." From what I hear from you, it's not past, it's not another country, it's the same, and it's rather cyclical. Which is, I don't know, surprising, but maybe that helps us to deal what's happening in current political processes or public debates. Thank you very much for your discussion. Thank you for this amazing conference. Thank you for attending and staying until the end in this evening. Thank you.
And I will repeat what Jogile just said in the name of all organizers, scientific committee, the team of the National Library of Lithuania. We are very thankful to you all and everyone that you stayed all these 2 days with us, that you have shared your thoughts, ideas, your experiences. I really believe that after these 2 days, we have more power, we have more solidarity. We were able to make some connections. We learned something methodological, just facts, just some ideas. So thank you so much, everyone. And yeah, we will send you some information after the conference that will include suggestion for you to prepare articles for the scholarly journal published by the National Library, but that will be after your return home. So thank you once again. Ačiū labai. And let's applaud to ourselves.